you feeling yours? Cause I'm feeling mine. Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sniffing dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lies. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. Alright, hot damn. Not worrying about man's got a plan. It's not really about the dough, got a time frame. Matter of fact, about to blow up the Hall of Fame. So good, hell I'm all fine. Got a sweet little ooh, and it's all mine. My shoe games, class high, hear it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off or I really want to see, now go tell 'em. Under touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me you can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me fiend up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my soda. Fresh and clean, got no hold up. I've been an outcast, me and scared, we told ya. Been in that backseat, facts speak. Move that word, but it ain't no D-R-U-G, M-B-M-U-S-I-C. I'm only human, if you cut the skin, I bet I bleed. And when my back against the ropes, put in that work, I lead. I see the vision clear, seeing things that y'all don't see. 2 dubs on the vision, call it 2020.
I got my team up, hit it off from rapping, we stacking, getting my green up. We all leaned up, took it a while, trucking a minute a mile, fucking up every style. You in it now, told her my family is proud. Willing to fight and we proud, bitch, I don't wanna talk, I just walk up. 100 bands, can't try to get on my stock. Love all my fans, fuck on my ops, we just make jams, all I make pops. Girls gon' dance, homies I'll rock. Came too far, now we ain't gon' stop. Gave my life and I took my shot, yeah, rose up top and I took my spot. Yeah. If it's a problem, then we really ready. Yeah, hunted with me and we for the war. My heart is formed and my vision deadly. I've been dialing in my sights, see it 2020.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, no what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man, tell me what he say. Listen to your heartbeat like it still bleed. A little bit of hope, yeah, it's what we still need. Say a little prayer for the moment. Give what you got, just go in. Can't hold you back if you own it. Live your life like you're chosen. No matter what, I won't let up.
my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, what I won't let up, it's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, oh, baby, just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe, you'll find the peace. Know what I need, I know what I need. You find the peace, the key.
No, I can't remember the last time that I really felt fine. Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then break up at sunrise. Now I'm just thinking that we should go back to when we were, hold each other to feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. Take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back?
Guess who's back? Guess who's back?
They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We love the thrill. They're looking at us, an audience. Keep telling us what we can do, but here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they'll say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause stop, we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm a renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high, high, high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm faster you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose. Just faster you.
nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Before we jump into the next one, here's a quick reminder for all of you mobile gamers out there. The ESL Mobile Open is just around the corner, so head over to Twitter right now and get all of those details. Tell your friends, build a team, and earn a spot in the finals.
Feel the light, see the stage, hear the vibe. Pumped up to get ready for the fight. Big dreams, one chance, be the star. I'm the winner coming out of the dark.
Step out as a motivator. Let them know that the wait's up. That's how we know when we level up. Ay, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? It's time, get up.
Back against the wall, still I'm standing tall. Know about the ball, I got my fan with me. That's how we know when we level up. Yeah, that's how we know when we level up.
Level up. All we know about is level up. Are we ready not to level up? You know we fall and we get up. It's time, get up.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan smite tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. One in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift, made possible by our awesome partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra. How are you doing today, buddy?
Well, I'm doing great, and of course, thank you so much for checking up on me. You've been looking fantastic as well. Really love the bow tie as well as the whole, of course, hairdo. So with that, I'm pretty much prepared for what's about to come for the ESL Mobile Opens, League of Legends Wild Rift Sea Icon series. Of course, all this is brought to you by our dear official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL.
Absolutely. Now, I'm super duper excited today, Contra. And by the way, dude, I love your shirt, bro. Where did you get it? Don't tell me now. We don't want to mention brands. You PM me later, okay? I want to get one of those as well. I'm super excited today because you know I'm a Geek fanboy. You know Berjaya Dragons are amazing. But I have started falling in love with Sem9. And today they are going to be jumping in twice. Now, before we go anywhere further with this conversation, Contra, let's take a quick look at the format video.
Welcome to ESL Mobile, the home of mobile esports. ESL Mobile is a global program designed to give you an opportunity to compete in your favorite mobile games, featuring multiple game titles taking place in 3 regions and offering 2 levels of competition. There's something here for everyone. ESL Mobile Open is the gateway to competitive play, free to join and open to any resident of our supported regions. This is the best way for you to enjoy the thrill of victory and take your shot at winning cash prizes. Each season of Mobile Open will consist of 2 ladders, and the top competitors from each will qualify for the Mobile Open play-ins. ESL Mobile Challenge is your path to glory. If you are a top competitor in the Mobile Open play-ins, you will earn a spot in the Mobile Challenge season. The top team from each ladder will skip the play-ins and qualify directly for the Mobile Challenge season. This is where you'll have the chance to compete against the best players in your region. At the end of each season, top Mobile Challenge players will compete in the Mobile Challenge Finals to determine a winner and be crowned their region's champion. ESL Mobile is for everyone. This is your opportunity to join a diverse and growing community of players across the world and see just how far you can go.
And you've heard it, that is the ESL Mobile Open format. Other than for League of Legends Wild Rift, we also have other titles that you guys can check out on your website to sign up for, because everybody, whether if you're brand new or you're just hoping to break in towards the pro scene itself, this is definitely the stepping stone to success. And of course, for those of you guys who have already signed up, we'll wish you guys the best of luck. So hopefully we'll see even more brand new names in the upcoming CE Icon series, as well as the rest of the titles for ESL Mobile Open. So with that said, we're going to be going in for our program here because, like you mentioned, we've got a lot of exciting games ahead of us.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure there's going to be the leaderboards that we'll be taking a look at to, of course, keep you guys updated of what has happened throughout the past few weeks.
Oh yeah, so let's start from the very bottom. So you guys know we started off the group stages with 8 teams, but homie, they've pulled out already. So we are left in here with 7, hence why you will see some of these teams performing twice within one day. Splatzone Insomniac sitting down at the very bottom. Not very impressive in terms of their run so far. They sit on a -8 score difference. They've only taken away 1 match from all of the games so far. Linkx eSports will sit in the 6th position with a -1 score. And that's not so much to recover from, but if you take a quick look at their points, they are 0 on the leaderboard. So obviously so much more of effort needs to come in here from the Linkx eSports squad. Eminence Raptors, they will sit at the 5th position with 3 points in the bag, and that equals up with RTZ UndeRank as well. The difference between RTZ and UndeRank as well as Eminence, RTZ UndeRank has got a -1 on that score difference, which puts them 1 step above. As you guys know, the score difference is going to be used as a tiebreaker, which is why it is so important. Isn't that right, Contra?
That's right, and speaking of a tiebreaker here, both Geek Fam as well as Berjaya Dragons, they are tied in both with 5 points, but we will start off the day here with Berjaya Dragons taking on RTZ UndeRank. I'm pretty sure this is going to be explosive, and later on we'll see 7-9 versus Linkx eSports, and on the third match, it's Linkx eSports taking on Eminence Raptors, but the final game will be the one that everybody will be waiting for, because 7-9 will be taking on Geek Fam.
Adala Koli Karini Hari, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the day is gonna just get explosive as we go on, and Berjaya Dragons will be looking to breathe some fire of emotions into the rest of the squads in here. RTZ UndeRank will be under fire to open up the day. Will they be able to overcome one of the top dogs in the group stages? That's exactly what we are here to see.
That's right, and starting things off, we'll have Berjaya Dragons taking on RTZ UndeRank, and we've seen some amazing movements across the tables. Of course, RTZ UndeRank has been doing quite some stellar work, but last week we've seen them rise, we've seen them also stumbling a little bit. Berjaya Dragons here, I wonder who will they be fielding for this matchup here. We'll start off here with Zisune, Chili, Karudo, Sagi, as well as Winter, while Tainted Ones will be taking a backseat. And well, I think that we've seen a lot of incredible plays coming from Sagi as well as Zisune with his Darius. So whether or not the Darius will be popping up, we'll have to, of course, get into the Rift to find out.
Oh, absolutely, man. And of course, Chili will be dropping into the jungle, as Tainted Ones will not be jumping into this game. And I absolutely love seeing Chili play in that support role. But when he steps into that jungle, he just brings a new light to the game. And whether or not this is something that can be exploited by RTZ UndeRank later on, we will see that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, RTZ, they have a lineup full of champions themselves, and they have have been nothing short of impressive. They are, slowly climbing that ladder, ever so slowly improving each and every single step they take in this group stages with Crown, Ovo, Rods, Kagame, as well as Shanks. And Rods, I don't know if this comes as a surprise to everyone, because he holds the record for the most number of kills in the tournament so far, 38 kills, above Sagi himself, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that for the Dragons, they'll be looking out over the mid lane here, trying to stop him on his tracks, so they will not be giving over to Camille towards Berjaya Dragons for sure, since Chile has been playing that a whole lot. But, this might just be where things changes by the end of this best of 3, because these two racing not only for the wins, but of course bragging rights of who gets the most kills by the end of the series here. Is it going to be Rot or is it going to be Sagi? And I believe on third place we also have Ozoroveki. So later we'll see what Geek fan will come up with as well. But we focus on this matchup here because we've seen some really bold plays coming out of Artesia UndeRank, usually coming in with the first pick Katarina. Will it be opened up in the very first game? Or will it be banned away? Because we got so many things that we have to theory craft to hit in towards our first pick and bans.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that, because Contra, you've pointed it out a couple of times. Going in with a Katarina first pick hasn't turned out super duper well for them in the past. Let's hope they leave that towards the end and see how Berjaya drafts it first. But of course, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, before we step into the rift, we need to give a shout out to one of those who definitely make this whole tournament possible, and that is to our partners JBL, because with their new Quantum series, they are dropping into the gaming world with a storm now, Contra, and we've got a few giveaways for the audience today, don't we?
Exactly, and of course we got plenty of it. By the way, as you can stand a chance to win the JBL Quantum Series, the Quantum 50, or even the Quantum 300, there, like, comment, as well as share the live stream. Make sure you set it to public, by the way, and tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and SISMY. So I believe today that there's going to be a lot of things that we'll be looking out for, and you guys can be the lucky winners out there. So all you have to do is pretty much simple. Just go ahead, drop in your most creative comment, support your favorite team, and of course, show some love to JPL Malaysia alongside with the hashtags mentioned above, and you might just be getting yourself a brand new headset.
And of course, the JBL Quantum 50, the best to use with your mobile phones. Not only on the mobile phones, it works on any platform that you want to game on. PC, your Xbox, PS4, PS5, you name it, you've got it, right? Now, Contra, of course, before we step any further, make sure y'all go on to jbl.com.my for further information, because in the Quantum series, it's not limited to just Quantum 50 and Quantum 300. If anything, those are just your starting range when you want to go into the mobile gaming world. It goes up all the way to the Quantum 1, and trust me, even the Mustachio doesn't have the Quantum 1 on, right? I've stopped at Quantum 600. They've got bombastic products waiting for you guys to check out. Now, it's not just the headphones that we are giving away today, is it, Contra?
That's right. When you talk about connecting to so many different platforms, you guys can also connect with your loved ones here throughout Hari Raya as well as Ramadan. As you do, has got some free data to give away. So all you have to do is very simple. Scan this QR code right down below me, as you'll be able to walk away with 5 GB free data, or just check out the website listed down below. And if you guys were wondering, how could I get one of these UDO SIM cards? Easy. Download the app right now, and you'll be getting it pretty much for free. So wait no further. This is the most customizable mobile data plan out there, as UDO is powered by Cellcom.
Yeah. Okay, so we've given 2 main shoutouts to 2 of our biggest giveaway partners already, and of course our main partner, Maggie Hot Cup. For those, we don't have any giveaways today, but most of you guys already have a hot cup at home. Just keep it in the cupboard. Don't need to touch it just yet, but make sure you heat some water up, okay? Because when we take our 3 minutes break, it's the best time, and it's the perfect amount of time to make a Maggie Hot Cup before you guys jump into a matches. I saw one of those comments the other day saying 3 minutes is not enough to make a Maggie Hot Cup. Yes, it's enough to make it and then you eat it during the match, right? Contra, let's take a quick look at the bans, man. Ooh, Greg is going to be struck off first in here.
All right, it's definitely interesting. And you remember I mentioned about the Katarina, Berjaya Dragons won none of that nonsense. So it will be immediately removed from play in the very first game in this champ select. So Crown is just looking through the list, and he's going to be axing out the Camille, like we've mentioned. I guess this is something that we have been predicting before we even get ourselves into the game, but that Akali ban will definitely deny a little bit more room over the top lane, and immediately open things up here with the Diana for RTZ UndeRank.
All right, so the Diana should be able to just drag everyone into his space whilst, the team of RTZ go in here for the slay. But Lux are going to be dropping in for support, so Winter's going to be flying in with that Lux, trying to steal a couple of shots from further on. We're going to be able to see that Kai'Sa do the damage in the hands of Berjaya Dragons. Hell, yeah, Braum most probably will get locked in. There you go, providing those perfect defenses that RTZ will need when they go in to steal those Drakes away from Berjaya Dragons. Most of the times they are there first. So, the steal is most probably what RTZ will be wanting to look in here for. Wukong's going to be able to kick everyone up with his little Cyclone. Very, very interesting composition coming in here from RTZ so far, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm really loving, but the Gallo is still left available for either side of the party to take. While Zitsune will be able to lock in his Darius, so we'll be seeing a little bit more of the slam dunk action over the top lane or between those team fights. Now, I'm still hoping to actually see what comes out of the mid lane for the side of RTZ UndeRank. Is it really going to be this Diana, as Berjaya Dragons have already locked in Vi with pretty much the assault and battery to just chase on top of anybody, and it'll be pretty tough to actually catch Kagami. Now, both sides actually not really opting for that Galio pick as they lock on Ezreal and Garen.
Okay, so Garen's most probably going to be going up to the Baron lane, like you mentioned, bro. Diana should be dropping into mid, and that mid Diana should be coming across this. Got Galio. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Berjaya Dragons want to fly in, swoop in with some heroes entrance to knock things up, and that's exactly what we will be able to do. It's going to be a all-out brawl when they get into those team fights, and I am definitely up for it, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm looking at two of the options. Ziggs definitely will be offering a lot of damage, but as compared to what it brings to a team fight, I definitely fancy Gallo's chance, of course, to turn the tides of a battle around. Now, with both sides locked in, man, I'm honestly liking the ideation coming from the side of RTZ UndeRank, but in terms of team fights, they really have to be careful. What do you think about Berjaya's composition?
Berjaya's composition, as usual, right? Super duper strong, but I don't think they are coming out here with their best plays just yet. They want to still hold back some of their strategy to keep it for, the likes of Geek fam in here. They cannot afford to have their plays read anytime before taking them on. So this might be something that we see RTZ go in and exploit. Then again, we are talking about the Berjaya Dragons here. How much can you actually exploit out of these guys?
Well, I sometimes ask that question too. How much can you actually push them as well if you were on the enemy side? So here we do see a very standard start over the mid lane, as Robson already done a little bit poke over on towards Zitsune, who's actually switching over. So over the top side, we're going to be seeing Karuto here with a different plan.
Yeah, so it's a very interesting play coming in here from the Berjaya Dragons with the way they've taken these lanes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But of course, the Darius will be quite the matchup for the Garen for the side of RTZ UndeRank, and that's going to be a stalemate all the way across. But look at the pressure coming in from the Darius, though. He's just pushing it all the way down.
Oh man, and he's got no fear of any sort of ganks because there's already those deep wards inside the jungle, so he's not expecting this Wukong to come by just about yet. And speaking of the Wukong, he's actually going in for a setup over the bottom side as he's clearing the Karak, so bottom lane has to be prepared for this engagement that is about to come. But mid lane though, Zitsune halts rots for a little bit, but he's already down to less than 50% of HP.
Yeah, but you know, it's Izune, right? With the Galio, nobody's going to fuss over him just yet. That Galio's not going to go down any easily, and Izune should be able to go for a reset if he needs to. But he still wants to come in there and, you know, just tease the Diana a little bit. Wukong going in here for a quick chase. I'm not so sure if he will be able to help out the Diana down in that middle. Vi is breaking away, probably going to take that Scuttle out. Sorry, not Scuttle just yet. Probably just going to cross over and see if she can go in and provide that support for the Darius maybe later on.
And just look at Chili going back in the over the Scuttle, so he's pretty much ahead as compared to the Wukong that wanted to set up a little bit of a dive over the bottom side. Now, he's already going on towards his blue buff as he's still level 4. Meanwhile, Chili already having the assault and battery up on my bottom side, though. Very, very dicey as we see Sagi pushing and pressing to get back, and he secures first blood.
Oh, and Shanks nearly got taken out as well. But you know, that was a fight to the end, ladies, German boys and girls. But I don't know if or not that's going to be making a huge difference in terms for, you know, how much further back RTZ UndeRank going to fall. In terms of the goal, they are going to be taking a little bit of damage. Then again, not really, right? Because you see that Lux backing away as well. They don't really want to go in for that full-on push. Ezreal going to be coming right back up that Dragon Lane with Braum up. Here we go, Sagi!
Moonfall right on top of the mid laner there, and Rods has to flash away. Izune now getting chased upon on, but it's a 1 versus 3, and this might just be the end for the mid lane of RTZ UndeRank. Wow, what a jungle coming in from the rest of Berjaya Dragons. Now it's a little bit full here, and Naruto already negates all that pressure. Wow.
Yeah, he went in there for that full-on engage, but they were blind in there. He couldn't see any of those players coming in there for that full-on gang, and very, very badly started here by RTZ UndeRank, ladies, German boys and girls. You know, getting a couple of, you know, your players slayed early on in the game isn't going to do such a huge damage, but it will set you back because your opponents can just continue their farms and undisturbed on top of everything else.
Yeah, like, I guess that there was a little bit of an ideation coming in from Owo as he just took his blue buff. He walked on top of a ward, and immediately you saw the flash coming right in, and they just fully committed to the kill right there. And once you stop this Wukong, he's being set a little bit further back as we saw him, of course, having a little bit slow start inside the jungle. Now, Kagami being pushed under his turret, and once again, oh my goodness, he's getting caught out once more. I don't think he can survive this one. And 4 kills immediately for Berjaya Dragons.
This is not looking good at all. RTZ UndeRank is just serving themselves up on a platter to Berjaya Dragons, and Crown's gonna go into this all solo. Rods comes in here for the backup as well. They do have the smite on them, I believe. Lux comes in there for the quick hit, and they manage to go in for the first turret as well. Darius just doing his own up there on that Baron lane contra.
Wow, a really good recovery coming from the side of RTZ UndeRank. Yes, they did lose the Drake to Berjaya Dragons, but taking down Sagi as well as Winter will be offering Kagami a little bit more gold. And speaking of which, Shanks now might just be the next on the chopping block. There's too many members of Berjaya Dragons, so they will have to stay under the cover for a little bit longer. So with that, this is going to be a little bit of an attempt coming in from the Vi, just to look for perhaps a buff steal as they're eyeing on the blue sentinel already. So let's see what can RTZ UndeRank respond with.
Yeah, so let's do some math here, right? They lose the Drake, they lose 1 turret, but in return, they take 2 players down. One of those players being Sagi. Is that worth all of that effort, or should they have, you know, focused in on at least protecting that Baron lane a little bit more? We will get our answer in a few moments as this drags on, won't we, Contra?
Yeah, yes, we do. And of course, that will be giving too much of a room for Berjaya Dragons. We're going to be looking at the replay as well, as this is where it all started, right? So, a very good taunt. Crown gets caught out, but this Moonfall really disrupts the tempo of play for Berjaya Dragons as they were a little bit off of position, and Berjaya Dragons, they were split towards 2 sides of the river. And coming back here with a dive, and they will secure a turret for their own. So I guess they slowly even things up.
Yeah, so ever so slowly, but RTZ UndeRank needs to hold on to that mid a little bit better. Here comes Crown, but he needs to be a little careful. Sagi as well as Winter placing the defense on here. Zizune almost taken down. And he gets snuffed out. The Diana. I mean, Rods didn't see that coming, but I wonder how he didn't.
Yeah, and I guess like with the presence of Chili all across the map, there's nothing much you can do as a lone ranger when it comes down to that position. And he's already lost his turret, so Rots shouldn't be overextending a little bit too much if he doesn't really have the wards being placed towards the right places. And speaking of that, over the bottom side, another push happening from Karuto.
Let's see if or not this push will be able to give them anything, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because so far, Berjaya Dragons seem to be a little bit of a step ahead with a 4K lead on those goals so far. You know exactly how they pull this. They should be able to scale as well as increase that lead as they go. Can RTZ UndeRank stop them in their path? Sagi as well as Winter placing that pressure on high up mid. Shanks and Kagami trying to hold back that minion wave, and the reset will come in for that Lux as well. I see. Berjaya Dragons are playing this really carefully. RTZ seems to be taking, you know, those risks that we don't really want them to be taking, Contra.
Yeah, and I believe that they're just trying to pull the trigger in hopes that they can actually get a little bit of a better exchange. But RTZ UndeRank, you can see that they do have quite a solid composition here to actually start a fight. And all they have to do is perhaps skill a little bit better towards this mid game. And now going in for the Cyclone already, knocking it towards 3. And here comes the Hero's entrance, not connecting to anybody. But Tsune just want to get right in the fight. That's just going to be a clone set up. Oh my goodness, the flash, the toss, and everything comes right by. And RTZ UndeRank, they're getting pushed and shoved. They have to give up the mid-lane turret. And Karuto looking for a slam, but he will go down nonetheless.
Oh, the Wukong getting it done well.
Yep. So sorry about that. No worries. Like, carry on as we do have the dragon.
Oh man, see, here's the problem, right? So RTZ UndeRank, they thought they kind of survived that battle, but no. They will go ahead to drop the Cloud Drake as well because of that crazy pressure that came in from Berjaya Dragons. And that's exactly what they were going in to do, right? To pressure RTZ UndeRank away from the Drake as far as possible and then go in for a quick slay. Berjaya Dragons, classic attempt, and they will go ahead to pull that off without making it look too difficult at all. RTZ UndeRank continue to fall behind, and right now 7K lead on that goal BJD hold.
Yeah, and I think that Berjaya Dragons is really smart and cautious when it comes down to taking up some of these fights. They understand that if they were to get a pick right then, they could also open up the mid lane turret. Now, Queen Shadows chasing onto Kagami slows him down, but he's a little bit too deep inside of the jungle. And same goes to Zizune, currently pushing over the top side, just needing to wait for his ult. Now, the beauty about playing a Galio is this: you can actually go in for a split push, and if you're in a dangerous situation, you just use your ult, escape by hopping over to another teammate across the field with the hero's entrance, and that's how they want to play the map. And with that, Baron will appear as it's already 10 minutes into the game.
And you know, that's one thing to have the Galio go in there for the split, and let's go once again. Ovo in for the very aggressive push, but they will get hunted down. Lux flashes through as well, but there is one more hit, and it takes that Galio out of equation as the Rift Herald says hello.
Kagami, he goes off in position just to secure a double kill, and now he's going to be slammed and stumped as Karuto flashes in, gets a double guillotine. And looking for a crown as he'll be saying hi to Shelly, but he's got so little health, he better get this one up to Berjaya Dragons.
I mean, the perfect time to pull Shelly out for the attack, and just like that, they should be able to take 2 turrets down with that minion wave as well. But Crown and Shanks trying to hold this wave back. Ovo doing it as well. Sagi, Karuto, Winter pulling away. This is exactly what makes the Berjaya Dragons Berjaya each and every single time they step into the rift. Knowing when to pull the trigger, but more importantly, knowing when to fall back, Contra.
Yeah, and you can see RTZ UndeRank, they saved the inhibitor turret just by an inch or even slimmer than that. It's kind of like my fingernails right now. while we look into the stats, as we've seen, yes, we did have a lot of kills on Kagami. 5-3 is his record right now. He's already got the Trinity Force, and he's working towards getting a little bit more lifesteal, and he's already finished Monomoon. And here comes another engagement over the mid side, but this time around, everybody gets slapped up. Whoop! Hero entrance coming right in. Looking for Sagi as they will chunk his health low. And here comes Assault and Battery! And he is being singled out, and this is where Karuto slams everybody down. And this is where Berjaya Dragons will go in for the ace.
Oh, are they going to be able to get this done, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? The answer is yes. They will wait there with their little corgi, but why? Because the minions are on the way. Once those minions get there, it's game over. 9 more seconds in, they will wipe out the minion wave right in front of them, and they go in for the Nexus. Berjaya Dragons will slay RTZ UndeRank without much effort in game number 1.
Berjaya freaking Dragons, and I tell you, these guys, yes, it wasn't their cleanest game so far, but it's still very beautiful and exciting to watch how RTZ tries to go even toe-to-toe every single time, but then again, their finishing wasn't all too clean, and there wasn't really that sort of power spike that they have already gotten much in the early game, and this game ended within 12 minutes. Let's have a look in towards the stats right now to elaborate much further. AJ, man, a little bit of a push and pull everywhere, but you can see only Kagami reaps the reward for many of these fights, and BJD, man, we've got Karuto moving to the top lane, and he's dunking on everybody.
Yeah, and whenever Karuto just managed to go in there for that mid push, we immediately saw Zizune cover his back up top on that Baron lane. Because just like you mentioned, Contra, Zizune should be able to swoop back in for that support at any time possible. Now, Kagami, he does manage to steal the most number of kills on that map for his squad. But then we all have, gone over this so many times. Those kills really don't matter. And that's exactly what RTZ was hunting for. They were hunting for kills. And they got that. They got that at the start of the game. But Berjaya Dragons saw that opportunity, saw exactly what they were greedy for, and punished them for it so badly. And that's why it ended so early. 12 minutes, crazy gameplay coming in from Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, and I just look at the entirety of the lineup, how Berjaya Dragons execute, where Chile has the free advantage here to just hop on towards anybody, and Karuto will always be covering behind his back. And if worst case scenario, if Chile were to be in danger, that's where Zizune will be hopping right in, Heroic's entrance, and Sagi will be there to clean up shop. So I felt that maybe RTZ UndeRank, they shouldn't be pulling the first trigger on multiple occasions. They have to wait back for Berjaya Dragons to utilize all these big resources of the elements, and then they will be able to actually recover. Because you got the Braum as well as Wukong to knock everybody up in the air. Kagami can only do so much, and Rots, yes, he might have done quite a number of damage with Kagami, but you can see that, those damage didn't really convert into major objectives even.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm so disappointed with the way RTZ went in here for the fight, because yes, we do expect to see some sort of aggression out of the squad, but not, crazy, unplanned aggression, right? They just went crazy. They just wanted to get those slays. Kagame, yes, he manages to get all of that damage done. He soaks up very little, but at the end of the day, just like you mentioned, Contra, if you cannot play the objectives, then all of this aggression is for naught. On the side of Berjaya Dragons, as you can see, none of them went absolutely crazy with the damage. They tanked quite a bit because of the aggression coming in from RTZ, but they still won it at the end of the day because they went in and focused on their objectives. They didn't go in for those unnecessary pushes. Maybe RTZ kind of thought that, hey, if we get a little aggressive, maybe we'll throw them off their game. But you are playing against the Berjaya Dragons. Not many things throws the Berjaya Dragons off their gameplay.
Yeah, I guess in a couple of occasions where, they actually beautifully executed some of all these fights over the bottom side, over on the river, especially for that Drake. But yet again, it was also a beautiful recovery, especially when Karuto comes in for the flank. And when you see this Darius running into you, You better
Yeah.
run because you're about to be axed off. And speaking of which, that was game number 1 that we've just witnessed, as ended within 12 minutes. So I believe that we'll be getting ourselves into another matchup real soon.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are going to be taking a quick short break. When we come back, match number 2 kicks off. Is RTZ going to recover or are they going to get absolutely annihilated? We will see.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down me. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go one more. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back?
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara cepat, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
And welcome back once again. This is the C Icon Series Malaysia for League of Legends Wild Rift. And of course, join with me here is the Mustachio AJ. My name's Contra, as we bring you all the action alongside with our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, you do, as well as JBL. And you know what? You guys can also win yourself some great swag as well as gadgets by just tuning in. Also, by sharing the live stream as well as putting your best comments to walk away with perhaps the JBL Quantum 50 or the JBL Quantum 300. So, AJ, we've already seen some great action coming in between these two teams. RTZ UndeRank now suffering a little bit of blow. Can they recover against Berjaya Dragons?
If they bring in the exact same type of aggression that we saw in game number 1, unplanned aggression, yeah, I highly doubt it, right? They need to take their team fights a little bit more cleanly. They need to know exactly when to engage. And it's not that they don't know when to engage. It's the problem is they're engaging without, counting the number of men they have on their side. Because at the end of the day, when you go in for some of these team fights, the numbers game truly does matter. When you take it up against a squad like a team like BJD, sometimes even when they're low on that number, they can still tap out you, right? And I really don't know what went wrong with the RTZ's plan in there. But hopefully game number 2, they come back much, much stronger and drag this game out slightly longer as well. But Berjaya Dragons, on the other hand, obviously will be looking to put an end to this a little fast.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that now they have definitely had open wounds on the side of RTZ UndeRank. I guess BJD, they have a little bit more of a room to play around and, of course, land a couple more cuts and eventually, of course, land the Dragon's Breath on top of them. So let's check out the Maggie Hot Cups, picks and bans here as we go to the Champions Select.
Well, it is going to be the Camille taken out of the equation really, really quick here. We all know exactly why. They don't want to get singled out. Then again, do they need to get singled out though? And of course, you see, here's the problem, right? RTZ UndeRank thus far with their team fights. Hopefully, the next time we see them go in for those, it's going to be a fair on 5-on-5. Because I really think they do stand a chance. And Gragas, they're going to be taking him out of the equation as well. They really don't want to have anything to do with his cast.
Exactly, and I've been looking at Berjaya Dragons now that Zixune has been playing quite a number of mid lane matchups here. Diana once again being secured for Rots. I do believe he did play impressively when it comes down to securing a couple of kills as well as putting damage on the table. As Berjaya Dragons, they want to negate the pressure by making sure that the Monsoon will be able to push them all back, and Winter here will be playing a vital role to keep everyone at bay and stay healthy for the rest of Berjaya Dragons as they do pick up Tristana. I'm liking this a lot.
I'm very, very much liking this. I would love to see Tristana, go in there and blow up the rip. Guys being brought in here from RTZ UndeRank. It looks like RTZ is super serious about this. But Berjaya Dragons, on the other hand, they want to have a little bit of fun. And we can know exactly how much of fun they want to have based on pick number 3 as Galio gets picked up by Rodson here. Yeah, RTZ wants this bad.
Yeah, and I can definitely tell because they've already got the Galio being locked right in, so I believe that Rots is actually securing this for himself. Diana can go into the jungle, can also be hit in towards the Baron lane. Now, Carrillo locks in the Darius once again. So, it's honestly not too much of a big change, a little bit of a switch up. Now, Wukong once again will be brought into play, and I'm really thinking, is this really what they want to go for? But, oh! A Yasuo? Are we going to see the Yasuo right now? Oh, yes! Lock it right in because we will see the wombo combo over the knockup here alongside with the Yasuo's last breath. And man, this is where things get even more exciting here with the Singe pickup. Okay, I guess we're going all random on this one.
Nah. Berjaya Dragons, they want to have a little bit of fun here, and they want to show you exactly how you can drop into the rip and have fun with a composition like this, right? I am super excited with the Singe as well as Tristana pickup in here. The Singe's gonna probably torture the players from the side of RTZ, trap them in situations they do not want to be a part of, and Tristana's just gonna go there and, deliver the goodies in a very, very cute manner, Contra.
That's right, and every time that Tristana gets a kill, she could reset the rocket jump just to reposition to play a little bit more aggressively or even defensively. But I'm looking at Artesia UndeRank. They do have a very solid team fight potential right there, especially when you have the Galio on their side. They've also managed to pick up the Kaisa, and I'm just really wondering, you know, like, can they actually find any advantages heading it towards round number 2? Because we're about to get into action in the Rift. And is this going to be a mid lane Darius? We shall see. Karu now, he's picking on the Ghost just to make sure he can run at the enemies at an even faster speed. So,
Okay, so I mean, the draft coming in from RTZ UndeRank, right? Like you mentioned, Contra is really strong. So let's see exactly how they will be able to play this, right? Are they going to be, you know, getting a little carried away at the start of the game? It looks like Sagi and Winter want to place that pressure. Shanks comes right back through with that support. And are they going to be able to take Sagi out of the equation? First, I don't think so, because Kagame needs to back away from this fight, and Shanks will be able to tag a couple of those blows for his teammate. But here comes that Kaiser for that backup. They might just be able to go in here for a full-on engage down there at that Dragon Lane, ladies, German boys and girls, because that Wukong is lurking ever so close.
that's right, and it's a very similar pathing coming in from the Wukong as he goes in for the Crux just to get a little bit more of a juicy stack of gold. And now, instead of heading in towards the river, he wants to go back to his Raptors camp. But over the mid side here, Ross trying to actually juke out Karuto and doing so much damage. What was this going to be? First blood, evil flash for him, stopping him from doing much, but he will also go down a 1-for-1. But Artesia UndeRank comes in with the first blood.
Once again, bro, what was the point of that full-on committal for that Slay? I mean, he went all the way through. Obviously, the turret was going to be able to snuff him out, but why? For the glory of, you know, going in for a first blood? I don't think it's going to end up quite well for them. Sagi as well as Winter, they will go in for that full-on pressure. Shanks needs to back away from this because Chili is going to spice things up for themselves. As that Y wants to just go in for that invade and possibly just check
what? Okay. This is getting more excited in the mid lane here. Full stack of bleeding, and he was trying to get himself that honey fruit, but it's only one little like seconds too late. Here comes the dive. But Down Dragons, they want blood. They smell it. Here comes Garudo as well. Double is the action, and there is only so much that Kagami can do. And the rocket jump comes true. Sagi goes in, Sagi goes out.
This is exactly what we were talking about, man. Oh, goodness me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to see some Tristana action, you are in the right place. And although they will give away the first blood, they now sit 4 kills on top as well as a 2k lead on that goal. RTZ UndeRank better be careful. They are taking this a little too crazy aggressive. Hopefully they can back away and regroup. Look at this Sune right now going in for this fight on Crown. It's going to be quite a stalemate between them, but Crown needs to just make sure he backs away and not go in for the full engagement. That cinch will make you pay.
Exactly, and I guess this is a little bit of a methodical select when they go into the draft, right? So why they actually pick this cinch at the last minute is to break wall this Yasuo from doing anything at all, because if he comes close, he gets poisoned. If he goes into slicing even further, he can easily put in a little bit of a sticky goo on the ground just to lock him in place so that he cannot escape or dash away. And now this is what we call a proxy. You go behind enemy lines, you take their minions and force your own minions to keep hitting on the turret or even onto Crown to reduce his health. So Zisune, he's just having a whole lot more fun dodging a little bit of those tornadoes, and yep, Crown just have to focus on this minions from now.
He's going to be able to pick that honey fruit up for himself, and that Singe is going to be able to go right back into action. One more Winion wave come in right up through, and with this reset, I thought that Singe was going to go in there for the turret push, but it's not. Over will go in for that scuttle, and Zisune comes in here for the drop. I don't know how good of an idea this is, Contra.
Oh man, what a flip coming in from Zisune, and now here comes a little bit more redemption as they will be able to land that moonfall on top of 4, but they need to find a little bit of room for Kagami here to fight. He's trying to actually reposition one tick of help left for inside of Zisune, and he will be able to get the kill. Cardo being pretty much slow, but he has to make it run for his life. And with the blast, he gets himself another area. Kagami survives. But
Legendary escape with that little Coleman. What a way to blast himself as well as his opponents away from him, and he will be able to hold on to his life. Absolute perfection on the defense by Kagami.
yeah, and as much as we see an 8-3 scoreline, but it was well executed by RTZ UndeRank to salvage a bleak situation where we saw Zizune. He ran over the mid side and he just flipped over anybody he saw. And of course, that will be the first kill for Berjaya Dragons. But I'm looking at RTZ UndeRank. They're not even coming close to contesting this Drake. I guess they will let go this Inferno. And speaking of which, new patch, there's going to be a little bit of a nerf in terms of what the Infernal Drake offers. And it's just a small percentage. But of course, that will add up towards the late game. So it's just a little bit of fine-tuning. Thank you so much to, of course, the developers out there just looking out on competitive play. But I'm thinking that RTZ UndeRank, they really want to get this Yasuo activated, and they got to make it quick. Maybe a role swap over on towards the top side with the Diana facing the Cinch would be a little bit better. But then again, Yasuo versus Darius is not an easy matchup anyways.
And right now, the Darius is going to go in and give Rod such a hard time. The Diana will need to back away from this engagement, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. One objective is in the game already, and that will be Shelly. You pick that Rift Herald up, you enable yourself to take those turrets down a little bit easier. RTZ UndeRank does not look like they are in a position to challenge for Shelly at all, and therefore they will focus on taking down turret number 1 down at the Dragon Lane. And I think this is going to be a sacrifice coming in from the Berjaya Dragons. They don't really care about the turret for the time being, because Shelly has been picked up.
Yeah, and also they also manage a push over the top side, so it can be an equal trading when it comes down to the amount of turrets in the game. But of course, they fancy that Rift Arrow that has been secured by Chile all alone. While RTZ UndeRank, I guess they just got to prepare for those bigger team fights, and that's where they should excel with this composition that they've come up in round 2.
Here comes the push from RTZ. Are they going to be able to catch Winter and Zagi out? And Shanks is looking to do exactly that. What a jump from Zagi, but not enough. They will lead them back to the turret, and they do not get to catch Zagi and Winter off guard. Karuto drops back for that assist just in case, but he didn't even need to.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at 2 ultimates being burned out just to try to catch Zagi. It's not really the optimal situation anyways, because they were so near to the turret, but here comes the Assault Battery, forcing the flash out of Rods as he's overextending a little bit over the mid lane. Shanks just buying a little bit more space, but over the side here, Karuto! Surprise, surprise, it's inside of the jungle here. Mesisune just causing havoc, and Kagami cannot even go any further because it's pretty low. And over the side, Karuto, like we said, gets that solo kill upon Diana.
Here comes Shelly as they go in here for the push. And there, I don't know what Rods tried to do there, but he got taken out in the swift blink of an eye. Crown Kagami and Owo will be backing away. They need to take Shelly out and protect this turret as well. And they will go in for the push on Berjaya Dragons, but it is not enough, and they will lose yet another turret contra.
Oh, here comes the dunk, triple dunk on top of Crown. The flash comes in from Zagi, hoping to find Crown right through, but he'll be able to survive. And Berjaya Dragons kind of make things look a little bit too simple, you know? Like, every time they do secure the Rift Herald, this mid lane shove is in effect. And RTZ UndeRank, once again, couldn't really answer to that, especially when Rods was the first one to be taken out, so they don't have the Moonfall to work with. The only way that I see this possibly play out well for RTZ is to buy time. Just buy a lot more time and get yourself into maybe 15 minutes of the game, then that's where a little bit more chance will come into effect.
Yes, that Galio hasn't been, going in crazy so far. Walk me through those items, though, because the Galio's really suffering at the moment, Contra.
Not only the Galio, you just look at Yasuo, he's only got the stack shift. And usually at this point in time, for 9 minutes, you should be able to complete your second item already. And that also tells you that he's been struggling a whole lot. But over the top side, turret exchange, and Zizune really walks right in front, and nobody wants to deal with the cinch anymore. So last couple of days ago, we saw a big stage plays coming from Eminence Raptors that actually secured them a victory. This time, we see Zizune showcasing more of his champion pool, saying that, oh, I can also play tanks, not only fighters. And with that, this is a very early Baron that's been called in by Berjaya Dragons.
Yeah, this is a free Baron. Yeah, it's a free Baron for Berjaya Dragons. Look at them go in here. I don't think that the RTZ side is even going to have enough time to come in here for the steal. There you go, Berjaya Dragons. They have Berjaya to take down the Baron Nashor as well. But a full-on team fight being engaged by RTZ UndeRank here, Contra.
Oh, nice. But they will be able to actually flash over the wall, and this fight being split up. It will favor the likes of RTZ UndeRank. What they have to do is to burn out all these Baron buff, but they do not have the resources as RTZ UndeRank. They're looking to pull back and get themselves healed up. But it was still a very good call. And oh, the flash, the flip, as Izune tossed him over like it was a frying patty on a grill.
Oh, goodness.
With that, once more, knocking down the next.
Bye-bye, RTZ, says Berjaya Dragons, as they take a game and they make it look so friggin' easy. Who will be able to step into the rift and put Berjaya Dragons in their rightful place? Basically not at the top. At the moment, it looks like nobody. I still cannot wait. I cannot wait for the day that Geek Fam steps into the rift with the Berjaya Dragons, ladies, German boys and girls. 7-9 obviously has proven to be a great opponent for them. But apart from these two, nobody else is able to hold a candle against these Dragons, Contra.
Yeah, and man, they're only holding white flags for now. So I guess we gotta look at the stats here to just check out how much damage and output did Berjaya did to really crash out RTZ UndeRank. And it was the Karudo show. 10-1-3. Are you kidding me? He got himself the Trinity Force, and the second item he rushed for a Torn Mill, meaning to say that, okay, if the Yasuo's coming at me, if he hits me, he will bleed out. And same goes to Kagami, which is why you see Kagami, he's a 1-3-1 scoreline. As much as he was healthy when he entered those fights, the more he taps onto Karudo, the more health he loses. And Sagi, he comes in with some massive plays for his own as well, diving on the turret with the rocket launch and underneath. And of course, he just rocket jumps away right after the kill. So with that, I guess Karudo rightfully 2 games in a row will be, well, not 2 games in a row. Last game it was Chile that gets the MVP. Now, with such a massive perfect 10, you can't take it away from Karudo.
No, you can't, man. And look at the support coming in from Berjaya Dragons, right? Zizune, Chili, Sagi, as well as Winter, all of them played their part in those team engagements, and they just brought the HP of the opponents down low. Karuto, he just went in there for those finishes, man. And there was nothing, absolutely nothing that RTZ UndeRank could have done to save themselves away from that matchup, because Berjaya Dragons, they stepped in there with the mindset to win. They stepped in there with the mindset to dominate, and that's exactly what they did. All of those objectives swept up. RTZ couldn't even go in. They didn't even have the time to, challenge them for those objectives, Contra. And that's how crazy this matchup was.
Yeah, and I'm looking at RTZ UndeRank. They didn't manage to pull a proper team fight of their own. It was mostly Berjaya Dragons calling the shots every time they want to go in for a pick. Yep, go in, dive in, especially Zizune. Every flip he does, he'll be able to get something. And you just look at him, he takes 8,500 damage from the side of RTZ. Meanwhile, once again, not being able to actually secure much. I feel like Wukong in the jungle nowadays, not as effective as before, because there were certain nerves that has been brought into play. And maybe in the future, they might considering some other form of jungler that can actually secure a little bit more pressure. Even for Jarvan, he's in a really good spot right now, and I think that could have been a little bit of a better pick if we move right in. And just look at Rots. He's once again the one doing the most damage, but it was hard to actually follow up for the rest of the teammates of RTZ UndeRank.
And just with this game alone, I am not so sure how much it would have hurt the top kill ranking for Rods, because he obviously didn't manage to go in there for much himself. Sagi, on the other hand, he managed to get a couple in for himself in the past 2 games, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And that in itself should discourage RTZ UndeRank a little bit more. Hopefully they don't tank a lot of this and go into depression mode, because they've got so many other games right here in front of them. Berjaya Dragons a little bit out of reach, but there's nothing for RTZ to, feel too overwhelmed about. Berjaya Dragons, they are out of reach for quite a number of teams in Malaysia.
Yeah, and of course that will cover the entirety of the stats here, 15-3, and well, it was Berjaya Dragons just having some really good calls throughout the map, and of course with the draft itself being a little bit more interesting because that's a mid lane Darius that has been able to bring in the victory as well. Let's of course have a look into the post-game analysis segment here as we break down some of the exciting things that happened throughout the Rift in Game 1, and yep, this was where both sides actually going for a contest.
Yeah, and I believe Kagame would go down first. Shanks could have gotten taken out, but this is where they would go in and place that pressure back on Sagi. But there you go. We jump over to the Drake fight. It was Berjaya Dragons that managed to pull it away, but RTZ showing some promise in here. But that wouldn't go to be enough, Contra.
Yeah, and we saw, like, even on that 1v1 scuffle or that 2v2 right on the bottom side, their heal was up available, and this is where RTZ calls a shot and say, okay, we want to go in for a team fight, and that's where the Gallo dropped right in from the air, and when they were falling back, there's only so much that you can do as a Garen, because he's already fully committed, and it was dunks after dunks after dunks as Karudo just flexing how well he can play his Darius with Nox and Guillotine up available.
And quite honestly, in game number 1, there was nothing much that RTZ could do. And then, of course, we were brought into game number 2. And RTZ thought they were coming in here with a much stronger draft. And they couldn't have been a little bit more wrong, because Berjaya Dragons still made the game look so easy, Contra.
Yeah, and this 1v1 over mid lane was definitely quite spectacular to witness, because for Karudo, he trades right back and he immediately walks down to the bottom side. And Shanks is already having so little HP left, and with that, Turner goes in for a pull. And Sagi, look at him, jumps right in, jumps right out. Smooth criminal once more. So over here, it was basically the free Baron buff, and they called in for another fight, which definitely didn't result at all too well. And check out what Karudo was doing to the backline. Yes, it was a good entrance, but Karudo has been doing so much. He's slamming with the double kill and eventually walk right down the mid lane and secure the game.
Yeah, so a great example as to what RTZ could have done better was that second last battle that we just witnessed, right? He had already gone in there down at the Dragon Lane. He's already lost his partner. He could have just flashed away, but no. He went back in there for the full-on commit against 3 players. It's the numbers game. No matter how much you get out of that, you're still gonna get slain. And it's not about, a flex game here. It's all about the team gameplay. If he had just waited for an extra 2 seconds, help would have been on the way. They might have been able to take the team fight slightly better. But at the end of the day, that's exactly what RTZ did not do. So hopefully the next time they step back into the Rift, we will be able to see them, patch up some of these gameplays. If anything, Berjaya Dragons have taught them a great lesson today, and hopefully that is something that they learned from Contra.
That's right, and that will conclude the entirety of the battle here between RTZ UndeRank as well as Berjaya Dragons. Once again, reign supreme, and we'll be seeing whether or not will they be able to hold up this form until they meet the likes of Geek fam. But let's check out who the overall MVP is for the entirety of this bout.
It's none other than Karuto with his 7-2-4 falls twice in there with that support. His Darius was just popping off Contra all the way through. 100% kill participation most of the time because he was the one doing the killing.
Yeah, and just look at the damage dealt. Like, it's pretty much a whole truckload alongside with the gold, which is just 1,000, slightly 1,000 less of what the damage output is, but the 100% kill participation is definitely outstanding coming from a Darius. Over the mid lane, like Darius, he's always the slow-moving guy with heavy armor as well as his gigantic axe. But don't expect him to run at everybody, as he picked up the Ghost for that very reason, just to have that added movement speed buff and just get every one of these members of RTZ UndeRank crushed up. So congratulations to Karuyo. That was a stellar play coming out of Berjaya Dragons. I really want to see RTZ UndeRank here tidy up some of their plays for their upcoming games.
Now this is what I cannot wait for, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because in 30 seconds, we'll jump on to a break. But when we come back, a team that has managed to steal the hearts of many in Malaysia, Sem9, they'll be dropping in, and Linkx eSports will try to stand in front of them to take them down. Sem9 performs twice today, and so does Linkx eSports. So it's back-to-back crazy action that we are expecting here at the Rift Contra.
That's right. And well, when we do come back, we'll be hopping on another exciting best of 3 to come. And of course, we'll be signing out for a little bit. Do stay tuned as we'll come back after this short commercial.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Afraid of making mistakes. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
We're living for the moment now, we're one with the world. I can't lose this feeling I get. My heart's in the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah. No what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. If I won't, I will be there. it's 2 by 2. Doing this together, it's me by you. All through the night, all through the night. This is me, this is you. When we get together, we can all pull through. I don't ever wanna stop this groove. Let's get it right. Take it to the Lord, then take it to the grave. Listen to the wise man.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang. Teleport telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift, made possible by our awesome partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra, bringing you all of the hottest action from the Rift, and thus far, the action has definitely been hot, Contra.
That's right, and we are definitely in for more as we are here to, of course, bring you all the coverage of all the matches. So, we've already got Berjaya Dragon taking another clean win, 2-0. And now we're definitely getting ready for what Sem9 has to offer, because last week, it's actually earlier this week, where we saw them actually taking some really, really good fights and also securing some points for themselves. But we've already seen Sem9 going up against Berjaya Dragons. They had that similar fate. Now they really have to polish up some of their acts to become the better team of the region. And with that, we also want to see how would the others fare, because Eminence, Raptors, as well as Artesia UndeRank, they have not been really in the best of form lately, and I want to see them recover from that. So, AJ, I'm pretty sure that we are thankful here not only for all these great merch that we can actually get from JBL, you guys can also get some good free data from Udo, powered by Cellcom.
Absolutely. Quantum 50s as well as the Quantum 300 up for the giveaway today. Make sure you guys don't forget those hashtags when you post it up, okay? Because some of them that I saw, you guys had quite great comments, but no hashtags behind there. So that's going to be bad, guys. Sem9 takes on Linkx eSports right up. Let's take a quick look at the Sem9 lineup, all right? Just to remind you exactly who is going to bring the thunder down our hedge. Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as the one and only Swak in here to swat away all of the players from Linkx eSports. Whether or not they will be able to continuously steal hearts and impress the whole of Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will see.
That's right, and we've seen some really impressive plays come from Kazuo as well, their jungler here, who has been playing a phenomenal Lee Sin. And I want to see what else can Ravens pull up in towards the mid lane, because he's been having some crazy good flair across. Now, let's also check out the other side, because we got Linkx eSports in motion over the top side, Drojak in the jungle, Kato, the twin brother of Mikos, as well as 69, as well as Fat Cat. I'm saying so much as well, but they do really look quite similar in that actual fact. But Kato here definitely has more flair than what Mikos had to offer with his Nami.
Oh, some shade has been thrown early on in the day towards the Barca casters, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and they deserve it. They will lose again today, but I'm going to be playing as well, so I don't know how well that is going to go. But dude, you know, if anyone can take a equal fight up against Sem9, I believe it's going to be Linkx eSports. They are very, very much equal in terms of their strength thus far at the Rift, and today, this particular matchup is going to set the difference between these two. Because, like you mentioned, right, Eminence Raptors, they haven't gone in here, they haven't shined that much. Artesia UndeRank has been, you know, a little under the weather as well. But Linkx eSports, on the other hand, they've shown a lot of promise. Will they be able to stop Sem9 in their path, as well as in that process steal the hearts away that Sem9 has been able to steal away thus far? We will most probably find out, Contra, as we drop into our drafts. But do you have an early call as to who do you think might be emerging victorious from this fight?
Honestly, it may sound like, yeah, we are hopping on the Sem9 bandwagon, but I've been actually checking out on Linkx eSports because they definitely show so much signs of promise. I believe that this will go to a 2-1. I'm not going to pick sides, but I'm hoping for a 2-1 battle between the two ends. Maggie Hot Cup Champion Select will begin right now as we start the ban here with a Janna. Okay, very interesting call because this makes a lot more room for bigger priority picks into the Rift.
Well, Akali obviously getting kicked out of the list as well. Let's see exactly who 7-9 wants to go in for the ban as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I mean, the Akali ban is a no-brainer, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, I definitely think that the Akali here is being very, very much picked up even in the normal solo rank queues because she can actually pull some impressive plays, have a little bit more mobility to come in with escape. Now, Lee Sin being banned away, so Kazuo will have to look for something else, and that will be the Fiora right here that will be not available for RH, but he's hoping to secure this build because that's the exact thing that they want to do with this Janna ban. It's not just to take Janna out because, oh my goodness, it's the gust of wind that knocks everybody in the air. It's actually to make more priorities in the Rift.
So Linkx coming in here with a back-to-back strong pick. Gragas as well as Galio should be able to kick things up for the side of Linkx eSports. Let's see exactly how does Kazuo come in here with a response. The Kai'Sa pick is going to be able to match up some of that damage down below, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But Ravens now, he should be able to maybe pull a Jarvan for Kazuo. No, Lulu being brought into the Rift. Lock it down, my friend. Lock it down. No, he doesn't. Lux instead.
Yeah, I've seen quite a lot of good plays coming from Swak as well as landing on those snares. But remember this, Emotion securing Gragas. He's going to be making a splash across the Rift here. And now, 69 hopes to get himself that 5 pickup. And this has been the more popular pick when it comes down to the jungle option, since they don't have the Lee Sin up available. So they have to make room for something a little bit more subsidiary, and there will be Jarvan that will be able to match up. And I'm hoping to see Rammus coming to the Rift soon, and perhaps that will happen next week, because usually when it comes down to new champions, we'll be blocking it off our competitive side for at least a good week. So, Black Cat now, final pick, what's it going to be?
Corki, all right. So Corki's most probably going to be going down towards that dragon lane, or he could even go mid here. But if he went, I don't think so. I think Brom should be dropping down below. Gragas should be going up top on that Baron lane, Vi obviously in that jungle. So it looks like Linkx eSports is really stacked up on their side, and of course on the Sem9 part as well. This seems like one of their quite standard drafts, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, I definitely think that this is something that they have been working on for quite some time. And I believe Linkx here do have a little bit of a better drafting, but with the Camille, that can be a little bit of a game changer when you lock somebody out, single out that target with a Hextech ultimatum. So it doesn't really matter with whether or not you go in for displacement. But there's also this interaction where if, say, you were to use the explosive cast from Gragas to knock that Camille out of her range, then you can break free from that Hextech ultimatum.
So let's see if or not the side of Linkx eSports will go in here to kind of negate whatever that Camille can bring into this game, because God knows they need it. RH will be able to bring the thunder down if they don't go in to do that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But then, of course, that said, Linkx eSports comes up in here with a very strong lineup, and Emotion taking things up against RH so early in the game. I don't think this is going to end very well for Emotion here.
Yeah, and already soaking in so much, and I think that Emotion, if he pulls something off, he still has the barrier to actually outlast, and RH carefully sidesteps that barrel, and that leaves a little bit more room, but RH will have less advantage, unless if he can pop the passive, and speaking of pop here, it's his health for getting chunked down even lower.
Okay, so interesting push coming in from both, but Linkx eSports with a very, very well-placed ward deep into the jungle, but the same can be said for Sem9 as well, as the warding game that comes in from those Baron laners are quite solid. But as to the rest of the map, it's not as good, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see if or not Sem9 will be able to grab a little bit more vision here. Swak and Wild Rabbit go in for the pressure on 69 and Black Cat. 69 needs to back away. That Corki should be able to do a lot of damage, but not just yet, Contra.
Yeah, and they're just trying to chunk out the health of Wild Rabbit for a tad bit. And 69 could slowly just fall back to the third range and fully farm up. But over the mid lane here, it's going to be a little bit of a stalemate, where Emotion helps to secure the scuttle over to the top side of the river. And right down below here, it's going to be one for Kazo, so it will be equally matched up. Just a little bit more EXP to get to level 5, but Swak is still on level 3, a little bit higher than Black Cat. So, got to get those levels up before he can actually do much more.
Okay, so nothing much great barrier keeping in here by both sides, but of course on the mid, it will be all just little slaps on the wrist for each side. Kato as well as Ravens, nothing much to go in here and shout about. They should be able to disengage and back away as the Galio goes in there for the reset. So, well, why no? Galio with a quick fake in there, trying to lure, Ravens in for the final kill, but it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and Ravens actually juggle the pressure very well, like we saw how he did. And, whoa, okay. I was just about to praise Ravens, but it's actually Kazo that gets that first blood. Like, you saw Raven immediately going for the punish, and whenever Kato goes into use up his ton. So, with that space open up, that gives Ravens a little bit more room to actually chunk out his health. And when it's low enough, Kazo comes to the action. And right down the bottom side, it's going to be a little bit of a shove as they've been able to force Wild Rabbit to retreat.
Yeah, that just goes to emphasize how important vision is at the Rift, doesn't it, Contra? I mean, he should have been able to spot that gank coming through, but he doesn't, and they will pay for it. That sets them back by about 1k gold average. I think White Snowball, if they do not wrap this up and tighten their gameplay, and it will be a mid-fight once again between Ravens as well as Kato, who will be gatekeeping each other. Hopefully that ward can be placed a little bit earlier this time round, so they don't get caught out in a similar situation. Down at the Dragon lane, they will continue this little tango between them.
Yeah, and you can see that Rojak is also trying to go in for a little bit of setup. There's no vision ward being placed here by the likes of Sem9. This is where Sem9 tries to buy a little bit more time, and here comes Rojak. He tries to actually land a blow. Oh, a lot of damage being done towards Swak, but there will be the redemption also just to heal Rojak if we were to stay right in, but I guess he's already saved the life of 69, and they will be able to fall right back. If Black Cat goes in towards the push, he'll be fought out, and here comes that engagement over the mid side. They will be able to knock him out. Ravens go 1-for-1.
Why? Why, oh why, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, have those side wards not come out just yet? And that will result in a very easy pick on this Drake, unless that Jarvan will be able to pop right in and go in for that smite. Swak in for that support as well. Here comes that Jarvan. Are we going to be able to see a steal come through? But no, Linkx manages to secure it for themselves, and this fight will break out, Contra.
Yeah, it carries on, and that will be... Oh, a four-man cataclysm locked right in. Kato couldn't really flash out. He has to find a way to pick up Kato. He won't sacrifice his life for his teammate. Oh, boy. I guess this is where Sem9 gets bigger advantages to come. Yes, he lost the Drake, but does it matter? Because they were about to open up this mid lane.
They will be able to do that well. Emotion needs to back away from that encounter as well. Nothing much in it, but the Camille should be able to punish him as RH goes for that full push into him. Swak, he might be able to go in for a quick gank. Emotion spots him out though, hits him with a quick stun. Are we going to be able to see Swak get taken down? Because Black Cat in here with that support as well. And that Lux will pay for teasing them.
Yeah, and I guess he didn't really... counted that work to be in place as well. So Emotion will be able to just easily get that body slam across now over the mid side. Here are Ravens trying to actually commit, but this will turn into 2 versus 1. And Raven, he doesn't really have flash, but he will respect their territory. Now, up for contest is going to be the Rift Herald. A little bit of vision here that will be able to scout up ahead. Sem9 knows about this. A little bit of replay before you hop into that, as this was a beautiful take. As we saw that package being dropped right in just to stop the rest of Sem9 from marching up ahead. And that's where they try to fall back, but everything has already been used. But with that, going back to action, this will be blood splatter across the rift. And still a little help left. Sem9 now trying to actually flush them off. Kato needs to escape, but this shouldn't be overstaying once and more. Oh man, they still walk out of it, but this is still the Rift Herald for Sem9.
Yeah, poor play coming in here from Linkx eSports. They go in there to open up the Rift Herald so early, but 69 now getting rooted down, while Rabbit as well as Swag putting the damage on. Why is Black Cat backing away? 69 needs to go first, but he will use the turret for that backup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and the reset does not come through for that Corki. Very cheeky gameplay coming here for a 69. He needs to be a little careful. This Jarvan can make him pay a high price for this.
Speaking of which, he's already going on the pursuit as well, and I guess Sem9, they exerted right amount of pressure over onto the targets such as 69 as well as Emotion in that previous fight, and after having Roja being flushed out with so little health, all they could do was just to fall back and give that Rift Herald over, but still, a really good attempt come from inside of Linkx eSports. They wanted that Rift Herald for themselves, but they don't have enough HP to outlast the battle.
Yeah, and that's just so unfortunate, right? They had no eyes. They weren't really gatekeeping the area of that river. And you know, that just forced them out of the equation. And a very, very simple pick on the Rift Herald from Sem9. Black Cat will be going in here for that push this time. Are we going to be able to see Linkx eSports, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get a couple of objectives back for themselves? They are on a 4K deficit as far as gold is concerned, Contra.
Yeah, and look at the itemization. We already got the Guardian Angel available for the Kazo. That's going to be the jungle of Sem9. And for Emotions, he finished off the Sunfire Aegis just to make sure that he could just have a little bit of better minion clear, as well as more tankiness. And over on the mid lane, Kato has already completed Route. Aegis will need to buy a little bit more time for the full stack of stats that the item offers, while comparing both ADCs, you can definitely tell that Vbliv, the Rune King, for Wild Rabbit here, being the primary focus will be very, very important because he wants to shred out some of these tanky units such as Black Cat, Rojak, or even Emotion. Oh, it's there!
No, that Lux. Beautiful spark being sent through, and Roja, who was just about to deward the area, where they will set off a team fight because the team for Sem9, they want to force Linkx eSports back, or at least take a couple of them down. The Drake is going to be the next objective in here. Camille, as she pushes in for the engage as well. It's not a full-on committal coming in here from Linkx eSports, and for a right reason. They don't want to lose their lives early, Contra.
Yeah, and they definitely respected a little bit of these territory, and that Sem9 could easily go in for the recovery as well. You don't want to be fighting Sem9 when you're down in terms of items. Now, the power being popped out, which means that they need to clear this one or go in for the break content. I guess might as well try, as they'll be sending more members up ahead. So the gal will be ready, as they will have Emotions being more and everybody goes on full force. Sem9 secures the Drake, as there will be Raven with the moonfall. He gets shut down, and yet again over the back, Sem9 trying to pick each one of these members apart, as the rest of Linkx eSports they will have to make a run for their life. It's a little help, but the hook shot, it connects, and RH is chasing him for those kills, and he will be slain off, and 69 will go blow for those kills.
Yeah, damage done. Sem9 perfection, and it is all thanks to our hedge for that move, man. The Hextech Ultimatum just manages to capture one player in there, blasts away the rest, making sure they can't go in for that steal on that Drake. And that was perfection in that team fight, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, they try to go in for the Juggernaut, but RH would lose his life. Sem9, they back away, but they've gotten their objective, Contra.
Right now, 39k in the bank while they secure themselves the death stands for our hedge. And I'm just looking through some of these extra items out there. I guess that we'll be seeing a little bit more tankiness that will be brought forward by Ravens eventually, alongside with, of course, the damage. They've already secured 2 stasis enchant for both the Kaisa as well as the Diana. Meanwhile, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter being bought in for Galio. This is something that pro players will look at it as more of an option than something of a necessity. Of course, giving a little bit of slight buff and battle of supports, but it's just going to be a Braum popping the redemption, getting his health healed back up.
Now, at this point, you've got to ask yourself, is Linkx eSports going to be able to gather up their team and make a better play? Because obviously the attempt for Baron is not going to come through from 7-9 just yet. They want to flush Linkx out first. Lux with the final spark, but doesn't connect with anyone. Roja as well as Black Cat will try to push the members of 7-9 away. But of course, to no avail. Wild Rabbit might get caught out here, but with that true damage, they need to be very careful with this engage here. But they will still go into Tri-Contra.
Oh, Assault Battery onto the Glacial Victor. Quick connection, but Wild Rabbit will literally bring in the status enchant as he uses Killer Instinct to move right away. Here comes Raven with the ball. Everything is going downhill. Linkx eSports getting them knocked up in the air as well. TP coming from Wilson. He gets on. And it's still going to be the rest of 7-9 on this roll for our head to be able to have 800 kills. This will be an ace for 7-9.
You can try to hide, but you cannot run, my friend. Our edge with that beautiful X-Ray ultimatum just to hold Kato in place. Dude, we saw that Kato try to run away, man. Unfortunately, they get aced out. And the damage will be brought forth by Wild Rabbit onto the turret solo. But not much of, damage can be inflicted by 7-9 because they themselves lose 3 players in that process contra. Of course, they'll have to go in for that reset. Jarvan will hold the fort because they might want to try for Baron now. Here comes the players of Linkx eSports.
Yeah, and a Baron contest here would still be a little bit difficult. And we're looking at an Iceborne Gauntlet for Gragas. This is going to be a full tank build that we're looking at for the likes of Emotion, as he's already working on the Torn Mill as well. So they're just hoping to get enough spacing in the hopes that 69 can eventually get himself even more beefed up with those expensive items that you were to purchase on that Corki. Now, hasn't had the Infinity Edge just yet, so got to work towards that amount of gold. And speaking of gold amount, it's a perfect 10k lead for 7-9, missing a little bit of the charge as Rojak will be trolling behind the rest of 7-9. We do have a little bit of a disposition. Raven pops right in, and this is where all hell breaks loose. And with that final spark connecting onto our core members, he gets locked in, but that's not the target that they are hoping for. Trying to actually catch the zone. He has the Guardian Angel available, and once again, get clipped up. 7-9 rushes into the enemy line just to brace them once more. Perfect timing for Baron.
Oh, look at Wild Rabbit just snuff out all of that minion wave on his own, just not worrying about his HP because he knows his own wave is coming forth. They'll go in for that inhibitor as well. The whole of team for Linkx eSports, they've been aced out, and this is an all-out Nexus takedown as 7-9 secures win number 1.
Yeah, and well, it wasn't all too straightforward for the side of 7-9, but when they got into a submit game, they knew that they could press on all these advantages of the picks that they do get with that age. They saw, okay, if there's enough time, we'll just rush in for the Nexus. And just about it. Game 1 being secured by 7-9 in stylistic fashion. And you got to give credit to Wild Rabbit in that last, the previous fight when we got the first ace, right? Because he was down to 1 HP, he turns golden. Once he got golden out, and he just used his Killer Instinct to move right away. I didn't thought he will survive, but there was still some spectacular plays being brought forward by both teams.
Oh, Wild Rabbit, just like you mentioned, man, he will pick up the deserved MVP because in this game, he doesn't even fall one time, picks up those 7 kills with the 10 assists. But it's Kazuo that does slightly better than him with those assists. He equals up those kills. Sem9, absolutely bombastic in game number 1. Linkx eSports, on the other hand, although Emotion went in there with the triple kill, they couldn't really capitalize much from all of those engagements, Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say that every one of these members of Sem9, sometimes they look like they were about to be picked apart. Of course, Swak did receive the short end of the stick a couple of times alongside Ravens, but they managed to go in for a really, really strong recovery. And if they're diving through your turrets, not the first tier turret, but all the way down to your second tier turret, you know that there's no room to hide. You just either have to fully commit to the fight or just lose out to that. And you just look through the entirety of the battle here. Emotion has been dishing out quite a lot, even as a tank, just securing pretty much a good triple in one of these fights as well. So I want to see a little bit more of a solid pick when it comes down to the ADC. If they do have the Kaisa on the side of Linkx eSports instead, I think this would have been giving them a lot more room to breathe. So with that, Sem9 here, you can see the utmost amount of damage is being dealt by RH.
Yeah, man. And of course, on the Linkx eSports side, that Corki didn't do too bad at all. We expect always that Corki to bring on that flurry of damage. But in terms of being able to turn all of the damage into situations that, that grabs them, those objectives, it didn't really go according to plan. At the end of the day, there wasn't a pick on the Elder Dragon. He didn't even make his appearance. Even the Baron Nashor wasn't taken down, but it was mainly towards those team engagements that Sem9 was just so aggressive on, and they managed to get it done to perfection. And it's not like, we saw Linkx eSports go in for some careless engagements, 1 or 2 maybe, but most of it was perfection from Sem9's side. So how are the Linkx eSports side going to be responding to them in game number 2, Contra, is what I'm most interested in.
Yeah, in terms of draft, I definitely think that it is a really solid form coming from inside of Linkx eSports. They just need to really go in for a little bit more proactive approach as well. It was Sem9 that was calling most of the shots, especially with Kazuo as well as RH, that initiates the fight usually, and Ravens giving a little bit more room. So Linkx eSports also have to work on the second thing, which is a priority focus, because we see many of the members of Sem9 having the ability to dish out sure amount of damage, like an average overall, like the lowest amount even from Swak was 9k. Imagine the rest of them if they didn't manage to stop them. So they just have to find a way to really go in for certain picks and then come right back into those full-blown fist fight that we saw in some of the team engagements that we have witnessed. But nevertheless, it was still very exciting, a 20-10 scoreline, but it wasn't to say, oh, it was an absolute massacre that came out of Sem9. So with that, AJ, any thoughts before we go on the break?
Yeah. I want to see more from Black Cat. Black Cat needs to go in there, step up to those front lines and absorb or tank more of those hits for his squad, right? Because this time, Black Cat seemed a little under the weather. Maybe when we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that's exactly what the changes will be from the Linkx eSports side. Contra and I will be taking a quick short break. When we come back, game number 2.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky dan bukan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Siang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
But I can't do this anymore, no. Don't
take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. I've been reminiscing the late nights. We'd fall in love in the moonlight, then wake up at sunrise. Now I'm just singing the we should go back to when we were, hold each other and feel good. Down and out, I hit the floor. All is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore. No, no. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home. So take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know, 'cause baby, you feel like home.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk serangan teleport telah pun tiba. Siang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for the League of Legends Wild Rift, made possible by our awesome partners Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with Contra to bring you all of the hottest action from the Rift. And thus far, between Sem9 as well as Linkx eSports, Sem9 has shown that they are the better side. Or will they be able to hold on to that title? Because as we go into game number 2, Linkx might be able to pull one back just as you predicted, for us to push this into a 2-1 scenario, Contra.
Yeah, I guess that when it comes down to the drafting phase, both sides really have a really good ideation as well as getting those key priorities. But now, I guess that Janna ban was also something that they've also witnessed that, oh, it does affect when it comes down to these big plays. And Black Cat, like you said, wasn't looking all too comfortable. So hopefully it will be able to get their Janna back without it being banned away by Sem9. So with that, we'll be looking at what the second draft here will be bringing to the table for the likes of Linkx eSports. And I just thought that they've done a few things right when it comes down to a few contests, but it's just about priorities when it goes down to who do you want to focus out from the Sem9 side.
Absolutely right. Are they going to be maybe able to steal the Camille away this time around? Because that's going to be able to give them that opportunity to focus down on their biggest pain point within the team of Sem9 itself and then go in for that lockdown, right? And it doesn't really matter. I'm not really focusing in on those team fights. Even when you break it down into those fight down the Baron lane or even down to mid, because Sem9 seems to be pushing a two-player mid down sometimes just to build that pressure up that mid lane. That was the way they managed to go in for the first push on the turret as well. So let's see if not Linkx kind of has all of these responses that we expect them to bring in as we drop into the drops, Contra.
That's right. We go to the Maggie High Cup Champion Select.
Again.
As Sem9 will go back to the blue side and don't want anything to do with the Janna that is the comfort pick for Black Cat. Yes, we mentioned that it's not really a big threat, but when it comes down to sustainability, when it comes into those engagements, so this will definitely affect, especially when you have redemption that will give you another layer of healing as well. Now, the other ban will be Fiora for the side of Sem9. What about Linkx eSports?
Yeah, you've got the Camille as well as the Akali taken out of the equation, so they don't want to take it for themselves. They just don't want to see it on the side of Sem9. Gragas, obviously a solid pick from Sem9 to be able to just roll in there with his barrels and then throw all of them off guard. Diana as well as Lux coming into the side for Linkx eSports here. So we will not be seeing Swagfly in there sparking through. But this time round though, Contra, they managed to get that Lee Sin back in.
That's right, they didn't ban it away, and that leaves a little bit more room for Sem9 here to really exert some early game pressure with Kazuo moving around the map. So Raven here, once again, picking up the Kai'Sa for Wild Rabbit, while 69 will have to go for another option on the table, which is going to be the Ezreal. Now, Ezreal always comes in with a very flexible build when it comes down to itemization, either Trinity Force or the Ice Gauntlet pathway, which of course offer different sort of stats. And usually when it comes down to the pro play meta, the Iceborne is being quite heavily favored just to make sure that you can just kite away some of the members of the opposing side. Now, we've got both ends locked in, and I'm seeing a little bit more of an aggressive showing from the likes of Linkx eSports. Perhaps this might just be their chance here to go in for that pick, especially on that composition we saw. If they can get 1-2 kills here and there, they can, of course, stop the pressure of a team fight.
Yeah, and hopefully they are able to do that, right? Because they need to hold down the aggression of Sem9. We saw exactly how many times they went in there for those pushes, and they managed to come out on top of each and every one of their aggressive push in game number one. Linkx this time around with their drafts, just like you pointed out, Contra, they should be able to manage that aggression a little bit better, but it will boil down to exactly the strategy that they go in here for that place, right? And it might just be a quick ward placement for a push here. Galio doing the exact same thing, as well as Emotion, and very, very good start coming in here from Linkx eSports. They just now need to juggle their view and as well as their sight on this map to take a couple of early objectives for themselves.
That's right. And Millie going for a very solid leash. Swak plays on that Rakan, which we see him do from time to time as his Lux has been snatched away. So what you want to do with the Rakan is to, of course, protect your teammates by just shooting them, dashing across, and going with the grand entrance right now. Knocking 69 up in the air, and Wild Rabbit overextends for a little bit, and one more tick of health left. The heal in time. And 69 has yet to use his barrier, not expecting the likes of Sem9 to pursue much further.
Yeah, that Gragas is going to be getting quite a bit of support because this Lee Sin is starting off on the bottom right-hand side of that jungle. And he should be crossing over to the left. And by the time he gets there, he should be around, what, a level 5 as he takes the scuttle. Oh, he goes in for a quick invade as well. But just to place that side ward to give his side a little bit more of an advantage. And a quick entrance in here. And Black Cat will be in a lot of trouble as Kazuo, beautiful knock-up coming through. And Lee Sin scores the first blood.
And there you go, a double for 69 as well. He flashes for the kill. A little bit of over-aggression being shown by the likes of 7-9, and it's Linkx here to be able to recover back on their own 2 feet. Ravens try to pressurize the side of Kato. Now flash is available. Being burned out as well. Kazo tries to go into positions, goes in for the flash. One more tick of health, and that red buff will burn his HP. Wow, 2 for 2.
Nice one coming in from both sides. Of course, the response to the aggression from 7-9 is a perfect way to Linkx eSports to ask them to check their attitude in this game. You come in with an aggression, we'll make you pay for it. And that's exactly what 69 went in there and did. So maybe that will just curb the aggression of 7-9 early on in this game. We are hoping for that, as Emotion is going to be in a little bit of a trouble here right now. He needs to go in for that recall. I don't think there's any honey fruit in there for him to go in for a quick fight as well.
Okay, our Hitch also being a little bit more ferocious. He drops in his ult, hoping to connect for a kill, but just a little bit off of the mark. So this is where I see that Linkx eSports, they're tired of dropping in games. They're tired of getting pushed around, and they've been able to respond in due diligence. But over here, Grand Entrance misses, and the snare on top, and that will be the true top of Rush. While Rabbit has to make a quick run, and there will be an super mega rocket, well, Inferno bomb drop right down below. I'm just pulling up whatever I say, but then again, kind of butchered the spell name while at it.
So much better though, Contra. So much better of a response coming in from Linkx eSports. If they keep this up, I'm just loving this draft pick, man. They are able to respond to that aggression with aggression, and not for anything. They just want to hold their line down. They want to just make sure 7-9 does not creep up their alley. They want to make sure their laning phase is perfect so they can build up that momentum towards that midway game, right? We are going to be seeing that Mountain Drake drop in about 15 seconds, and I think Linkx is in a prime position to pick it up as well.
That's right, and with that, you know, Jarvan could easily single out enemies with his Cataclysm, but Kazo could also negate the danger by dropping in the Dragon's Rage, usually being pulled up by a Rumble when it comes down to securing the Drake itself. Now, no Vision Ward on towards that Pixel Brush. That will be a recall being set in place by Kazo. So just needing a little bit more of a backup, and that's where Emotion tries to join to this team fight here. Same goes to the likes of 7-9. All of them are going in with 5 members prepared for this great contest.
This time, Linkx eSports not making that mistake of going in for that early opener. They are waiting for 7-9 to come in here and to challenge them for this Drake. Are we going to be able to see 7-9 go in for a quick takedown as well as a slay later on? Kazuo dropping in. The steal might just come through, and they have still managed to hold on to it, Contra.
Wow, what an ult coming in from the Diana. Now it will be setting them on towards an awkward scenario. But 7-9, they have the better trade team, they have repositioned, and only having 69 left. There goes the bombs and everything troubled in the kitchen sink. He dodges it, and 69 will still be full before.
Take my package, my friend, and get out of here, says that Ziggs. Beautiful kill, and they will not be able to take this turret though, because Roja as well as Emotion is back in action. And beautiful play by Linkx eSports. They are, still trying to catch up on the goal, but nothing too much to shout about. Amazing recovery, Contra.
Yeah, and this is what I really want to see in every single bout between any team that's being on the rift. Like, finding answers when even you're being set right back. And speaking of a setback here, Emotion, he still manages to make a little bit of a run, but not for long with the body slam from our Hedge.
That's the kind of engagements we don't want to see in here, but unfortunately, and he still had his flash on him. Not so sure why he didn't just use that to his advantage, but in 4 seconds he should be able to get his butt right back into the fray, as Shelly is now the objective on the map, which 7-9 is planning to go in for the take, but Linkx eSports is already by the horizon waiting for them. Let's go, Contra.
Yeah, final spark, and the Inferno Bomb has been set up as well. Tugging down the health of Roja. He's about to pop his Guardian Angel. They're going for the engage, and Kazo has been able to remove the health bars, and that is a triple man grand entrance there that sets them up in the air. But for the rest of Linkx eSports, they are looking to win this fight outrighteously, and he goes in for the dive. His mind's telling him no, but his body says yeah. And here comes our hits with TP as well, coming from the back, and suddenly Sam9 turns it around. My goodness, this is a bloodbath, and Sam9 somehow out of nowhere they recovered, and they will celebrate with the red.
Yeah, GG, bro. Shelly taken up so beautifully. This is Sam9 at its best. For a moment there, they looked like they were outnumbered, outclassed, but they turned it around so fast, which is the main reason why Sam9 continues to capture the hearts of so many Malaysians in here, man. These guys, they absolutely know how to heat it up at the rim.
Just look at the stats right now. 205 on the Gragas, coming with a spectacular TP. And you've also got Ziggs here that kept on chunking the health bars away from Rojak until he drops down, and he has to force his way to back off. And they all fell prey and were locked into position, and it's due to that beautifully placed work over on the top side tri-push.
Yeah, and let's not forget, right, Lee Sin on that 505 perfect streak so far, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't know exactly how much more of aggression Sam9 wants to show Linkx eSports. They will back away for a little bit because the next objective will be saying hello to them in a bit. Linkx eSports just going in there, teasing around, de-warding the area just yet, preparing themselves for the Infernal Rake that will swoop in about 20 seconds.
This Diana is getting pretty much flustered by the Gragas over the top side, while over on the bottom, the Dragon Lane will be left out in the open, and I guess Wall Rapid will be able to take it down. Kazo trying to actually get a little position for it!
What an explosive cast placement! And then Ziggs finishes it as well off. Beauty from Sam9 Contra.
My goodness, where can you even run out from if you were to be 69? Now, Sam9 goes down to secure an easy break, and they know that this is no point for them to rush over the pit because they've already lost their key ADC in that real odd skirmish. And you know what? Usually, whenever somebody pushes past the halfway point of the map, they will be punished. And our hedge, he's too tanky to be punished. And 69 says, okay, maybe I could do a little bit of damage to this Gragas. He was proven wrong.
I love the way he used his ulti there, right? Not to go in for the takedown, not to do damage, but to just bring that player closer in towards him. And the final package from Ziggs, because RH just couldn't go in for that finisher, was team perfection coming in from Sam9. Linkx eSports, they've got so much to get done in here, man. 8K, you know, they are still trailing on that goal. They do have one objective, but there's nothing much to shout about. Sam9, they've gotten the Infernal Drake that gives them that extra buff in terms of attack.
Yes, man.
This fight is just going to get spicier.
It's a little bit of a dance around the mid side here, while the bottom lane will be occupied by both Baron laners. And with that, the wave has already crashed over the tier 2 turret over the bot side. And Wall Rapid! Wow, that's a good combo coming out to bring him down to 50%, but here comes Xiaoli. And the rest of M9, they really want to secure this one, and Rojak will be leading the charge. There's not this GA, but this might just be a catch. Oh, he gets stopped by the body block, and this is where Captain is locked in his place. Hero enters this, knocked them back up, but with that, Rojak is down on the ground, having to force away, and Motion is the first one to fall. And with another body slap from our end! This is ridiculous! Take away for top as well. Cattle just by a little bit more time. Few more shots coming in from Wild Rabbit to secure the kill. And, well, it's a good route. Turning golden. It misses everything, but this is where a good recovery. A third down barrage! Taking on to 3. And Linkx eSports have a big gas of air as they survive.
Yeah, A gasp of air is all they'll be able to get. This is not an advantage that they've managed to pick up for themselves, but basically all they've managed to secure to do in there is ensure they don't lose their inhibitor. Are they going to be able to stage a comeback in here? It all depends on how they take this game. They're going to be making an approach in towards Baron. I don't think that's going to be a good idea. The moment they start engaging that Baron, Sem9 is going to just come from the back and just wipe them out. So they need to be careful here. Black Cat 69 placing the pressure down mid. Oh, beautiful. Lux fires off. But it's not going to be enough though, as that final spark does not make any connection at all. Roja with that perfection as he jumped into the fray, but he kena Roja cow bro just now. Lucky for him, he managed to revive himself back.
Yeah, it was quite a stir indeed. And of course, in the middle of the mixture, while Rabbit is trying to get into a safer position, but I'm liking how 69 is playing throughout most of these fights. He's now catching up. 5 kills already in the back, and he's already secured his short item, being the Ruin King. He hasn't finished up his boot, so perhaps he's looking to complete a stasis enchant eventually. So just needing maybe another, extra 1,000 gold to get right by. And over the top side, I think it might just be a pick onto this Gallo that's being left all alone. Oh no! Oh no! He's already used up whatever he has, and he couldn't really see an escape out of this. Redemption is going to be far too late. 2 versus 1. And that brings down Kato.
Yeah, GG that Galio, man. Swag just swooped in there and made him pay for jumping into that fight. Alright, as well, Rabbit. While Rabbit has got the true damage on, Roja needs to be careful in here, but this is a team fight on the horizon at 3-on-3.
Wow.
Oh, beautiful explosive cast just to open up that battle. And right now, Roja jumping into the fray, but he's trapped, no Contra, and he gets slain as well by the Ziggs.
Oh man, this is going to open up the Drake once more. And with that, they do get a kill as well. And instead of calling in for Drake, cheekily, they move right in towards the Baron pit. I guess that nobody really notices this because there's not a single ward being brought right by Linkx eSports, and they will have to take it back to the Baron.
Yeah, and there's nothing that Linkx eSports can do, even if they did have eyes there. It's just all-out demolition here by Sem9. This was that explosive cast once again, just pulling those players back. And 69, as he tries to run away, Roja wasn't as lucky, Contra.
Yeah, they don't even have enough firepower because 69 get blown up due to that big pig of our hedge. So we also saw Swak with a kill on towards the enemy support, which we don't always see on a 1v1 support matchup.
It's going to be Linkx eSports trying to claw their way back in here, but with the Baron buff obtained by Sem9, and they just will empower their minions to place that pressure. But look at that Gragas up top. He's going in for that split push already. It is a 1-1-3 split right now. That Lee Sin's just waiting, getting it done. Ocean Dragon slain. Linkx eSports, bro, I don't know what comeback they're going to do because there's no coming back from this.
Oh man, I guess they just have to wait for the Baron buff to subside, and other than that, they do have both the Ocean as well as Inferno, and well, Kato, that con doesn't really work too well on minions, as he steps on even more of the satchel charges, and oh, wait, a solo kill on the turret? Our hedge? Hello?
I think it might just happen, bro. Swak as well as Kazuo are going to just make this so much easier. That split coming in from Sem9. Like I said, right? There's no way Linkx eSports is going to make their way back in here. Even if they manage to go in for a crazy defense right now, when that Elder Drake drops in, Sem9 is definitely going to go in for it, and it's game over anyway.
They're already breaking down the inhib over on the mid and eventually the top side as well. They're doing whatever they can to secure it. Body slam! Hero's entrance, and they will knock them up in place. But there's only solo left of Linkx eSports. This will be another game pretty much in the bag. And Emotion, he can only watch as he goes in move ball on top of 4 and sacrifices his life. And that was the last call. And Sem9, they get this win in the bag. 2-0 sweep.
GGWP tapau habis. Sem9 did not give Linkx eSports any chance whatsoever, but I truly loved the way Linkx played match number 2, so much more than match number 1, man. I mean, if we had seen that same sort of brilliance in the first game, I don't think Sem9 would have been able to walk away with a 2-0 victory in here. Well played by Linkx, but amazing showdown being brought in here by Sem9 Contra.
That's right. Definitely having a little bit more of a better pressure as well as an opening. And you got to really say RH was definitely the key to this victory here, because how many times did he cut people off with the explosive cast, and by that denying them that pressure by taking on like 69 as well as Emotions? Yeah. Well, did we expect Emotion to lose even with the help of a turret over the top side? No. And this guy has been continuing to impress as RH. Back then, he was champions of the Hyper Play, back when he was playing the League of Legends PC. Now he comes in, he wants that title here in the C Icon Series MY.
Let's take a quick look at the match stats and see exactly how crazy this Gragas was in that matchup, and whether or not he managed to pull in the MVP for himself as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Now, Ravens is the one that gets that done with the 7 kill as well as the 11 assists. I'm curious to know the sort of a damage that RH brought in with the 14 assists, but of course, you got outshined a little by Swak with that 17 that he caught in for himself. Sem9 overall, absolute beauty as they dropped into game number 2. Not too shabby as well from 69, picking up that SVP for himself, a 5-5-3, falls a couple of times, but not impressive at all in game number 1. A good recovery in game number 2. Contra.
Yeah, just look at the itemizations. Of course, Sem9 has a lot more gold to work with, and RH did pull up the teleport here that has been able to come up clutch in very significant moment, especially for that Rift Herald take. Emotions was just flustered out. Yes, he soaked a lot of damage, but just look at Ravens, dude. Like, he never seemed to have missed a single bomb being tossed across the Rift and landing some really strong Mega Inferno bomb on top of anybody that tries to escape or even start up some of these fights. And, well, 14 minutes of play, and this is the result of Sem9. Imagine if we go 20 minutes.
Who can stand with them at the Rift for 20 minutes? Yes, I know there are a few answers, but as far as Linkx eSports was concerned, yeah, there's no way they could take it up to, anywhere past where they managed to pull it thus far. Roja not being able to get most of those damage done because this flick kau kena Roja every single time he stepped in there. They just aimed for his head and they took him down, and I just felt bad for Roja throughout that whole game, and it looks like they had like something very personal with Roja and they wanted to take him out of each and every one of those team fights.
Yeah, and I just felt that, Roja, he needs to go in for a little bit more of a solid defensive build where you can also rely on as a Jarvan on towards the late game. But I wouldn't really question the way that he plays because he has tried to get those advantages for his teammates, and rightfully so on the very first Drake. But after that, the other fights, it was a little bit of mispositioning coming out of other members of Linkx eSports that have resulted to this. While members inside of Sem9, they're just a little bit more quicker when it comes down to thinking on how to go in with the recovery, and hence why Sem9 here, they knew how to not only pick up more kills when they are ahead, they just took the right objectives. When we saw some of the fights actually being won over the mid side, instead of going for that Ocean Drake that was up available, they say, okay, if they were to suspect this Ocean Drake, why not we just go in for the Baron, because they've already got so much health. So with that said, this concludes another perfect 2-0 finish for Sem9 as we will go on the post-analysis segment here for the past 2 games that we've just witnessed.
Well, this was the opener as we saw Kazuo go in for the quick jump, but of course he did not manage to get that steal. Vi managed to settle that off, but it broke out into a team fight on the other end, and Sem9 tried their best to get this sorted out, but this capture was what got them done in, and Kato would lose his life right after Contra.
Yeah, that cataclysm came right on time as well, and Kazo quickly purchased that GA there that has been able to turn that fight around. But this was another fight over on the river, Hexet Omen locking them in place. And yet again, as they were being all too tied up from that battle, this was where the moonball came in from Raven here to pull back the numbers. And it looked to be an equal trading at first until their health bar slowly dropped out, and it was only going to be 69. Eventually having a little bit more room to breathe until Arhead drops in with a perfect hook shot just to chase them down.
Yeah, and of course he would get taken out of that equation, but that was the sort of pressure that Sem9 placed on Linkx that forced them back out of these engagements so many times. The glacial fissure kind of missing its mark there. But of course, they would go on to wrap this up so cleanly time and time again, Contra.
Yeah, and this was a very, very aggressive side that Sem9 has shown back in game number 1. After this ace, it was pretty much them rushing for the end. As we move on towards the second game, this is the most exciting early level fights that we've seen. Grand entrance with a kick connecting, and that's where a little bit more turret pressure has been soaked right in for 69 here to flash in, gets a double kill.
Yeah, and this time around, the side of Linkx, they managed the aggression from Sem9 a little bit better, but dude, RH was just crazy with those explosive casts and the placement, man. And that was the package every single time Ziggs delivers that bomb. He gets that slay, and it is so well placed from both. The combo between RH as well as Ravens, untouchable, Contra.
Yeah, and speaking of which, this was one of the bigger explosive casts that actually won them this fight because they immediately obliterated the Ezreal from the fight, and after that, they chased right through. And we don't have to watch the rest of it because it was a little bit painful after that Baron call. They eventually choked out the rest of the enemy side. So Sem9 here, they are a team that can actually still make very good shot calls even in the heat of the battle, and that is pretty much the edge that they do have against many of their opponents. And this time, of course, very unfortunate for the side of Linkx eSports, but yet again, they still have another series right after a break that we'll be calling in for, because for our Muslim and brothers and sisters, they'll need to actually open up their very first meal of the day with the iftar break. So, AJ, I think 2 games have gone past, 2 matches in total, and we've seen very, very strong fronts being put up there from both Sem9 as well as Berjaya Dragons.
Absolutely right. And Sem9 has managed to do very well right now, but will this momentum be able to carry them into a great match when we try to wrap this day up? Because later on, they will be meeting Geek fam, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and that is not gonna be the same, sort of a complexion as to how they took Linkx eSports on. Because if they bring that same sort of aggression early on against a team like Geek fam, yeah, they're most probably going to pay a very, very high price for it. Or I stand to be corrected. Maybe the early aggression from Sem9 that they have maybe practiced early on will be able to do them a great big favor. But of course, when we come back from the break to allow, of course, our Muslim brothers and sisters to break fast, Linkx eSports will perform once again, and this time against Eminence Raptors. And that's going to be quite an exciting matchup as well, Contra.
That's right, and I really can't wait to see what more can Linkx eSports come up with, because they actually showed some really convincing fights, especially in the early game. Just need to tidy up some of the team fights out there and protect their ADC a little bit more, because 69, I think he has been doing pretty good over on to 2 of these matches, 2 of these games that we actually saw against the likes of Sem9. So I would really do wonder who is the overall MVP as well for the side of Sem9.
And I think we need to make this relation as well, right? Because that Janna was blocked out twice. And the person who wasn't really performing much in there was Black Cat. Is this gonna be the weak link of Linkx eSports? I think it might have already been exploited and proven by Sem9. You block the Janna out of the equation, you don't give that proper support for that ADC, and down goes the whole play for the team of Linkx eSports. And if they don't fix this weak link, Contra, well, the future seems like it's going to be a little troublesome for them.
Yeah, I guess in substitution to something that's similar to what the Janna offer will be a Nami, because you can cap somebody with the bubbles and with pretty much the tidal wave to cause a big tsunami into the rift to knock everybody up in the air. It still is a lot better than, say, going to a very different kind of support, which is on the tank support category. Whether if you're playing the Braum or the Alistair, you have to be upfront when it comes down to blocking all the damage for your teammates, or also setting up the Glacial Fissure. So maybe it was maybe the style of play that isn't seem to be adjusted well enough in that brink of the moment for Black Cat, because he's coming into the game hoping to have an even footing, but Sem9 just pulls on some really good pressure points and eventually close up some of these matches. But we can't really blame Black Cat in particular, because I guess there was also a few areas of things that they have to work on when it comes down to overall team fights, because those laning phase fights that we saw over the bottom side, it was still working very, very well for the likes of Linkx eSports.
Yeah, but I really want to see this combo of the Corki as well as the Gragas step into the Rift again by Sem9. I'm not so sure why my webcam is super laggy right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it's okay. We should be able to sort it out later on. But, so far in here, Sem9 as well as Linkx eSports, it was quite a surprising 2-0 win for me. I really expected Linkx to at least pull one back, but of course, Sem9 did not give them the space to do that at all. And match after match, series after series, Sem9 has just been getting stronger and stronger and stronger. But they will really be put to the test at the end of the day. Let's take a quick look and see exactly who swept up the MVP this time round, Contra.
That's right, and we'll look to see which member of Sem9 will be featured, and it will be Ravens with a KD of 3-8. But the last game, we saw him going on 7 kills, I do believe, with no deaths whatsoever. But the main reason why he's being quite the player is that he has 100% kill participation and a truck ton of damage being dealt across the Rift with 18k.651.
Yeah, and this was obviously a team play effort, right? Because that Ziggs cannot go in and just... I mean, yes, he can go in and do the damage on his own, but for those finishing hits that he managed to pick off on so many of those players, it was his team that continuously trapped and kept those players in place for the Ziggs to deliver that final package. Ravens as well as Sem9. Oh, I'm looking forward to so much more from them, Contra.
Whoa, man. That fight, all these battles have been making my hair drop all over the place. And of course, I need to calm down for a little bit more, as we've already concluded that battle. I'm pretty sure that things can spice up a little bit more, especially with a nice Maggie hot cup to, of course, enjoy our dinner later on. So I know it's still maybe another hour plus for our Muslim brothers and sisters to break fast, as we'll probably be doing some more fun stuff across the Rift, because from what I heard from the producers early today, we'll be going on another ARAM match on that Howling Abyss. So with that, it's time for me to whip out my phone and we'll get ourselves into battle. And this time, I want to challenge Ikuto. So, Ikuto, if you hear me, I've already beaten Nico, so it's you first. But instead,
no, Sir Cloud, no. If Sir Cloud goes in to face Contra, I have to face Ikuto. No.
Hey,
Ikuto
don't worry.
now, please.
No, it's okay. I'll go in. I'll go in at least on the strong footing against Sir Cloud. So let me just whip my phone out and invite them for that challenge.
Yeah. Hashtag baggy moments, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Share with us all of your comments as well as pictures for a chance to be featured on the stream. And this is a huge, opportunity for all of you content creators. If you are streamers out there, it's going to be a huge boost in terms of your numbers to be able to have your post shared on the ESL Malaysia page, right? So get in there, throw your hashtags in. And wish Contra luck. Make sure he wins it so that the English casting side can have a one-up on the Barca casting side, okay? Because we already won the previous one.
Okay, so I'm in the lobby already. And I'm waiting for Sir Cloud. So let's see. We got Swiper as well as NXL Amon. And, well, I wonder whose side should I take? Well, I'm gonna chat with some of the boys first. Don't mind me.
Yeah, let me just pull my ID out so I can pass them. Yeah, Mustacho's going to be playing ARAM too. I'm not looking forward to it, guys. Ikuto's going to kick my butt all over this place, man. Oh, God.
Okay, so seems like we're going to be also having you to prepare for game number 2. Come on, don't let me down, all right? So before we get ourselves into the matchup, of course, you guys can also win yourself some great headphones or, of course, headsets here with the new JBL Quantum series available. Visit jbl.com.my to find out more info. If you guys want to actually win all these gadgets, just make sure you share the live stream, pop your creative comments down below, and share the stream like I mentioned. Tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and hashtag SISMY. That stands for C Icon Series MY. And just may the best commenters win by the end of the day.
May the English side win. Ikuto, have mercy, man. Pick a shitty champion, please.
Ooh, a little bit harsh, huh?
Yeah, you gotta make sure you win this, bro. Okay, you gotta make sure you win this, because I'm telling you now, I am going to lose this for us. Okay, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to go up against Ikuto and win. No,
come on,
none,
have a little
Nada.
faith on the English stream side for whoever's watching as well. You guys can also hop into the Rift. If you're not confident, don't worry, fam. We've got your back. We are looking for more people to join in this ARAB matchup, so we'll be waiting for them to get right in.
He has your back. I don't know if I have your back. Okay, I'm just being honest with you guys. If you, all right. So Mira is in here as well. We've got Kenway 4th Gen joining them. Pen V as well. We've got NXL Amon, who's a diamond Contra cast, platinum. Swiper joining Contra as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I wonder if Typo Cheese is going to be jumping into the fray. He might just do so. I know Jan joined. Okay, Typo Cheese is not going to be jumping into the fray. Let's see. We've got 3-on-3 so far.
Well, I don't mind a 3-on-3 battle too, if that's the case. Well, the more the merrier, usually. So we'll look for 2 other players on each side. Come on. If you guys are challenger, you guys are welcome right in my team. Okay, so still waiting. We're just hoping to see if there's going to be any challenge at all coming from Sir Cloud or Never One. Gotta give it to them though. Last time that we fought, it was a pretty close one until somebody threw the game, right?
Yeah, I was I was shocked that they didn't pull away. I mean, Mira lost her life already when the Nexus started firing back, and that is fine. But thank goodness it was Mikos, man, because Mikos just stood there and he tanked the final blow. And of course, Contra, thanks to you, you pulled it back for the team. But just go and trash them in game number 1, okay?
Okay. Well, if they give me my Akali, I know what exactly to do. So let's see.
Let's see exactly how we pull this off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is just a friendly, so-called friendly ARAM. Our team name is Punko. Nobody saw that on stream, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nobody saw that at all.
Okay.
BKH.
Seems like I've already got my side set up. Well, I gotta say this is definitely gonna be a real close one. So let's head right into action.
Shyvana being brought in here by Sir Cloud, Varus on Nidus, Graves being dropped in by Bobby J, as well as Ari and Misfortune, gonna be able to do all of those damage, ladies, German boys and girls. And Wukong, Wukong being picked up by Sir Cloud. He went in there for a quick change. My apologies, they didn't go in for the lock-in just yet. We've got a Vi on the side of Contra. Once again, not locked in just yet. Let's see
it's really
what
hard
else
to...
for the 4 players has.
Well, I'm still deciding what should I really go for.
10 more seconds, my friend.
Okay, I guess I'm happy to go on another run of Katarina. So, this is it. This is it. Sir
Okay.
Cloud, I'm coming for you.
Graves, you've got the Katarina in there as well. 2 more players, not locking anything in. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
Let me go into the rift and challenge Sir Cloud for the 1v1. Okay. 1v1. Come on, come on. We start that with a 1v1 and everything's all cool, all right?
Yeah, boy. Let's go, man.
Wait. Did I just hear that? Hey,
I'm saying being
just called me
thrown
a
on
noob.
Contra.
Hey, I got a lot of other champions, but I'm giving this, all right? You called me a noob for no reason. I'll show them.
Mira just
right?
called Contra a noob for picking Katarina again.
I'll show you.
Minions have spawned.
Okay. All right. Wait, I'm sending the signals in. I say 1v1, Sir Cloud. Let's go. Ooh. Okay, that hurts. There we go. First blood, boys. Ah! No! Not like this. Okay. So, there we are. With pretty much 1 death for myself. But hey, I got an assist for that particular pickoff. So I'm gonna come right in again. Okay, a little bit more difficult this time.
Red team champion slain. Red team double kill.
Aha, double kill. My friend AJ, where you at? I need you to cast this with me.
Yeah, I'm back, my man. I'm back. Never One is really low on that HP. Heyman should be able to go in for that push, but they are using the turret for that backup. And Never One, who called my Contra noob, is playing the chicken game right now, not even backing back to her Nexus, ladies, German boys and girls. Why? Because in the ARAM match, you just gotta go all out. You blow on that HP, you just gotta die, yo. And it's gonna be Swiper who gets charmed real quick. Sir Cloud going in with an aggression. And a quick knockdown. And bye-bye. And 2 players lost. Ayman as well as Contra has been snuffed out. Dr. Mundo goes down for the blue side. And Never One loses her life as well. Swiper, the Galio with the push in here on the defense with the turret. Bobby J cannot go in for the push. Why? Because of the minions right there before them. They need to depend on them, ladies, German boys and girls. Ayman right back in here. Contra as well with that push. Now, Bobby J, they've lost their opportunity for that turret push. How will they respond now? Come on, Contra. You got to do this first, man.
Well, I need somebody to open this one for me. So, let's see. Oh boy, I'm getting sniped. This is a little bit harder.
Oh, Swiper in with a real quick push. But he will pay for it as Dr. Mundo goes in for that push right back. And Contra really low on that HP. They are really trying to take this Katarina out of the equation. And I'm very sure that's exactly what Never One is shouting towards all of the players. Hey, Contra out! Hey, Contra out! Swiper, the ulti not available just yet for that knockup. He needs to back away. No minions on their side as well. The aggression needs to be maintained. Both sides waiting for their minions to make their way right back up, and it'll be for the side of red up top first, and only because the line that's being pushed up by Team Blue is just so solid, and a knock-up comes through, a 4-man knock-up on top of that. Contra unable to do anything, but the Galio comes sweeping right back through with that hero's entrance, and the response is strong. And all they can do, Team Blue, is run with their tails between their legs. And Bobby really low right now. Galio in with the swipes as well. They won't be able to go in for a full-on takedown.
All right, you want to see some big plays, my friend? Okay, I'm going to bring it to you real quick. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's go.
Oh!
Just kidding. Just
Dr.
kidding.
Mundo slaps the taste out of Contra's mouth, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay, now they back away into the bush, waiting for Penwee, but that doesn't fluster them at all. Sir Cloud still in here with that pressure. They aren't able to go in for the full-on push on the turret just yet. We will still have that pressure come on strong and hard against the side of Team Red. So far on the lead in terms of the kills. As far as the gold is concerned, Team Blue has got a very, very slight advantage in here. One more hit against Nitus. He should be able to get slain. Sir Cloud standing really tall and strong with his Ari gameplay. Viper needs to be careful. The Galio has got one more shot left in him before he gets snuffed out of action. Eamon in here with the pressure as well. They need to wait for this minions all over again. It is Team Red with the who are tanking a bigger loss in terms of the turret HP. And here comes the team fight once again with that Gragas on the beautiful takedown. And they will go right through, backing away from this action. Dr. Mundo extending a little bit more with that Mel fight who comes right through, smashes into Team Red. But Katarina gets the slay on Little Misfortune. One more Dr. Mundo, bye-bye, says Contra. And this pressure onto the minions needs to be placed. Contra. Did you just lose your life, Contra? Where are you on screen?
Yeah, I just gave them a freebie because, you know, already did my job. And I want to get my items up. So, yeah, that's how ARAM works. If you don't die, then you don't buy your items.
Hearts. They should be able to take down turret number 1 with the minions on the push as well. Hearts is going to be able to hold up a strong line. Will back away from this engagement, leaving just those minions to deal with Team Blue. And so far, it is Team Contra on the lead. Even with 2 really, really good players on Team Blue, the Barca side still cannot touch the English caster side. I am talking so much a shite. When I get into the ARM match, Ikuto's going to kick my butt all over the place. It's going to be... so falls back right now, really low on that HP. He should be able to go in.
Like, I told you, like, producers are never on our side, right? So
yeah, the producers are definitely not on our side, guys.
Okay.
Never won. Really low on that HP. She needs to be careful. This Little Misfortune, really squishy character. As she goes in, she needs to stay back. Contra turns golden for a bit, flashes away from danger. Perfect gameplay coming through from the English caster side. And a hero's entrance comes right back through for Swiper. A 3-man knockup comes through for the side of Team Blue. But can they capitalize on it? The answer is no, as Team Blue runs away once again with their tails between their legs. What can they do with a 2-man knockup coming through once again? Bobby's really low, and they will go ahead to lose yet another turret. But it's just Swiper left on the side of him. Or is it? Because Ayman is on the fray as well. They come right back through. Bye-bye, turret number 2.
What did I tell you guys, huh? What did I tell you?
Dr. Mundo finally attempts to go in straight, but Galio just knocks him up real quick to buy himself a little bit more time. Ayman needs to back away from this engagement. It's a 2-on-1 situation. Penwee really putting the pressure on because he knows this Dr. Mundo cannot go down easily. Ayman, is Viper going to be able to hold Dr. Mundo back? But no, the Jana gets taken down. Contra cast right now back into the fray. Are we going to be able to see the English side tap out this one clean, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? At the moment, Contra is giving us the confidence that that is going to happen with a 3-man knockup coming through. And that Katarina gets a little butt kicked out of the way. And for Gen, right now, really low on that HP, gets slain as well. Dr. Mundo, bye-bye. And that Nasus gets deleted out of the fray. Bobby J, Sir Cloud, never one going in for the push. That explosive cast can come in here for Kenway. Are we going to be able to see the ulti get popped? Never one can get taken out. Bobby J just very, very little on that damage. But so far, so good. The Barca side is not putting any sort of pressure that Contra's team cannot manage. Graga's going to lose his life, needs to back away from the situation. Oh, what a waste. But Galio manages to pull one back.
My team doesn't need me. What a sweaty game this is. Ah, boy.
Sweaty indeed. Nexus still left in here. Bobby needs to hold back. It's just the two of them. Night's together with Never One and Cloud out of the equation with this minion coming in here. This aggro is going to be quite hard to hold back. Swiper going in straight for the Nexus but cannot focus in because Bobby J as well as Penwee go in, and then Malphite goes for that slay as well. Galio taken out of the equation. Oh, hit up into the air right now. Ayman with a beautiful slay. Oh no! That Malphite, what? And Katarina taken out of the equation as well. Did we just get ace, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I think we just did. Oh no, here comes Gragas. He needs to hold the fray. He needs to hold the fort in here. But we've got 2 turrets. They've just got their Nexus. So this Gragas, even if he holds back from this equation, even if he doesn't go in for the full-on push, we still have an advantage in the game, and there's nothing that the Barca caster side can do about this. Wait, Gragas, hey, Macha, why?
Let's go.
Oh, here comes the Galio with a beautiful hero's entrance. But unfortunately, they are not going to be able to take him out. He turns golden for just one couple of moments of important seconds in there, and he's got his team right back up for that backup. Run, Team Blue, run! You better run, because here comes the slay and the final push as well from Team Contra. Are we going to be able to see the comeback in here by Sir Cloud and gang, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I don't think so. They need to wait for their minions to come back in here for that backup. Contra expecting this aggression from the team. A beautiful 2-man knock-up in here. Dr. Mundo making that very brave push. Can you teach that Dr. Mundo a lesson? There you go. Arthur slices Dr. Mundo, just as I said then. Sir Cloud still running around, prancing. Never one, almost taken down. 50% of that HP sliced off already. Contra needs to be really careful. A couple of more hits in, and they should be able to snuff Contra out. Here comes 4th Gen as well with that explosive cast ready for the fray. Are we going to be able to see a beautiful setup coming through here for Team Red, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Even if it doesn't come through, we are still good. We still have one more turret left. And the Nexus is well. Contra, finish it off, bro.
Hey, not so easy, bro. Okay, there we go.
There you go. Oh, Never One turns golden, but there's a quick knock-up from Team Blue. Oh, and Arts just goes for that slay. The Nasus is on fire. And Swiper, this Galio in here, tries to go for a quick knock-up on Bobby J. Manages to get the second one through. Now Bobby J is going to be in trouble. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation. Nasus loses his life to that Malphite. And those minions aren't going to be able to do much. Janna backs away from this fight. And Ayman needs to wait for his backup. Wait, the good side is we've already taken down their inhibitor, and we've got some buffed up minions in here on our side. Ayman can still go in for those shots on Bobby, but he's not going to be silly about it because this Janna is quite squishy when it's going to go and take that fight up against that Malphite. A quick knock-up coming through, obviously, to not gain any advantage whatsoever, but just to buy time for Team Raid, because here comes the one and only Contra with his backup, that Gragas as well. Galio with his hero's entrance should be able to jump into the fray in a bit. Contra with the push. Bobby J better back away. Dr. Mundo trying to clear out those minion waves first. Let's see exactly how Team Blue takes this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as the English casting side will back away, waiting for those minions to push up front first, because as soon as they do, Kenway should be able to open this up with an explosive cast, and we should be able to see that Galio go in there for this push as well. Contra's just waiting for that opener before he ends up giving that final blow. Come on, Contra. We are almost there. Never won with those cheeky shots coming through. Contra spins right through. Sweeper with the hero's entrance, but unfortunately doesn't pull anything off. Can they take out? Oh, Penwee. Beautiful kill coming through for Nasus. But Team Red will now go in for the full-on push. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is game over.
All right. Undefeated. There we go. Good job, everyone who just joined, right? And you guys are on the right side of the caster table. And first, thank you so much for having fun with us. So, my game's pretty much set here. Now it's your turn, baby boy.
I don't know if I'm ready for this. Let me, wait, hold on. Okay, there you go.
All right.
Okay, we've got this.
Let's check out some of the stats here.
Swiper with the Galio really getting the damage done, man. 11-4-21. Swiper was definitely on freaking fire. But the Dr. Mundo proved to be quite a pain in the buttocks for Team Contra, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Obviously, never one tried to go in there, but cheeky little misfortune had to stay in those backlines. But the support provided by herself as well as Bobby, quite solid, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, I definitely think that they put a lot of pressure on me. Especially Bobby. He flew in every single time with that unstoppable force, giving me quite a tough battle. But you know what? That was just the first game. Now I'm passing you the Baden right here. So yeah, fist bump first before we get in. There we go. Bah. All right. Take my energy, boy. Okay. So let's see. How would the Mustachio AJ fare as they are getting prepared for the next lobby? I hope you guys are enjoying the ARAM matches so far. All of this is first brought to you by our tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, and of course not forgetting Udo, powered by Cellcom, as well as JBL. So we are going to be witnessing some of the commotion that will go down the Howling Abyss. Now, yeah, I can see that AJ is already whipping out his phone up on the screen. So, AJ, what you got? Show me what you got right now.
I've got nothing, bro. I've got a good voice. I've got the ability to someday be a good caster for Wild Rift, but I have got zero talents in dropping into the Rift as a player, and Ikuto's going to kick my butt so badly, I will be lucky if I don't cry on stream. That's the situation.
I see. It's all right. No worries. Like, producer wants
Production
to
is
see
saying that they want to see me cry. What?
Yeah, because, you know, we've never really seen a macho man like you in tears before, so hopefully not today. We don't want to be seeing, you know, the table sweat by the end of the day. Yeah. But
I hope like the backup that I've got in here is strong, bro.
Yeah, come on, man. You got my voice here. Just to give you a little bit more energy. Oh,
yes, I have been just given information that Ikuto is scared to go up against the Mustachio, and therefore he wants to go against Contra, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That in itself is a win for the English casting side. Contra, go tap out the plug, Contra. Go tap out the plug.
Okay. That's pretty sad, you know, like, that's because Mr. AJ is still level 7, like he always said, he's a baby in the Rift, so we give him more time of training before he gets bashed up by Ikuto or any other players in the Rift, alright? So, give him time. This is worse than tears on the table, you know. Come on, get to level 10 already. It's just a few games. It's alright. You know, I'm just stretch a little bit more.
Get the clean streak lah, bro. Get the clean, proper 100% streak for the English casting side, bro. I belanja you makan, okay? Dinner on me tonight.
Okay,
but if you lose, you buy me dinner.
No problem. I'm up for that. I'm definitely up for that. Now,
All right.
okay, I'm a little bit scared because I'm looking at Vibrex here, who's currently joining. If you guys don't know who that is, that's a legendary player from Kuala Lumpur Hunters. He was also the manager at one point, and now he's part of the production team. Trying to smack myself here out of the rim. Okay, that being.
Hey, mana ini drafts lah. Let me see the drafts lah. Come. Change the screen. Nobody want to see my face. Let's go see what champions these guys are picking. Oh, channels don't choose champions yet. Okay.
All right.
Okay. But let us know, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, exactly how do you feel in the comment section, whether or not you're on Team Contra or you're on Team Ikuto, because Ikuto will be dying to come into the next match to tapau Contra, but unfortunately, I think Contra is a little strong lah. Jangan beban Ikuto. Contra name you. Okay, Contra too strong. Oh goodness me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I tell you, this whole era match is a riot, man. No pun intended with riot. Okay, so let's see exactly who will drop into the rift this time around. Ooh. Okay, so we've got Ikuto in here, Knight of Spirit, Vibrex, who is gonna be going directly for Contra. Oi, Amumu getting dropped in here. If it was a full-on match, I would be scared. Go snap that Amumu out of the equation, Contra.
And I got myself some really good picks as well. So this is where we are gonna be seeing quite a number of options. Actually, should I go for Darius? Should I go for Wukong? Don't know, but well, I'll stick to the Cannon. All right, and the Cannon players out there, a shout out to you guys. I'll hope to bring in the Storm here in the Rift. So we got a few more seconds left. Let's go. I'm feeling good. Are you feeling it? Are you feeling the trio already? Are you feeling the trio in the Howling Abyss? Of course. Let's see.
That's exactly what Contra is going to get. 3-0. 3-0. Let's go, yo. Seraphine dropping in here. Star Guardian Ezreal together with Sona. Darius as... what's the last champ there that you picked, bro?
I picked the Cannon. So, yeah, with the skin
Cannon.
Super
Okay,
Cannon. A little bit cuter.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is party time.
That's right, boys and girls. It's time for us to rock it. So, we're going to be moving right into the brush.
Oh, they're setting up a quick surprise already, but Espiritus not having any of that. Swiper under attack as well. Contra just moving in there for the full-on push, but he gets enough all the way down to about 30 HP so early in the game. Espiritus in the same situation will need to back away from this engagement right now. Ikuto, 100% HP, not getting himself involved in much of these battles. Contra is really low right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A couple of more hits in here. He should not be able to tag that. But here comes that support. Are we going to be able to see Team Red tap out Team Blue all over again? Penway with the aggression, but gets snuffed out of the equation. Bye-bye, says Seraphine. And it is going to be an all-out domination by Team Red once again, by the looks of it. Ikuto still on there, 100% HP. He can stay away as long as he wants. When Contra wants to go in for the kill, Contra will get the kill. Vipers jumps right back into the fray. And now Team Red is probably going to lose a couple of players for the reset, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nothing too much to be shouting about, as it's still early on in that game. Here comes Penwee with that aggression once again. One more hit and this guy goes bye-bye, good night. They will depend on their turret for a little bit of support. But Ezreal's just popping up, y'all. Fox in here. And Team Red still standing strong, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Are we going to be able to see... Oi! And they equal it back up with that Akali getting a double kill. Darius with that push as well. And so far, so good for Team Red as Ikuto gets taken out of the equation. Swiper Great engagement coming in from him, using the turret as that backup, waiting for the Darius to come back in for that push. And right now, they should be able to do exactly that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Team Red still taking up this pressure coming in from Team Blue. So aggressive from Team Blue. But is that gonna end up well, or is that gonna end up very badly for them? That engagement coming through, but Bobby manages to take so little damage in from that. Blue will lose one more player, and the Darius getting snuffed out, surprisingly. Seraphine returns back with one quick shot. Espiritus needs to be a little careful. Ikuto about to get taken out of the equation as well. Swiper needs to fall back and put Kenway in front. Kenway is going to be moving forward ever so slowly, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But they all get stunned at the same time, which means Team Red needs to be a little bit more careful in here. Penvi, very ballsy move, pushing up front, although his life is really low. But is that going to be in their advantage right now? They might lose a player, and that is exactly what they don't do. Penvi's such aggression will make him pay. Akali with an immediate response. Ezreal gets shut down by the Akali. Seraphine doing all she can, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to hold it for the Team Red side. And just like that, Team Red is up by 2k gold. In 10-6, they take the kill stats as well. Neither one of those turrets gonna get taken down, but obviously Team Red has suffered a couple of blows early on in the game. Cypress as well as Fox will try to fall back away from this battle. Bobby J with the Darius is quite low on that HP, but he should be able to tank a couple of more hits. Here comes Contra. Are we going to be able to see him going for that push? Because his Spiritus should be able to get caught out right now. Ikuto is low as well. Ezreal with a double kill, but gets stunned. Darius goes in for the dunk, but misses miserably. Ikuto should be getting taken down any moment now. And a beautiful takedown by that Ezreal comes through. And Contra will be able to get that damage done. Ikuto can't do jack as Team English just gets it done right. Turret number 2 should not get taken down now. That aggression coming through all the way from forward. A beautiful stun coming right back through onto Team Blue. Team Red getting it done really well. Bobby J backing away from this equation as Spiritus doing the same. Swiper, he made so much of an impact in game 1, but in game 2, the same can be said as well, with the Ezreal just so spicy on those shots. They will back away for the time being, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Flashing away. They need to wait for that backup. Contra is not in this equation. He is on that reset. A couple of more seconds in here. He should be right back into the fray. And when he does come back, Team Blue will regret the day they came in for that push. Here goes Contra into the fray. But unfortunately, the rest of his team falls back and Contra is going to get his butt kicked out of the equation. Oh no, run Contra, run! Run Contra, Ayman, you run too!
Oh boy. Ayman, I'm so sorry. I took that buff without him around. Now I'm just gonna give this.
They are going to be able to take our turret down now. Contra with a beautiful turnaround, and 4 is going to pay for this beautiful recovery by Contra. But unfortunately, he will get slain as well by none other than Ikuto. Now, Ikuto is definitely, he aimed for you, bro. He wanted to get the kill and he went in specifically for the kill. Bobby J in with that aggression in here so far. And Penby will need to fall away. They can go in for the inhibitor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Are we going to be able to see Team Red hold a strong line? Ikuto with that pressure. 4th gen in here, but he gets slain as well. Beautiful kill coming in from the Ezreal. But Ikuto gets it done for their own. He gets deleted as well. Ayman and Swiper going to be able to make a full-on push. They bring on those minions. 4 right in there, but a 3-on-1 situation, they can't do anything. Penby is really low as well, but Penby is gonna get deleted. Bye-bye, stunned and out of the equation. 4, Adamacha, run away la. You can't do much. They try to hold it in here, but they're gonna lose their inhibitor as well. 4 can't do jack, just like Ikuto couldn't do jack against Contra, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They managed to defend their inhibitor, but for how long? As that Akali comes right back in for Seraphine. Maybe a little bit of a comeback. Maybe a little bit of a payback right now from Team Blue as Ikuto leads the fray. 410 needs to back away. Beautiful flash coming in just to get away from this equation. But right now, Team Red, they are on the back foot. Are we going to see the pressure come in here from Team Blue? They need to wait for their minions first. Kenway as well as Bobby J using their minions to their advantage. Need to wait. buying themselves a little bit more time. Here comes Ezreal. Here comes a full-on team for Team Red. And this is gonna just break out into another team fight. And it's probably gonna be game over. Run, Ikuto. Run, my friend. Ben V, aggression once again. But Zapao, Zapu, Lee Chain all the way out in here. Are we gonna get it? See Ikuto getting taken out as well? Or Ezreal with the triple kill. Absolute fire as they go through. One more left in here. If they take 4 down, it's a full-on ace, and there's nothing Team Blue can get done. But unfortunately, they don't have the minions on their side to go in for this push, so they will back away from that inhibitor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, taking down the minions from Team Blue first. Four manages to hold nothing. Four's not holding anything. Four's just holding his little head in his hand, waiting, expecting Team Red to not go in for the push. And the inhibitor gets taken down as well as Team Contra continues to dominate at the A-Ramp in the Wild Rift. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a full-on team engage comes through right back in here, and they manages to take Ikuto out of the equation. Swiper going in for the full-on push. Espiritus, bye-bye, and gets ace. Ikuto, Bahasa Melayu side, take that, yo!
3-0. Here we go. Wait, we have a minute. We don't have minutes.
Saved by the bell because Mustachio couldn't get into the match day.
There we have it. Some real fun ride in Howling Abyss.
Bro. High
High
five.
five.
What the... Sorry, Bahasa Melayu Caster, sorry.
I got carried. Thank you to Swiper.
Yeah,
Thanks
Swipe was
to
crazy,
Amon.
bro.
Can't wait for Jen, Bobby J. Dude, you guys definitely had my back. So, of course,
I just want to know why is Swiper not playing at the Icon series, bro? Swiper should have been able to tap out so many of these guys.
Oh yeah, man. I want to see some of these guys to be participating in the C-Icon series someday. So, of course, work harder, get yourself qualified through the ESL Mobile Open as well, and hopefully we'll see him there. And I'm really lucky when it comes down to this composition because I got a Sona, I've got a Seraphine that's been healing my back when I got poked down to like 1 HP. So, yeah, these guys are my personal MVP. So shout out to my man out there, Kenway as well as Amon. You guys are the boss. Same goes to, of course, Sniper as well as Bobby J.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. You guys have protected the name of the English caster side. Thank you so much for carrying the match. Even if I had been in there, I'm very sure you would have carried me too. So thank you.
We're being a little bit over dramatic. Like, I wish like next week, you know, like we have this banter session. We want like the cameras head to head, so we can just scream at their face, huh? Take that, 3-0. 3-0. You want a 5-0? Let's bring it on next week. Monday night challenge. All right.
Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you guys follow the Bahasa Melayu casting side, a lot of shade was thrown on our side. A lot of shade. Even production also wanted to see Mustachio cry. A lot of shade lah. At the end, my man Contra.
All right. Okay. So, meanwhile, next week it's your turn. So, please don't lose.
I cannot promise you anything, bro. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we need to take quite a long break here so our Muslim brothers and sisters can go in here and break fast as well. Make sure if you're fasting, go ahead and break fast. Throw in a couple of Maggie hot cups in there to make yourself better as well. Contra and I will be right back at about 8:30 p.m.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan seorang. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
We definitely start off here with Eminence Raptors lineup, as this will be going on a best of 3. We got Steezy, Xion, Hilla, Fluffy, as well as Kit. So Hilla, brand new to the challengers there. We welcome him on board. But Xion, previously he was from Todak. After Todak has not qualified, he's been participating with Eminence Raptors, as he's still got a lot of things to prove on the Rift. But I really want to see a brand new survey composition that they will be drafting out later on to face off.
Yeah,
again.
high probability. Yeah, apologies, Contra. High probability of a 2-1 here, as Eminence Raptors have proven to be quite the challenges for the top spot, but unfortunately, just getting it done during the group stages hasn't really been very easy, as Crown over Rods, Kagame and Shanks drop in here for RTZ UndeRank. This might as well be one of the most balanced matches we will have at the group stages.
That's right, and I'm just looking at the side of Kagame as well as Rods. These two really are quite some clutch masters of their own, and Kagame, call him the outcast of BJD all you want. He's here to prove that he don't need no BJD to get back up on top. So let's see if RTZ UndeRank will be able to pull the numbers back in, or of course be proven wrong out there. So AJ, we're seeing quite a number of all these matches coming from RTZ UndeRank. Some of them really coming up on a high note, and there are some that see them really go down under.
Rank. Yeah. So consistency in terms of, going in there with their drafts and being able to play the main objectives of the game, the basics, they've got it all covered. Taking the fight up against the big dogs, on the other hand, we can't fault them for that. It's just the way it is. Unfortunately, a lot of these teams will still need to go through what the likes of Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek have already gone through, which is those months and years of planning and preparation up for this stage, right? But for the likes of RTZ and UndeRank as well as Eminence Raptors, not too shabby at all so far. So if they go into this match, most probably a 2-1, but the problem is, I don't know who's the 2 gonna go to. As we drop in here for the drafts, Ziggs as well as Akali gonna get struck off early, Contra.
Well, I guess that Ziggs here, after their buff here, people have been spamming him quite a whole lot, especially over the mid lane, where he is a little bit too safe, a little bit too tanky to be busted down, and also having a lot of damage output for every single nade that he does connect. Now, RTZ UndeRank once again opened things up, just like how they did in the past few weeks ago with the first pick of Katarina. Now, on the other hand, it's Eminence Raptors immediately locking in that Kaisa, so Xion has to respond. Either he wants to go in with the Braum or the Wukong right now. Now, Wukong is definitely one hot counter to Katarina when it comes down to team fights, because he can just cancel out the Death Lotus while she's midway channeling it through. So what they're going to do, they're going to pair it with the Galio here just to protect this Katarina a little bit more.
Oh, and I think the composition of the mix between Katarina, Gallia, Perfection, Jarvan going to be dropping into the jungle as well for RTZ UndeRank, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hiller's going to be able to pick up the third champion, and Gragas, as he drops in, should be able to, pick up the Baron lane, go down mid as well. Let's see what there you go. Brom coming in for that support in the Dragon lane as well. And obviously Kagame with his response in here. We need to see who's going to go down for the Dragon lane, and Zaya is going to be the ADC. So interesting and a strong pick in here. I've never been able to see perfection in terms of the Zaya usage in the competition thus far. Maybe today will be that day. And of course, Garen going to wrap up the draft for RTZ UndeRank in here. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a husband as well as a wife story combo that we'll see coming from the side of RTZ UndeRank. But then again, well, one of the lovers here in the form of Zaya will not be having Rakan all across, so they will be paired with the Galio. But when we look into it, the reason why Eminence Raptor comes with this sort of a draft is to make sure that there's no room for this Katarina here to be able to pop off, because they can actually flip her over or just go in with knockups, and there's just hardly any sort of a space for her to even make an escape if she is going in towards maybe the mid game or the late game itself. So a very strong disengage front for the side of RTZ UndeRank, but Eminence Raptor, they got to chain all their combos all together. So now we're heading into our first game of the best of 3. It's RTZ UndeRank versus Eminence Raptors as they go in for an immediate sort of a rush on towards the blue side. But this is not going to be a full sort of aggression that will be displayed, and that invade will be called off.
Oh, interesting move there. What do you think about this cinched pick coming in here from the Eminence Raptors side, Contra?
I definitely think it is one very, very rare pick. I'm not really a big fan of cinch in any form of way, but what RTZ UndeRank has to do to counter the cinch, once he's got his potions pretty much up available, that's where, he will be running rampant across the map, trying to actually proxy the wave and force members from the side of RTZ rank to respond to his split push, or even respond to his sort of annoying sort of ways of running around the map. But when you're fighting against a Garen, it's not that easy, so Crown's having no problem whatsoever. As you can see, an early retreat back to the base.
And everything else will fall into a more comfortable pace, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we continue with the laning phase. Xion going in here, de-warding for just a little bit as he gets involved in this fight. Rod's in a lot of trouble, but here comes Ovo for that backup and manages to get that slay on that Gragas.
What a turnaround coming in from Rods. Did you just see that counter engage that just happened? And I want a recap of that because Rods, even with a tick of health left, he dared to make a move just to support the Javern with the flank. And even down below, RTZ UndeRank is already winning the trade. Sports and Kids as well want me to back away. And I wonder how long can they hold on. That move in towards the mid side definitely was the plan, and unfortunately for Xion, he got caught out.
Xion's just waiting around in the jungle, might be able to pull off a gank here as long as Fluffy and Kids can go in and do the damage, but it doesn't seem to be that sort of a situation. So Xion is just going to be hanging back, waiting to see if or not he needs to interfere so they can pull away from that battle. Kagame in here with that deep attack right now. Shanks with the Galio should be able to get the damage done. Kids with that backup, and well, everything's just going to be all fine and dandy down here at the Dragon Lake. Kagame really pushing it, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, and I'm guessing the reason why is that he's already got the River Vision being warded up, so he can negate the pressure coming in from Xion anytime. And if they were to actually come in, Kagame still has the barrier, still has the flash as well, so he can easily make his way safely if he wasn't to be flashed upon on. So right down below, those wards will be able to spot out this day for as well. And now he's getting pretty much pressurized, but the Flag and Drag will be giving him a little bit of room to breathe as he cuts back to the river and back to the Crux.
Well, nice play in here so far. We don't know if or not they are going to be attempting for the first Drake that drops into the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Eminence Raptors, they look all right, but RTZ UndeRank look like they slightly more aggressive side at the very moment. They are going to go in for the reset, which means the Drake gameplay should come through in about 20 seconds, and the pressure from RTZ UndeRank will be there.
That's right. You really gotta love the Death Sworn Katarina skin on Rods. A little bit of blue hair as well as all the blades now being tossed up in the air as she goes in for a recall, and that will be a little bit of the items being purchased. You got some critical strike on the side of Kagami with the cloaks, and well, Rods. Wait, Shanks now having a little bit of barrel being popped right there, so they won't be having too much to suffer. That sniper will be missing out, and there goes Shanks trying to actually connect the taunt, but here comes the flag and drag. Perfect execution of Cataclysm, and they will go in all in with the Hero entrance as well. Now the hit is going to be dropping down low, but Ross will be able to clean up shop. Here comes Win, spin, everything on the line, but he will have one tick of health left. Landry's will be able to burn him up alongside with all the poison by Steezy. And with that, it equals down to 4-4.
Excellence coming in here from the Eminence Raptors. Not only do they manage to hold off the team of RTZ UndeRank, but they also equalized the kills on the board. It was a 2-0 up, and we've equalized it back to 4-4. And look at the goal catch-up as well. Eminence Raptors really making it up in here. It's a good comeback, but can they maintain this as they go in for the attempt on the Drake? The steal might come through, but there is a blast cone at that back, so they need to watch out for this as RTZ UndeRank come in here for the approach contra.
Wow, Steezy definitely made a smart move to just flip over to Jarvan as he does not have any sort of entry point, and Shanks immediately getting flushed over, but this is going to be the simple connecting, and he needs one more blade to be able to actually reach all the way towards the back. And with that, Rots will be halted for only a slight bit. Pressure on top of the tower, but Eminence Raptors, they are choosing to fall back, giving this one away to RTZ.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. There's no way they would have been able to go in there and protect the turret. Even if they wanted to go in for a full commit, it would have been a terrible idea. And this was that team fight once again.
Yeah, just look at how beautiful this was done, and maybe just have the Cataclysm on top of what happens right next. Direct entrance. Go into the Death Sworn, well, Death Notice, just to correct myself. And with that, it was a little bit messy, but I like it all the way through because Rod's now being enabled. And instead of going in for the usual for runes, you are going to be looking at her taking the Conqueror. So the longer she stays in battle, the more damage she has.
As well as Shanks going to be dropping in here towards mid, and a quick reset going to be coming in from Rods as they set themselves up. They won the fight for Shelly, and RTZ UndeRank just going in for the quick bait, expecting Eminence Raptors to come in here for the push. The reset does not come through, and they will flank right round Shion, leading the fray. Ovo right in front of him, but they will back away. They want to see RTZ go in for the push on Shelly just first before they come back in here for that fight.
What a knockup coming in, and that Cataclysm is a little bit too far front, and everyone's bailing all the way through. Flash coming from Tion, he does have a GA, and this is where they manage to trade it all the way across. And RTZ UndeRank, they lose one member, same goes to Eminence Raptor. I'm not really liking how that fight went down because they were diving all the way in towards the enemy lines of the turret. No minutes for them to work with, and this is where RTZ, they're running right in, and they're cutting the exit as well. Here comes the flank and the steal! And this is RTZ taking Shelly out, and Fluffy's going to be the next one to fall. Here comes the Katarina going in, hopping across. Crowds will be able to actually secure the kill eventually, but Fluffy Kagami as they all rush right through. Red Team will be falling flat. Yes, he does get a little bit of honey fruit, and Crown just stopping them from moving forward. Oh boy, this is so messy.
Yeah, man. Awesome, though, coming in from RTZ UndeRank. They still managed to grab Shelly towards that very end, thanks to the hit that came in from Ovo. And they will go in here for a quick reset, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shelly should be able to wreak havoc either on the Dragon or the Baron lane later. On mid, a high probability they will not be going in here for the push as that Gragas tries to take down their turret. Wukong will have to go in for that reset as well. Let's see exactly what sort of an objective RTZ UndeRank goes in for next Contra.
So right now, we're on the bottom side. We're having a little bit of a glimpse here of a takedown because they've already used the exploding cast, but Rod somehow survives and dodges every single trouble. And now they're going in for the flash as well. Lost out the taunt. Special Fisher coming in through, but it will be Rod there secures the kill as he will be jumping in with the death bonus. Bring down the health slow, but he will be chasing up and calling it quits already. Over the top side here, still the nuisance being the cinch. Pushing in all the way across, and there's no time to even entertain that cinch right up there. This will be a turret takedown or crown.
They have taken down the mid turret. Now they release Shelly up top as well. But so deep down within their own territory here.
Yeah, and this is where they're just walking right in towards another trap. Here comes Cyclone as well, connecting out towards the side of RTZ. Jackson will be able to actually fall out, and here comes the spike, and it will be the rest of Eminence Raptor here to clear them all of 2 breaks in a row. And Eminence Raptors, they don't really have that much health, but they might just attempt this Baron as they are hanging across it. But the mid lane turret looks to be a lot more feasible. And yet again, they're still trying. This is too big of a risk. I don't like this. They've already spotted him out with Ward as well. Now, Eminence Raptors, they need to back away because RTZ UndeRank can still go for this.
Yep. They can come in and they can get a quick ace, but can they get the Baron Nashor down quick enough? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Shion's gonna be in there. Fluffy comes through, Shanks! But they managed to get Baron Nashor, and now they need to back away from the situation, which is exactly what Eminence Raptors does. And just 1 second more wasted, they could have been slain, aced out of that situation, but it does not happen. And Kagame needs to go through, support Shelly as Shelly just makes her way through that Baron lane, but will get taken down by that Brom standing up tall there. And this is the play once again now.
Yeah, and we saw Shanks. He tried to actually get the Noxus or launch over on Fluffy, but Fluffy was in the perfect position to tear everybody that comes across. So it was really positioning that was here that caused RTZ UndeRank to fall. And after that, that Baron Nashor call was a little bit way too risky, but I'm glad that they made it out in one piece.
So we talked about how, this might just be the most balanced matchup at the group stages between RTZ UndeRank as well as Eminence Raptors, and they are clearly proving that. Although we see the slight advantage in here by Eminence Raptors, 2 on the advantage, 2 advantage on the skills, 2k advantage on the goal, and they've got 2 objectives here on the advantage as well. They've taken those 2 breaks. Quite technically speaking, they've got 4 advantages because they managed to... they took Baron Nashor. RTZ UndeRank was the one that took Shelly. The problem was, with the release of Shelly so deep down their own territory, they just wasted that Contra.
Yeah, that's what I really felt as well, but, with so much at stake right now, Eminence Raptors just really pulled the right shots, and they were just dancing around with death because they had only the flash to work with, and they had to splash over the wall. Now, pressure over on the mid lane here with the explosive cast to push them away from the turret, as they only want to secure this one and not really start a fight. As you can see, the goal is stacking up from this Baron powered play.
Yeah, beautiful play coming in from Hila. Just moving out all of those players from RTZ UndeRank away from the turret. They go in for the quick finish, and then they go in for that reset as well. Eminence Raptors, very surprising gameplay coming in here. Close to perfection after they've gone in for a good roundup early on in the game. Can they finish it off?
Well, it's really hard to see whether or not will they be able to close out the game just about yet, because early barons usually get you a few turrets, but it won't be able to get yourself that inhibitor just about yet. So long as that inhibitor is still up, Artesia UndeRank can still pull some of all these kills. We saw it for a couple of times already, especially on this Drake challenge. It's going to be a mountain Drake, but you don't want to give it all towards the side of the Raptors. Now, RTZ, they're over the mid side, while the rest of Eminence Raptors, they're just looking by the river, and now repositioning. They are clearing the way first. They're getting the pressure, but I felt that they could have actually pressure from the edge. You don't really have to do exactly just this, because with that, they could have actually wrapped them around. Now, Drake is already up, available, and here comes the flank coming from Hila as well, and this is looking all too good. Heroic Danvers enters the forefront there. Calculus is locking them in place as well. Steezy just running across and stopping everybody from exiting. This is the best sense that I've seen so far, and maybe the only one that will be getting the competition, and this will be an ace. Eminence Raptors, they're running for the base. And this will be it. Game number 1. Pretty much, they can smell it already. Sneezy, I wish he gets the MVP.
Yeah, they get the minions in here for the backup as well. They're going to be able to take that Nexus down without much of an issue at all, ladies, German boys and girls. What a beautiful game being pulled off here by the Eminence Raptors. And as the Nexus gets taken down, none of those players from RTZ UndeRank can do anything but just sit and watch.
That's right. And, well, this game here could have been a little bit of back and forth, but
yeah,
I think when it comes down to positioning, it definitely was the key factor in many of these victories for the likes of Eminence Raptors. And RTZ UndeRank, they went in for that risky play of getting the Katarina for first pick. It didn't really pay out overall, but early game, there was some really big plays and highlights coming in from Rods. So why don't we look into the match stats here to talk about it further?
Well, let's take a quick look here. And of course, the rightful puller of that MVP, Xion, finally shining at the group stages as bright as he should be. He pulls that MVP with his Wukong, who went in there for the first play. He only fell once, but the 13 assists only behind Steezy, who also very surprisingly, Contra, played such a huge role in locking RTZ UndeRank down.
That's right, and we have seen that this entire composition is to actually negate them from escaping any sort of these fights. Once they commit, they have to go all out. And RTZ UndeRank, you saw the problem of them falling back. It's because of Steezy. He cuts off the entirety of his exit, and you see the itemization. He has built a Lion Breeze, as well as the Realize, meaning to say that if any of the damage slows the enemy, which the Realize actually gives a slow, the damage will increase, and therefore they are definitely stopped on their tracks. And Xion coming with Cyclone, Hilla just engaging with Explosive Cast. You've got Kits here with the Glacial Fissure, so that actually opens a lot more room for not only Fluffy to play, but for Xion just to go in for any target that they want. So smart drafting, they play a very defensive sort of draft, and yet again, they come up on top.
And, you know, as they went in there for the, not the inhibitor, the second turret down mid, the push from Hilla with the explosive cast was perfect because he just blew all of those players from RTZ away for the takedown. And, you know, this time the perfection from Eminence Raptors is they knew exactly when to pull out. I mean, a lot of people have gotten into a lot of trouble because they don't know exactly when to pull out. But you know, and we've seen that so many times in these games, right? The overcommittal, you know, just does those squads in. But at the end of the day, Eminence Raptors showing that, you know, this is their side of perfection. Will RTZ be able to make a comeback? High probability that they will be able to. Kagame and Rods doing the majority of the damage in here this time for the squad. But, you know, this damages just couldn't go in and convert to those kills, Contra.
Yeah, I definitely think that for the likes of RTZ UndeRank, they got to play a different play style right now. It will still make Rods a little bit uncomfortable, but that opens up some picks such as the Camille that can be picked up here by RTZ UndeRank.
Yeah, and we've seen exactly how that Camille can go. Diana, not too shabby at all. And there's a really strong pick coming in here from RTZ UndeRank. And yes, the response can come through from the side of Eminence Raptors with the Kaiser pick, maybe even the Camille right down under as well. But the Gragas is obviously... Oh, there you go. Camille coming in for Shion. So solid ones coming in from the Eminence Raptors side. RTZ UndeRank, how will they respond? Brom getting that pick to go in to soak up all of that damage and to give some back as well. Rods might bring Gragas in. There you go. Okay, so a solid lineup coming in from RTZ UndeRank. They're going in and picking up all of the hot stars, but not too shabby from the Eminence Raptors side as well, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, I definitely think that this is actually a really good pick, especially whenever they go in for any sort of team fight. But RTZ UndeRank, they're already showing a whole lot of beefiness. And if you read an article from one eSports, they call it the chunky boy composition. Thank you very much, Mika Fabella, a little friend of mine from the Philippines. And right now I'm looking at Alistar that's being picked up here that will be going into flush out a little bit of pressure here, just peeling a little bit for the Corki, which I'm thinking the Corki will be hitting in towards the bottom lane instead of mid lane. But I could be stand corrected, so it's the cinch now going over the top side once more because it has been working out for Steezy.
Yeah.
And this is where a lot of displacements will come in for Eminence Raptors.
Okay, so the Vi going up against that Camille, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, down at the jungle. So we've seen exactly how Vi is as a jungler at the Rift in here so far. Absolute formidable opponent, but the Camille dropping in there with the Hextech ultimatum to shut one very specific player down. They get to single out one player that they feel is the biggest of troublemakers and then kick all of the rest out. Once they get him out of the equation, then the ball's all open, right? Like you mentioned earlier as well, Contra, if you go in and you strike the ADC out first, or you want to go and lock down the tank who is absorbing all of those damage, saving the squad time and time again, that could just be a game over gameplay. So I'm really interested to see exactly how Eminence comes in here with the response.
Exactly. The highest priority target usually is the mid laner as well as the marksman out there because that's the easiest to pop. Eminence Raptors, they've already got a 1-0 lead. So let's see, this time around, will they be able to really push it to a clean sweep of a 2-0? So Steezy, he was walking around, he gets spotted out by the ward. But then again, nobody wants to chase a cinch up in the early game. So this Alistar definitely has a lot of responsibilities at hand, especially when it comes down to team fights. He will be looking for rods, keeping him away, stopping his moonfall if you were to channel it. So once you actually knock somebody off, the challenge should be cancelled, nevertheless, or of course break immediately, if that's the case. And Rods goes up close and personal, and Aquila already soaking up a little bit of damage. Tries to exchange for a little bit more, as they are going pretty even on mid lane.
Yeah, some deep wards being thrown in by RTZ UndeRank, and of course at the Dragon lane it's gonna pop off, but nothing too much to shout about because Shanks as well as Kids, they are gonna be able to tank quite a number of these blows. Fluffy just returning those shots back to Kagami, who's trying his best to go in for that slay, but of course Fluffy back in there with the Honey Fruit should be able to exert even more pressure. The gank now coming in here, maybe Shion will be able to differentiate exactly what will go down.
That's actually a really good hit, but Pulverize coming in from the Alistar. But you know, now getting pretty much two-man pressured, as you'll have to walk away from this scuttle. And he is opting to secure the other one up onto the top side river. So mid lane will not be backing this one up. Great assault coming in from as he is soaking a little damage, but this is Alistar that you're talking about. And instead he should be blocking all the tank of the shots. Now leaving a little bit more room. So they should be able to survive for only temporarily. If only Eminence Raptors have their jungler here, they can actually get all 3 kills.
Absolutely, man. But unfortunately for them, that's just not going to happen. as Xion's quite far away from this situation. Just farming up for himself. He definitely needs it at the get-go of the game. RTZ UndeRank with a very, very small lead on the goal. Nothing too much to shout about as we open up this day. Rods with the fight against Hilla, still nothing much is going to come out of it.
Yeah, usually people say, Corky, his ult is not really all too painful, right? Wait until he gets all his items up, and then, yeah, all these rockets just get shooting in your face. But the biggest thing about Corky is the passive, which is the package, you know? He just floats around, he gets across the map really quickly, just like how Orlan still does. Except he doesn't penetrate walls, right? So,
Yeah.
with that, this guy can actually drop in and cut off exits, just like how the Cinch did, and of course burn the chunk of health while at it. Well, Crown over the top, and this being breakball by Sneezy, and this guy being an absolute nuisance over the top side here. This Crown just wants to farm up safely, and Sneezy, he doesn't really care. His job is to soak damage.
Yeah, and you know, nothing much in here so far, but of course, things will change in about 15 seconds as the Mountain Drake drops in. So that's going to be the first main objective being played in here as Rods goes in for a very aggressive push on Killer, and he will pay for it because Xion appears out of nowhere, but Rods gets away from that situation using the turret as that backup. Well played, but very, very dangerous for RTZ.
He already expected the Exit Ultimatum to connect eventually, so he flashed immediately on side. Now, feels like a little bit of a tennis court right now. The ball being the Drake, as it's getting pulled all around instead of shot. But for the likes of Eminence Raptors, they know that they don't have their junglers around. So they buy a little bit more time, seeing a little bit of pressure mounting towards the bottom lane. But this is where Rods, if he gets a good Moonfall on top of members of Eminence Raptors, this could be a little bit bad.
And at this moment, it just looks like Eminence Raptors has got a good hold on the Dragon Pit. But of course, you have to look right behind. Here comes the team fight.
And there goes a little bit of flash being popped up. Kagami having a little health left, but it will be Rods there trying to actually smack them all down. Eminence Raptor coming on top with the trade as they are still doing so much damage to members of RTZ. Kagami trying to actually do the arcane shift. He knows that there is chance here to snatch it away, but now with Sneezy running across, and yes, he will give his life, but he will also get another from the Rom. Now Crown flashes right in, tries to look for a kill, he does get Fluffy, and now it'll be Kagami there to just get the damage being done, the Drake being resetted, and I felt Eminence Raptors were so close to secure that flash coming out of Aquila. This is all a mess yet again.
Yeah, it is a mess. What is going on here? I don't know. It's just not a clean game coming in from either side here, Contra. Not convincing at all. But Eminence Raptors, they definitely have a better hold on this game, even though they are back in terms of that goal. But they should be able to exert that pressure. They are down there at that Dragon Pit once again, looking for the kill, as Kids and Fluffy will back away to allow the players from RTZ UndeRank this time to start things off against the Mountain Drake, and then maybe come in here for a quick steal later on as Kids moves in ever so slowly, making those players from RTZ UndeRank back away.
And he's going to be able to get right back in, and the spike does connect. RTZ UndeRank still gets it in the back. Now Kids cannot really protect Sneezy for a long moment, but Sneezy still going in, and this will be kills after kills for Hilla. He's going for the triple. Yes, he gets it. Eminence Raptors finally finding advantage here after multiple fights, as they'll be able to break down the mid lane turret. And boy oh boy, it has to result to very, very slim health for Eminence Raptors.
Yeah, they should be able to put this pressure on the turret. Yep, they managed to take it down as well. They don't get the Drake, but they get the ace as well as the mid turret, which will be more than good enough for themselves. Now, the attempt on Shelly might come through from RTZ UndeRank. Looking at the situation here, Eminence Raptors might be able to come back for a quick push in there, and Kids is going to be the only one on site, joined together now by Xion, which makes it look like RTZ UndeRank might also lose this next objective here if they don't start moving in a little bit more aggressively.
And we're going to be taking an instant hot cup replay. And they came really closely. As you see, Eminence Raptors, they lose to Drake, but they have sure focus. And look at the position of both teams as they focus on top of the stage, which they shouldn't have done. And Steezy still survived. And Hilla, he got himself in towards the safest of position. And you got to thank all the tanks that were from Eminence Raptors. And oh, the steal! Oh my goodness, what a way to rejoin the fight! Accent Ultimate will not be available as they immediately kill the Camille. Now, Eminence Raptors, they got this one in back, but they have a few casualties after snatching this one in the bag.
Yeah, but very, very nicely pulled off there by Xion. Goes in at the nick of the time, manages the quick steal on Shelly, and then, of course, gets slain. So will be placed on a timeout, ladies, German boys and girls. But are they going to be able to bring down the pain as they move back into the game? Eminence Raptors, they've managed to take down that one turret down mid. I wonder if the next push is going to be down mid, because the pressure is looking like it's going to go down onto the Dragon lane here as well. But, you know, here's the problem. Gragas as well as Braum. This combo has been proving to be quite a tough line to get past now, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, it has been definitely a break wall that they're facing with, and this is why I mentioned from the start of the game that Alistar is got to be the most important player for Eminence Raptors, because if he's out of position, he does not really knock the right person up in the air, then Eminence Raptor will be doomed for. But thank goodness, it's definitely safe in the hands of Kids.
So let's see if or not Kids gets taken down this time, because Hilla earlier with a triple freaking kill is on fire. Up there to that level 10 will go in for the reset as well to grab himself a couple of more items just to make himself a little bit more of a pain in the side of RTZ UndeRank. The reset being interrupted a couple of times, but it doesn't really matter, as we will have to wait 5 more seconds for Baron Nashor to drop into the game to say hello. Well, RTZ UndeRank go in to say hello to Mr. Baron. I don't think they will be ready for that battle just yet, though, Contra.
Right, and now losing a little bit more maintenance, and Kid, he's already using that Unbreakable Will rule soon. And, well, he's still keeping it for the moment. But over the bottom side, this is where Shelly's going to be appearing. And Xion's going to be executing this split push. This is the problem with Jungle Camille. It's going to be so hard for you to trace her, yet alone catch her as well. Yep, that's all that they're going to be doing. But over a river here, there's going to be dangers looking up ahead as they're about to start another fight for Drake.
Yep, RTZ UndeRank already here. They go in to take the scuttle out, but I believe it was pulled away by Eminence Raptors as they go in here for the push. Kids almost getting taken out, gets a quick stun placed on him, but he will still survive as they move down the fray to take out the rest of the players from RTZ UndeRank. Contra.
Oh my goodness, what a sweep. What were they thinking, invading the enemy jungler like that? And with that, an easy execution with the triple and the rampage, as they will be able to just shut off the entirety of RTZ UndeRank and now go in for a free Drake. But thank goodness, they don't really have too many members to work with, so they don't really have the power to actually start on that Baron.
Yeah, they can't even go in there and push for yet another turret, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, so they will have to be a little bit patient here. But RTZ UndeRank learning from the mistakes in here. Well, I hope so at the very least, because at the moment, a 4K lead Eminence Raptors have over them. In terms of those, objectives in here, we can call it that is quite even. So nothing too much in between the two teams so far. The one that picks up Baron Nashor after this should be able to give themselves quite a decent boost in terms of being able to play the rest of the objectives. So let's see exactly who manages to go in there for the sweep, because at the moment Eminence Raptors are de-warding the river first, expecting the fight from RTZ UndeRank to come through. And the Gragas gets bullied by Corky once again. This caught popping off Contra.
Oh, he's going for the chase as well. Look at him go. He does not really care. He will give his life up, but here goes Fluffy with a clear instinct as well. Now Xion can be able to actually lock him down to the exit element. And once more, this is going to be a resurgent comeback from RTZ UndeRank because Eminence Raptor, they jumped the gun, and this time it will be Baron as a sacrifice, but yet again, still have Xion up alive. So instead of that, they'll be doing a little bit of a split push, but I don't think this is a smart move because you got 4 people running down mid and you don't seem to see any chance to defend with only Hilla on the block.
Yeah, but you see, they could have gone there for Baron, but I don't think even they were confident enough on whether or not that objective could have been played well. They go in, they take 2 turrets out of the equation, and then a reset. I feel like RTZ's played that really, really well. They are catching up on that goal. They've just got about 1,002 between themselves as well as Eminence Raptors. Can they make a comeback in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Yes, it does look like it is possible. Let's see what their next move is. Xion goes in for a quick scout around the Baron, but look at the number of sight wards this time played by RTZ UndeRank. They've got full-on vision in that vicinity and just 1 sight ward from the Eminence Raptors side. So just clearing that 1 ward out should be able to give them that full vision as well as shut out the Eminence Raptors. Let's see exactly how RTZ takes this fight.
That's right, and currently both sides just controlling the Baron. Well, RTZ actually has the leverage. Well, a lot of poke coming in from Kagami. Probably will end up as the highest damage being dealt by any RTZ members. They're baiting Kits there to make a move, but now Eminence Raptors will get the priority over the river. The wards will be able to actually spot the entirety of the team. They won't be starting just about yet. Vision on top of Baron, and they've already spotted out the ward, needing to actually clear it out. And I'm still surprised, RTZ UndeRank, they've only broke 2 towers over mid side. They still have the tier 3s left over the top as well as bottom.
Yeah, and walk me through the items though, because it just looks like we have got Kagami who's just absolutely stacked Contra.
Oh yeah, and speaking of that, he got himself another mortal reminder. This is the item that you need to take any sort of these pesky tanks, especially a Cinch that always heals up with the Insanity Potion just brewing. And if you just hear a little bit of a steam out of the Cinch, you better not deal with him. But I guess now Kagami can actually stop all these sort of regeneration that'll be coming by, but this is going to be one of the most important breaks here with the Infernal Drake. Yep. But Rons goes in, Moonfall on top of 2, and he immediately secures the kill. Accent ultimate on top of this Diana, as you will be able to flash away. Great execution move with a crazy glacial vision connecting to every member of Eminence Raptors. Now, Gila, he still have health, but there's so little left. RTZ UndeRank, they found that opening, and they have been able to tie the kill 16-16. But over mid side here, Hilla being flushed away, package connecting, but there will be the flash. The stacks of the brittle. He needs to back away. And now Eminence Raptor, they're showing signs of weakness already.
Yep. So RTZ UndeRank showing us that they can make that comeback and they take the lead on the goal as well. I tell you, perfection, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We predicted a 2-1 scenario in here, and RTZ UndeRank's just probably going to push us into that sort of a situation. We called it between the two as one of the most balanced matchups in here at the group stages, and an Eminence Raptors as well as RTZ UndeRank proving exactly that. Baron Nash is not going to get picked up just yet, but after RTZ has gone in there for the Infernal Drake, they should be good enough to go in for Baron. But the problem is, can they flush out the players of Eminence Raptors? At least 2 kills before they go in for the full pull, or maybe just drag them in for that full-on fight.
A little bit of overkill, maybe, using the assault and battery. But I guess you do whatever it takes to take out Speezy when he's being so annoying. Oh, what a great flash! Coming out of the Crucial Barrage, and everyone getting caught in a line. Accent Ultimate will lock them in place as well. But Xion has to make a run for his life. He just marched right through. You don't
run, boy, run!
Wow. Oh, wow. That's all I'm gonna say.
Absolute perfection, man. And they've got enough HP to go in and engage Baron as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just like that, RTZ UndeRank has switched the tides. They've turned the tides around. And now, Eminence Raptors need to back away from that fight. Xion comes in here for a quick peek to see if he can go in for the steal. But no, my friend, a little bit too late. And even Xion will get snuffed out. Steezy's the only one left in here, but RTZ UndeRank, they need to go in for that reset. But the damage has been done already. Xion should have stayed alive just for a little bit more. Because if the push comes in from RTZ right now, Eminence Raptors are quite open, Contra.
That's right, and with that, Winins are tearing down those turrets. Well, this is a very strong skilling side of RTZ UndeRank. So now Kits, of course, possibly will be capping his tankiness already, maybe just needing one final item. Same goes to the side of Steezy. Now he's going to be building it towards a Thimble Winter, as he will be converting all these mana into armor or some shields, as we are going to be looking at Crown just showing himself up, buffing up the miniature. Now this is where the Baron power play comes into effect, because they are going to be pushing in from all sides.
They push in from all sides. They buff those minions up as well, but it's going to break into another team fight as the Eminence Raptors players come in here. Kagami and Shanks are waiting for it. They will respond equally, and they get the Alistar out of the equation first. And just one more Hilla, but he will have to run with his little tail between his little rudders. But Rods will smash him out, and they'll go in for the inhibitor, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And right after, the Nexus as well. What an amazing comeback from RTZ UndeRank.
Well, we predicted this game to go all 3 games, and yes, it will. RTZ UndeRank has shown us another different side heading in towards the late game, and they played those team fights so much cleaner right after, forcing Eminence Raptors to the choke point, and you saw the lineup is just insane. Like, how beautiful was it? If I need to paint a picture, you have the Braum with the ult lining everybody up in the air. Other than that, you just can't do much from Eminence's side, because yeah, you can single somebody out, but they were so dependent on that Alistar, and that Alistar can only hold on to so many of that. Let's have a look into the match statistics here, because I got a lot to talk about this, and so do you.
Ooh, freaking me. 14 kills and picking up those 10 assists. But let that not take the light away from Shanks, who got that 24 massive assists in this game. A total of just 26 kills fell through, yo. This guy almost with that 100% kill participation. Shanks was just dominating throughout, but Kagame obviously pulling that MVP for a reason.
Blame Xion too much. I think the RTZ UndeRank definitely grew into become a late game monster. Now, they're going to be denying them the Ziggs as well as Diana. Meanwhile, RTZ UndeRank, they banned Fiora as well as Akali. So, Camille is up available. But Eminence Raptors, oh boy, they're going for it. Okay. I'm excited. I'm excited because so many of these teams nowadays come in with the first pick, Katarina.
I hope it works out great for them, man. Because like we kind of discussed last time as well, it can go really good or it can go really, really bad.
Yeah,
Gragas as well
here.
as Brom. Really, really good combo coming in here from RTZ UndeRank. They'll be able to soak that damage as well as give it out as well. Gragas is great in those team fight situations. Wukong getting picked up for the Eminence Raptors side to drop into the jungle, and Jinx is going to be their ADC down there at the Dragon Lane. Vi, on the other hand, will be dropping into the jungle for RTZ. So far, so good. It looks like RTZ just wants to go out for an all-out brawl from the start.
Yeah, and for now, I'm just looking at the graph. I guess they do give the Galio away to Eminence Raptors, but look at the amount of stunts you have on RTZ UndeRank. Assault Battery, check. You got Explosive Cast as well as Body Slam. Same goes to all these stacks there that can be coming out of the Braum. But this is going to be Lulu coming into the picture. I am honestly not a big fan of Jinx, judging from the fact that she is not so mobile. It could have been a Kaisa that they could have gotten for themselves. Instead, you know, they just want something to go late game and hyper carry. But with that said, we have quite a number of knockups available for Eminence Raptors. And what Kit wants to do is to drop a little bit of a pixie dust on top of Hyula's head to, of course, metamorphosize the side of that Katarina.
Based on, you know, the drafts, who do you think is going to be able to pick this up, Contra?
I'm feeling
Don't say the
very
Katarina.
much like I'm feeling more on the RTZ side this time around because it's a lot more easy to execute. Like the game plan is very simple. You're going for catches. If you kill it, great. You snowball. If you don't, it's okay. Try again. But for what the likes of Eminence Raptor is doing is that they're looking at two different facets where you need this Jinx to get into its late game, or you have a setup here for Katarina to go in and spin to win. So here goes. Final game between these two.
Well, let's see if or not they'll be able to catch the players off the side of RTZ UndeRank here out. But then no, a quick ward coming through and they will have to back away. I believe they were trying to go in here for a quick invade early on, but of course both sides preventing either team or from getting a little bit too aggressive. So everything needs to start off slow. Hopefully it does start off slow, because if either side gets a little too aggressive, I believe that could just spell game over early on.
And I guess that this is a very smart pick coming in from Rods as well. He's playing on that Grace because he understands that Katarina is no match for his early game aggression, but this is where Xion comes right by. I think that Wart has already seen him from the corner, so he's not really fooling anyone as he is just buying a little bit more room.
Oh, beautiful.
That has been waiting alongside.
What?
And Hilla being forced back away. Xion giving his life.
Oh.
What is he doing? He got his flash available.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's Xion, a bad move there, not using that flash, but what perfection coming in here from Rods, man. He manages to go in there and drags them on, making them think that it's a 2-on-1 simple kill for themselves, but Ovo drops in for that support immediately, and such a huge difference it brings early on in the game. And this is what I'm talking about, that early aggression. Whoever who goes in there might just make those mistakes and things can turn around fast, just like what we saw. And RTZ UndeRank already showing that they are not ones to be messed with early on in the game. Kagame Shanks now putting that pressure onto Kids as well as Fluffy down here at the Dragon Lane. They have got their minions going in for the push as well. They should be able to apply quite an immense amount of pressure. But of course, they will back away if they know what's good for them.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this side of the composition of Eminence Raptors again, right? So we talk about all these knockups. It doesn't really mean too much. If you were to change that Katarina to a Yasuo, it makes a lot more sense. But this ain't a Yasuo, and for Fluffy to really come up online, it takes quite a lot. So team fights wise, it means that Xion as well as Steezy, they have to go in tandem, knock everybody in the air, and then Hila goes in for the Death Lotus. But this is all pure crafting, right? But
Yeah.
execution can always go otherwise.
Yeah, I didn't expect to see a Malphite pick in this most recent update though, Contra. What do you think about the composition with the addition of Malphite in there, beside that Lulu?
I think he's definitely reliable when it comes down to certain situations, but it is basically a brick wall up to top lane here. We're not really expecting much kills to be happening on that island, as you can see. Yeah, tanks slapping each other in the face and still getting all the health regen as well as shields. So majority of the time, these two junglers are being forced to play over on the bottom as well as the middle side of the map. And with that sort of ping, it signifies that there's going to be a couple of all these wards here. It's going to be around the river. And with that, Artesia UndeRank playing on the rich side with a little bit more caution. 19 more seconds for the next trade. But, yeah, looking at two Titans slapping minions as they go. They've already given up on those kills.
I mean, at the get-go in here, everything still seems to be a little, smooth, slow sailing, but not for long, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, because this first objective here is going to be super duper important. Both sides will be dying to pick up the Infernal Drake. Which one will actually die in the process, we will see in a bit. It's going to be Rods here going in for a quick reset. He needs to prepare himself for this team fight that's coming up in here, as the rest of his team members will back away. They don't want to go in for the early engage, but Fluffy goes in and they get caught out right immediately, Contra.
Yeah, and I think this is pretty much over already. And despite what the Wukong just joined right in, cycling his way through on a second connect of the cycle, but you see an absolute ace. This is what I talk about for Artesia UndeRank. So, I have not been wrong throughout the day, and I just don't really like the composition. That's what's really irking with the very first pick of the Katarina. Oh man, you could have possibly picked that last and still walk away with better pick. And we go in for recap. It's just a combo of everything that Artesia UndeRank can throw, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah, man, and it's the easy kill that, Kagami just went in there for that quick on push, and final slay brings on the ace, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but they've already taken the Infernal Dragon. They've got the extra damage in here as well, and they full on slay this time will be turned right around, trying to go in for the ace. Rods gets away from the situation. Kagami flashes away, but not enough, as Xion drops in real quick. And it will be one final hit. Rod still survives, so no ace. But the damage has been done here, Contra.
Yeah, and that's a beautiful triple kill as well coming in for Fluffy, I do believe. Or was it Kagami? But, it could have been a little bit better if they were to really going to chase in some of the turrets as well. And this Raptors there is really relying on this AD carry to really pop off. But so far, Xion's been doing a good job, 4-2. As we look at the score lines right there. And with that,
go in, jump in.
no,
He doesn't even
not
bother.
happening. Exactly. 6-9. And now, bottom lane is the party for Artesia UndeRank.
What? And nobody there to give it any sort of defense whatsoever. An easy push down Dragon Lane by Artesia UndeRank. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we can see that maybe Eminence Raptors just don't want to go in here for that fight. They seem like they're just handing everything over on a silver platter to the likes of RTZ. And Fluffy as well as Kids going to go in here, helping each other out. It's Fluffy that needs to go and pick that red buff up. Kids with that backup as they will move down back at the Dragon Lane. What sort of damage can they do? They need to help their little minions all the way up that line. But look, RTZ's done already most of the damage in here though, Contra.
That's right. And now RTZ UndeRank. They're up ahead in goal by 4,000 rough estimation. And now heading in towards the river here and in towards the enemy lines. So with that, of course, Eminence Raptors really have to rely on kids once again to really save the day. Having Whimsy to work with, so long as he can actually, of course, morph the likes of picks such as Kagami, then they will be able to have a little bit more of a chance. But here comes the rest of the members being left up in the air as that combo comes right through. And they will still connect. Whoa! Collateral damage with the ultimate, and they didn't really expect the range.
Wow!
This will be a triple kill coming from Xion, but yet again, Kagami will be taken out. This will be
Wow!
close to an ace as Crow will try to make his way out. Explosive cast now pushing them inside of the turret range. That will also be Shelly appearing, saying hello. And Crown will have to watch as the turret falls. Fluffy brings the damage.
Oh, nice defense in here. But then again, Shelly's going to go and do that turret damage, but not for long, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Immediately, Vi drops back into the game, and Shelly's going to get taken out very easy by the Gragas as well as Vi. Braum in here. They should be going in here for a push down mid. We've got Baron coming on later in the game. 22 seconds more, and the Mountain Drake will say hello to everyone. Let's see if or not the aggression from Eminence Raptors that we have just witnessed will carry forth into the next objective play as well in about 10 seconds.
That's right, and I definitely think that Eminence Raptors have a bigger priority right here for the Drake, but over the top side, they will leave the turret up available for Rods here to pick up. So this is going to be a push over the mid side as well as top, and I don't think that countering can have to do anything about this. So they're losing a lot more goal, and RTZ actually getting the better of it. Now Xion going in for the chase as well on this Wukong, and this is going to be a little bit of a setup here. Just getting a camp going down. Ward being popped right in. Xion trying to actually get right through. Now the Cyclone rocks on top of everybody. The Fluffy's going to be looking for that opening as well. Trying to actually get the sliding down. The rest of RTZ, they turn it around as well. Flushing that back, and I don't know, Raptors shouldn't even try to contest. Wow.
What a crazy double kill coming back through in there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But Jinx is the final one left in here. They cannot go in and play for Baron. They need to go in for a reset RTZ. They're still trying to tame and eliminate Fluffy from this situation. At the same time, take that turret down. All well played by RTZ. They'll focus in on that mid turret and then go in for that reset. But when they come back through, they will be ready for the take on Baron. It's going to be Xion in here. The blue buff is going to get weakened just a little bit. Let's see exactly how will Graves play this. He's going to go in for a reset. So Wukong's not going to be able to get his hands on him. Scuttle taken out by Xion. Maybe, just maybe Baron Nashor might fall to Eminence Raptors.
Well, I definitely don't think that this is a good time to call in for the Baron just about yet, because RTZ is pretty much all healthy. Maybe without the presence of the crowd, because yes, there is a little bit of a slight bit of an opening, as they still need Fluffy here to really scale up. He's only got one item. Wait, it's already 11 minutes of the game. He should be able to secure two, and immediately crashed right through. And
no.
There it goes, the TP coming out of the Malphite, but then again, there's also one coming from Crown as well. You see how fast they pop that Lulu, and she just disappeared through mid-air. Well, like it was part of a fairy tale story. But that is the wobble combo. Oh. Up in the air. This is what they've been looking for. As the Death Lotus connect, RTZ UndeRank, they overstepped and they overstayed their welcome. And Eminence Raptors here, I think they can actually end the game. They can just go in for the rush up the mid side. They have gotten this quarter kill, and Fluffy, oh Fluffy, he is probably the MVP of this match.
Oh, beauty coming in here from Eminence Raptors. What a way to change things around. And I did not expect RTZ UndeRank to make that mistake. Why? Why would you go in for such a careless push? And Baron Nash is going to get taken down, ladies, German boys and girls. The reset will come through for a majority of the players from Eminence Raptors as they prepare themselves for the next battle. They should be able to buff all of their minions up for one push, but it's not going to be game over just yet, though.
Man, let's have a look at this replay because this is where they overstayed, and that wobble bubble is something that I have foretold, and they need to connect it perfectly, and finally they did. Look at something. They carried 1, 2, 3, 4, and that was pretty much it. Done deal with the ace.
They need to be able to take this one for themselves. Eminence Raptors, ladies, German boys and girls, they've managed to swing things their way, still trying to catch up on that goal, but nothing is the problem for the time being. With those buffed up minions, they should be able to place this pressure on. They'll make a quick push up mid. Xion together with Kids. Rod's right there in front of him together with Ovo, and down at the Dragon lane, it looks like it's going to be a little bit of a trouble for Hilla, but he will have that backup coming way back through, and another team fight is on the horizon.
Yep, speaking of which here, a little bit of a warning shot being shown, but there is also the Drake here. Now, this is definitely a smart move coming from RTZ or UndeRank because they are challenging them, and if they were to die, they will lose that Baron buff as well. And over the mid side, there is a force coming in the way as the Malphite is escorting the waves. So that also somehow pushed away the rest of RTZ as they are just hoping to actually play this one safely. That float is being pulled out by Killa for the mid side. I mean, over the bottom lane. But here comes Eminence Raptors finally using their Baron to effect. They should be pushing in the mid lane here. They don't have to care about the kill. And now, another split over the bottom side as well. What can RTZ do?
Well, at the moment, it looks like nothing. That Baron buffs just provided too much of damage to come through for the players of Eminence Raptors, but that's worn off already, which means they need to go in for a reset and plan exactly how they're going to take this, because they've used that Baron buff to its maximum. Well, can we say maximum potential? They've used it all right, okay? They went in there, they took the mid turret down, Contra. Yes.
They could have actually converted to more. Like they don't really have to go in to take the Drake. That's a little bit of time being wasted, honestly. Like what you should do, just keep the pressure over the mid side. Yes, they did get one up there, and also the bottom side, which is supposed to come free, right? It's already 15 minutes of the game, so they need a 1-3-1 split push to actually make that to the best of effect. But I'm not gonna complain. I guess this actually ties in the scores for Eminence Raptor, as they have the same amount of gold, just one extra kill. Now both sides waiting for them to overextend. And speaking of overextension, here Xion trying to actually get a smackdown. Immediately go into pop a clone, or just giving them a little bit of a scare. I think that they've already noticed about this. Now Killa keeps an eye on this Baron. Now the Malphite has to join in. Does he have the TP is the question. And while there is a push over in the mid side here, as they are buying a lot more time, then Xion has to actually force them to retreat. And, well, I guess finally they open up the head turret.
Beauty, but this one might just be a mistake as he goes in there for the dive. Ovo, but he engages in a team fight, a 4-man knockup, and here we go, Contra.
And this is where the chase comes in. Fluffy will be able to tear everybody down. And Eminence Raptors, they finally have done it. And they will shut down the likes of RTZ, having 2 members left. They're backing away. They know that there can just be a turnaround, but this will be Xion just hiding by the side. He can actually go in for the flank. And 4 vs 3, they should actually go in right now.
Oh, and Xion does exactly that. Beauty! And it is game over as RTZ UndeRank gets aced out of there, and all that is left is the little lonely Nexus firing back. All of those shots a little too powerful with those inhibitors not taken down just yet, though. And all the Eminence Raptors can do is just stand from afar and see, what can we do? Here comes those minions, and it's done. Bro, they nearly pulled a ARAM matchup from what the Barca casters were doing.
That seems quite true. And, well, Eminence Raptors, wow, what a way to actually win that one. Yes, I did doubt their draft, but we did actually hit the late game, and that's where the win condition was enabled. And they were trying to actually save those ults for those very prominent team fights, and they've been able to connect the unstoppable force, and everything else just fell right into place for Fluffy to just go in with a clean sweep.
RTZ did not see that coming. If anything, it was a couple of mistakes from their end. You know, sometimes we go in, we see some teams losing, and we'll say, hey, you know what, they didn't do much mistakes. You know, the other team was better. But no, this one clearly RTZ went in there. A couple of mistakes were made, and Eminence Raptors made them pay for each and every one of those mistakes. And the main mistake coming through was when they had that advantage already, Contra. They went in there for the push down mid. Then they split down to the Dragon lane for a crazy engage which they could have pulled away from, and that was it, right? Get knocked up into the air, you get aced out of the situation, and from then on, it was full on Eminence Raptors. We saw Eminence Raptors make a slight mistake by going in for the Drake right after Baron Nashor, but they managed to recover that as well. All in all, absolutely impressed with the way Eminence Raptors took this game. Xion picking up that MVP. He was not too impressive when they lost, but when they stepped back up onto that plate, he led the team up to victory, Contra.
Well deserved. Very, very well deserved. If it's not because of Xion with his connection of the Cyclone, it will be Steezy right there with the follow-up knockup. And remember this, the Cyclone can be activated twice, meaning to say it was 3 full knockups on top of what Kit can offer. So that actually provides so much room for Hila as well as Fluffy here to just go in to tear them all apart. But, you know, RTZ UndeRank, I actually expected a little bit more of, you know, a little bit more of a scattered fight as compared to what I saw early on, because they can actually go in for a split push. They can actually go in for those picks, which we saw much early on, where Ovo, he was just going in for the outs, like he doesn't care if this is going to be kids or anybody out there. They could just pick one off and then slowly turn the tides around. But let's check out some of the damage being done across the board.
Ooh, the 30,000 damage coming in here from Hila. Quite the unstoppable force in that match. But, you know, in there for that backup, I was surprised that, you know, the Jinx Fluffy didn't really go in there for a lot of those engagements and just didn't really pop off as much as Hila did. Kagami Rods as well as Crown, on the other hand, they did show us that they were really, really aggressive, and there were times where RTZ UndeRank had quite a clear lead, quite a clear dominance over the table, but unfortunately dropped, man.
Yeah, and man, I just really felt bad for the side of RTZ. You know, like, Ovo, when you are playing a Vi, this is the weakness of a Vi. If you hit that late game mark and you're behind, there's honestly nothing you can do about this. Like, what are you gonna pick up? Like, you can go straight to Fluffy. You will have kids there going with the ult and just turn him into a giant monster. So this early draft coming from the side of RTZ UndeRank honestly was quite a good one, just to reply and respond to what Eminence Raptor did. But they prevailed. Like, Eminence Raptors just played the team fights better, and overall just outplayed the likes of RTZ UndeRank.
Yeah, and they were not doing amazingly well at the start of game number 3. And this is exactly what brought Eminence Raptors up there to the point of victory. They just did not give up. They continuously looked for, those situations to be able to go in there and pull one back. And that's exactly what they did. There's this, analysis of the whole series coming up, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. 3 matches back to back. Let's take a quick look at it in a bit.
Well, we're going to be going in towards game number 1, where this was definitely a very good reply and response coming in from the side of RTZ. And this was one of the most beautiful Katarina shoot bows that was being brought up right there. And then we go to this straight fight, which was quite interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, man. They went in there for the full-on push. And here's the part, right? Eminence Raptors, they went in there with such aggression, but it was RTZ UndeRank that go in and flush them out. But all of a sudden, they turned things around with the help of Xion.
Yeah, and RTZ, they got aced out, they got the Drake Wing taken away. And this is where they actually committed in towards this team fight, where the Cataclysm as well as all the combo with a heroic entrance comes right in. But it was Steezy out there on his sins.
Yeah.
Just chunks their health without them even noticing.
Yeah, Steezy literally made the biggest difference in that game as they went in there for the push. And this was the team engagement that just caught all of those players. RTZ UndeRank, they thought they had this in the bag. They went in, and just when the likes of Xion and Fluffy thought it was all over, they come right back in for the slay. They managed to almost ace out the whole of the team of RTZ UndeRank. Just one more was left, and at that point, it was all on for the side of the Eminence Raptors, Contra.
That's right, and over here we saw real good big collapse, and Fluffy kind of overextended with his ulti, and this gave a little bit of chance for RTZ to make their way back into the game, and this is where they start to align a little bit more of how they pick up all these fights. But time after time, pickups after pickups here, this was where the rest of Eminence Raptor, they really dropped everything they have, knocking them up in the air. But it was still a chase coming from the rest of RTZ, and this was pretty much done deal by the end of this fight.
Yeah, and as of course we went into game number 3, it looked like it was all equal up front at the start. But these team matches, even as they were breaking out through, we really thought that RTZ had a better hold on the game. As Kagame went in there for the slay, they just had one more, and that was Hilla. They went in there and they took her out as well. And quite a number of aces coming on early, and this was that point they made that mistake.
Like you see, the turret was there. There's no escape whatsoever. You have to go through the Brambleback camp, and where can they actually get a clean escape? There's just no space whatsoever, and that was a beautiful quadra, rewarded for the effort. And I guess this was pretty much the entirety of the fight. Yep, we have an engagement here, which we saw a lot of GAs being popped right there, and they did get a couple of kills back for the likes of, well, not Eminence Raptors, but RTZ. So this final 2 members, they are looking for the kill on Hilla as well as Xion. But they overstepped, and I mentioned of the re-engagement, this was where they got punished.
Yeah, and the overstepping came in one too many times for the RTZ side. And I don't know, man. Even they will be ending the day. They'll be wondering, why in the world did we get so aggressive? And this is something that we've mentioned. This is something we've talked about as well. When you get those wins, when you're slightly up in front, you're at your most vulnerable. Why? Because you get a little confident thinking that you've got it in the bag. And Eminence Raptors, no matter what, continuously look for that weak link. They destroyed that weak link, and from then on, annihilation all the way through. And even towards the very end, I guess once you start making those mistakes, it just dominoes down into a situation that you just cannot recover from. And that's exactly what happened as Eminence Raptors took that beautiful victory, Contra.
That's right, it definitely was a beautiful one. With that, you guys can definitely kick back and relax after that fiery showdown between both Eminence Raptors as well as RTZ UndeRank. And congratulations to the side of Eminence as they did get themselves some really, really good game. But you know what? We talk about music, we can definitely turn it up there with JBL. So with that, you guys can check out and stand a chance to win the JBL Quantum Series with Quantum 50 as well as Quantum 300 up for grab. All you have to do, very, very simple. Like, comment, and share the stream, whether it's on Facebook, YouTube, or so, and tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and hashtag SISMY. The best comment will be able to actually walk away with the Quantum 300, I do believe. So keep your eyes peeled for it, and may the best summoner win.
Yep. So we've got 3 of those Quantum 50s to give away today and 1 of the Quantum 300, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. But that is for each and every single telecast. So if it's not today, tomorrow, on Thursday could be your day, following Monday, so on and so forth. So make sure you keep coming back in here for all of those telecasts. Even if you don't win, if you win too, all you know, you can give it to your friend or your family members. So let's go. But of course, if you want to find out more information about the Quantum range, make sure you go over to jbl.com.my.
Well, this is definitely going to be the big plays that has been coming out from all the players. But we got to tune in to see who's the MVP for this showdown. So let's take a look at the MVP of the match itself. And here we go. Man of the match. And roll the drums, please. As we will present to you our MVP. Well, I didn't ask you to roll the cameras, but then again, this is easy. Player of the match.
Yeah, boy. 2, 4, and 15. The crazy cinched. This guy was an absolute monster as he stopped all of those players from getting away in match number 1, which allowed easy takedowns and the ace at the end. A 100% kill participation coming in from Steezy. Just nothing short of perfect, Contra.
Yeah, and he definitely replicates the Madman here, just like how Cinch is meant to be played, where he just went in, just run around the enemies and just laugh at them, saying, shaken, not stirred. So, 15 assists, 2 kills, as well as 4 deaths. Well, if you're playing Cinch and you're not dying, it's either your enemies really suck or you're actually doing something wrong. But here, of course, if you do have some... So, we definitely start off here with Eminence Raptors lineup, as this will be going on a best of 3. We got Steezy, Xion, Hilla, Fluffy, as well as Kit. So Hilla, brand new to the challengers there. We welcome him on board. But Xion, previously he was from Todak. After Todak has not qualified, he's been participating with Eminence Raptors as he's still got a lot of things to prove on the Rift. But I really want to see a brand new survey composition that they will be drafting out later on to face off.
Yeah,
again.
high probability.
Excuse me.
Yeah, apologies, Contra. High probability of a 2-1 here, as Eminence Raptors have proven to be quite the challenges for the top spot, but unfortunately, just getting it done during the group stages hasn't really been, very easy, as Crown over Rods, Kagame, and Shanks drop in here for RTZ UndeRank. This might as well be one of the most, balanced matches we will have at the group stages.
That's right, and I'm just looking at the side of Kagame as well as Rods. These two really are quite some clutch masters of their own, and Kagame, call him the outcast of BJD all you want. He's here to prove that he don't need no BJD to get back up on top. So let's see if RTZ UndeRank will be able to pull the numbers back in, or, of course, be proven wrong out there. So, AJ, we're seeing quite a number of all these matches coming from RTZ UndeRank. Some of them really coming up on a high note, and there are some that see them really go down under rank.
Yeah. So consistency in terms of, going in there with their drafts and being able to play the main objectives of the game, the basics, they've got it all covered. Taking the fight up against the big dogs, on the other hand, we can't fault them for that. It's just the way it is. They Unfortunately, a lot of these teams will still need to go through what the likes of Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam have already gone through, which is those months and years of planning and preparation up for this stage, right? But for the likes of RTZ and UndeRank as well as Eminence Raptors, not too shabby at all so far. So if they go into this match, most probably a 2-2-1. But the problem is, I don't know who's the two gonna go to. As we drop in here for the drafts, Ziggs as well as Akali gonna get struck off early, Contra.
Well, I guess that Ziggs here, after the buff here, people have been spamming him quite a whole lot, especially over the mid lane, where he is a little bit too safe, a little bit too tanky to be busted down, and also having a lot of damage output for every single nade that he does connect. Now, RTZ UndeRank once again opened things up, just like how they did in the past few weeks ago with the first pick of Katarina. Now, on the other hand, it's Eminence Raptors immediately locking in that Kaisa, so Xion has to respond. Either he wants to go in with the Braum or the Wukong right now. Now, Wukong is definitely one hot counter to Katarina when it comes down to team fights, because he can just cancel out the Death Lotus while she's midway channeling it through. So what they're going to do, they're going to pair it with the Galio here just to protect this Katarina a little bit more.
Oh, and I think the composition of the mix between Katarina, Gallia, Perfection, Jarvan going to be dropping into the jungle as well for RTZ UndeRank, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Hiller's going to be able to pick up the third champion, and Gragas, as he drops in, should be able to, pick up the Baron lane, go down mid as well. Let's see what there you go. Braum coming in for that support in the Dragon lane as well. And obviously Kagame with his response in here. We need to see who's going to go down for the Dragon lane, and Xayah is going to be the ADC. So interesting and a strong pick in here. I've never been able to see perfection in terms of the Xayah usage in the competition thus far. Maybe today will be that day. And of course, Garen going to wrap up the draft for RTZ UndeRank in here. Oh.
Yeah, a little bit of a husband as well as a wife story combo that we'll see coming from the side of RTZ UndeRank. But then again, well, one of the lovers here in the form of Xayah will not be having Rakan all across, so they will be paired with the Galio. But when you look into it, the reason why Eminence Raptor comes with this sort of a draft is to make sure that there's no room for this Katarina here to be able to pop off, because they can actually flip her over or just go in with knockups, and there's just hardly any sort of a space for her to even make an escape if it is going in towards maybe the mid game or the late game itself. So a very strong disengage front for the side of RTZ UndeRank, but Eminence Raptor, they got to chain all their combos all together. So now we're heading into our first game of the best of three. It's RTZ UndeRank versus Eminence Raptors as they go in for an immediate sort of a rush on towards the blue side. But this is not going to be a full sort of aggression that will be displayed, and that invade will be called off.
Oh, interesting move there. What do you think about this cinched pick coming in here from the Eminence Raptors side, Contra?
I definitely think it is one very, very rare pick. I'm not really a big fan of cinch in any form of way, but what RTZ UndeRank has to do to counter the cinch, once he's got his potions pretty much up available, that's where, he will be running rampant across the map, trying to actually proxy the wave and force members to the side of RTZ rank to respond to his split push, or even respond to his sort of annoying sort of ways of running around the map. But when you're fighting against a Garen, it's not that easy, so Crown's having no problem whatsoever. As you can see, an early retreat back to the base.
And everything else will fall into a more comfortable pace, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as we continue with the laning phase. Xion going in here, de-warding for just a little bit as he gets involved in this fight. Rod's in a lot of trouble, but here comes Ovo for that backup and manages to get that slay on that Gragas.
What a turnaround coming in from Rods. Did you just see that counter engage that just happened? And I want a recap of that because Rods, even with a tick of health left, he dared to make a move just to support the Javin with the flank. And even down below, RTZ UndeRank is already winning the trade. Sports and Kids as well fluffy to back away. And I wonder how long can they hold on. That move in towards the mid side definitely was the plan, and unfortunately for Xion, he got caught out.
Shion's just waiting around in the jungle. Might be able to pull off a gank here as long as Fluffy and Kids can go in and do the damage, but it doesn't seem to be that sort of a situation. So Xion is just going to be hanging back, waiting to see if or not he needs to interfere so they can pull away from that battle. Kagame in here with that deep attack right now. Shanks with that Galio should be able to get the damage done. Kids with that backup, and well, everything's just going to be all fine and dandy down here at the Dragon Lake. Kagame really pushing it, don't you think, Contra?
Yeah, and I'm guessing the reason why is that he's already got the Reaver Vision being warded up, so again, negate the pressure coming in from Xion anytime, and if they were to actually come in, Kagame still has the barrier, still has the flash as well, so he can easily make his way safely if he wasn't to be flashed upon us. So right down below, those wards will be able to spot out this day for as well. And now he's getting pretty much pressurized, but the Flag and Drag will be giving him a little bit of room to breathe as he cuts back to the river and back to the Crux.
Well, nice play in here so far. We don't know if or not they are going to be attempting for the first Drake that drops into the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Eminence Raptors, they look all right, but RTZ UndeRank look like they slightly more aggressive side at the very moment. They are going to go in for the reset, which means that Drake gameplay should come through in about 20 seconds, and the pressure from RTZ UndeRank will be there.
That's right. You really gotta love the Death Sworn Katarina skin on Rods. A little bit of blue hair as well as all the blades now being tossed up in the air as she goes in for a recall, and that will be a little bit of an items being purchased. You got some critical strike on the side of Kagami with the cloaks, and well, Rods. Shanks now having a little bit of barrel being popped right there, so they won't be having too much to suffer. That sniper will be missing out, and there goes Shanks trying to actually connect the taunt, but here comes the Flag and Drag. Perfect execution of Cataclysm, and they will go in all in with the Hero entrance as well. Now the hit is going to be dropping down low, but Ross will be able to clean up shop. Here comes Win, spin, everything on the line, but he will have one chick of health left. Landry's will be able to burn him up alongside with all the poison by Steezy. And with that, it equals down to 4-4.
Excellence coming in here from the Eminence Raptors. Not only do they manage to hold off the team of RTZ UndeRank, but they also equalized the kills on the board. It was a 2-0 up, and we've equalized it back to 4-4. And look at the goal catch-up as well. Eminence Raptors really making it up in here. It's a good comeback, but can they maintain this as they go in for the attempt on the Drake? The steal might come through, but there is a blast cone at that back, so they need to watch out for this as RTZ UndeRank come in here for the approach Contra.
Wow, Steezy definitely made a smart move to just flip over to Jarvan as he does not have any sort of entry point, and Shanks immediately getting flushed over, but this is going to be the simple connecting, and he needs one more play to be able to actually reach all the way towards the back. And with that, Rots will be halted for only a slight bit. Pressure on top of the tower, but Eminence Raptors are choosing to fall back, giving this one away to RTZ.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. There's no way they would have been able to go in there and protect the turret. Even if they wanted to go in for a full commit, it would have been a terrible idea. And this was that team fight once again.
Yeah, just look at how beautiful this was done, and maybe just have the Cataclysm on top of what happens right next. Direct entrance. Go into the Death Sworn, Death Lotus, just to correct myself. And with that, it was a little bit messy, but I like it all the way through because Rod's now being enabled. And instead of going in for the usual for runes, you are going to be looking at her taking the Conqueror. So the longer she stays in battle, the more damage she has.
Ovo as well as Shanks going to be dropping in here towards mid, and a quick reset going to be coming in from Rods as they set themselves up. They won the fight for Shelly, and RTZ UndeRank just going in for the quick bait, expecting Eminence Raptors to come in here for the push. The reset does not come through, and they will flank right round Xion, leading the fray. Ovo right in front of him, but they will back away. They want to see RTZ go in for the push on Shelly just first before they come back in here for that fight.
What a knockup coming in, and Cataclysm is a little bit too far front, and everyone's bailing all the way through. Flash coming from Xion, he does have a G8, and this is where they managed to trade it all the way across. And obviously UndeRank, they lose one member, same goes to Eminence Raptor. I'm not really liking how that fight went down because they were diving all the way in towards the enemy lines of the turret. No minutes for them to work with, and this is where Arteezy, they're running right in, and they're cutting the exit as well. Here comes the flank and the steal! And this is Arteezy taking Shelly out, and Fluffy's going to be the next one to fall. Here comes the cavalry rush going in, hopping across. Crowds will be able to actually secure the kill eventually, but Fluffy Kagame as they all rush right through. Oh, eventually will be falling flat. Yes, he does get a little bit of honey fruit, and Crown just stopping them from moving forward. Oh boy, this is so messy.
Yeah, man. Awesome, though, coming in from RTZ UndeRank. They still managed to grab Shelly towards that very end, thanks to the hit that came in from Ovo. And they will go in here for a quick reset, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Shelly should be able to wreak havoc either on the Dragon or the Baron lane later. On mid, a high probability they will not be going in here for the push as that Gragas tries to take down their turret. Wukong will have to go in for that reset as well. Let's see exactly what sort of an objective RTZ UndeRank goes in for next Contra.
That's right now, we're on bomb side. We're having a little bit of a glimpse here of a takedown because they've already used the explosive cast, but Rod somehow survives and dodges every single trouble. And now they're going in for the flash as well. Lost out the taunt. Special Fisher coming in through, but it will be Rod there secures the kill as he will be jumping in with the death bonus. Bring down the health slow, but he will be chasing up and calling it quits already. Over the top side here, still the nuisance being the cinch. Pushing in all the way across, and there's no time to even entertain that cinch right up there. This will be a turret takedown for Crown.
They have taken down the mid turret. Now they release Shelly up top as well. But so deep down within their own territory here.
Yeah, and this is where they're just walking right in towards another trap. Here comes Cyclone as well, connecting out towards the side of RTZ. Jackson will be able to actually fall out. And here comes the spike. And it will be the rest of Eminence Raptor here to clear them all of 2 breaks in a row. And Eminence Raptors, they don't really have that much health, but they might just attempt this Baron as they are hanging across it. But the mid lane turret looks to be a lot more feasible. And yet again, they're still trying. This is too big of a risk. I don't like this. They've already spotted him out with Ward as well. Now, Eminence Raptors, they need to back away because RTZ UndeRank, they can still go for this.
Yep. They can come in and they can get a quick ace, but can they get the Baron Nashor down quick enough? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Shion's gonna be in there. Fluffy comes through, Shanks! But they managed to get Baron Nashor, and now they need to back away from the situation, which is exactly what Eminence Raptors does. And just 1 second more wasted, they could have been slain, aced out of that situation, but it does not happen. And Kagame needs to go through, support Shelly as Shelly just makes her way through that Baron lane, but will get taken down by that Brom standing up tall there. And this is the play once again now.
Yeah, and we saw Shanks. He tried to actually get the knocks as well over on Fluffy, but Fluffy was in the perfect position to tear everybody that comes across. So it was really positioning that was Peter that caused RTZ UndeRank to fall. And after that, that Baron Nashor call was a little bit way too risky, but I'm glad that they made it out in one piece.
So we talked about how, this might just be the most balanced matchup at the group stages between RTZ UndeRank as well as Eminence Raptors, and they are clearly proving that. Although we see the slight advantage in here by Eminence Raptors, 2 on the advantage, 2 advantage on the skills, 2k advantage on the goal, and they've got 2 objectives here on the advantage as well. They've taken those 2 breaks. Quite technically speaking, they've got 4 advantages because they managed to... Sorry, they took Baron Nashor. RTZ UndeRank was the one that took Shelly. The problem was, with the release of Shelly so deep down their own territory, they just wasted that, Contra.
Yeah, that's what I really felt as well. But, with so much at stake right now, Eminence Raptors just really pulled the right shots, and they were just dancing around with Dev because they had only the flash to work with, and they had to flash over the wall. Now, pressure over on the mid lane here with the explosive cast to push them away from the turret, as they only want to secure this one and not really start a fight. As you can see, the goal is stacking up from this Baron powered play.
Yeah, beautiful play coming in from Hila, just moving out all of those players from RTZ UndeRank away from the turret. They
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for the League of Legends Wild Rift. My name is AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with Contra, and thanks to our partners Maggie, Hot Cup, Yudu as well as JBL for making this possible. So far, the hottest of the hottest action at the Rift, but the hottest of them all was that ARAM match, Contra.
That's right, and of course we are now 3-0 up against the BM casters. They made a dance about us. Monday evening, we're gonna dab on them. I know that's a little bit out of trend, but that's what they deserve. Because, we will sweat on top of them. But,
our dab will be... Yeah, we have to dab and then we have to screenshot it for our own Maggie moment. Speaking of which, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, what has been your Maggie moments throughout the day? Make sure you share your comments as well as pictures with us for a chance to be featured on the stream.
That's right, and well, I guess we will screenshot that since we'll be too busy on the phones or so. But yeah, definitely, anybody who watches the next ARAM match, make sure to tag us. Or, of course, create your own Maggie moments with us here by playing alongside on that Howling Abyss matchup. So, we have already got ourselves some really good dinner to actually re-energize, and here we are. We are going to be continuing with our streak of matches, but before that, we got some quizzes for you guys to answer right now on your screen. So, pop the question right out. Is Ari a fox or a cat? Now,
she is a 7-tailed cat.
7-tailed cat. Wow, that's gonna shed a lot of fur around the house. But I'm not sure. I do know the answer. It's quite obvious, actually. So, what say you? Drop it in the comments below on what exactly is Ari. I mean, what Ari is exactly. So.
I mean, Naruto fans should be able to tap out this question quite easily. Jump into the comment section and let us know exactly what you think the answer is, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And you know what? The next time you want to jump into a game, audio is the most important aspect. So if you haven't gone out and gotten yourself a gaming headphone, or if you are in the market looking for one, look no further, because JBL is in the market with their all-new Quantum range headphones, right? And they've also got the in-ear earphones, the JBL Quantum 50. For more information on all of that, jump over to jbl.com.my.
That's right, and speaking of which, we also are giving away some of these headsets. All you have to do is to like, share, as well as comment to stand a chance to win the Quantum 50 or even the Quantum 300. So by the end of the day, we'll select a winner for the Quantum 300. But for the Quantum 50, you guys will need to check out the post over on ESL Malaysia or ESL Asia. So all you have to do, tag JBL Malaysia with hashtag JBL People and also hashtag SISMY. So pretty simple, very straightforward. Go ahead, shoot your shot.
and tag JBL Malaysia. Huh? We saw so many great entries, but they tagged the wrong JBL. They didn't go in there with the hashtags. You guys are wasting away the opportunities for, taking away these really, really awesome in-ear earphones as well as headphone. And of course, not to forget, Udo is offering you free, for absolutely free, 5 gigabytes of data. Whip your phone out and scan this QR code right now, or head over to the website bit.ly link right down there so you can claim it for yourself. Now, just as Contra says all the time, if you don't have a UD SIM card just yet, download the app and get it delivered to your home for absolutely free of charge.
That's right. That's pretty much simple. You guys can get it delivered to your doorstep and, save all your time and hassle where you can still game on while you guys are, of course, witnessing some of the spectacles here being brought by our players. We'll be continuing with our matches as we'll still have 4 more teams that will be going against each other in the best of 3. Of course, we take it one step at a time. So this upcoming best of 3, we'll be check out who will be playing on our 3rd series right now.
Yeah, boy. Eminence Raptors will take on Linkx eSports. Now, Linkx have already gone in there. Unfortunately, they got tapped out 2-0 in their previous game against Sem9. Can they make a difference against the Eminence Raptors team? So far, Eminence Raptors have proven to be quite the savage players when they drop into the Rift. Ladies, German boys and girls, together with Steezy, Shion, Hilla, Fluffy, as well as kids like we found out last week. Hilla just entered that challenger rank, and they are in here definitely to bring that challenge up to Linkx eSports. Contra.
Absolutely agree, and I think that last week, or should I say Monday, we saw Shion really stepping up and really bringing all these big plays all across the entirety of the battlefield. With his Wukong in the jungle, I think so far he's one of the only few that has been able to succeed really, really well on that champion. Not forgetting Fluffy really popping off as well. Let's take a look at our opponents here for Eminence Raptors. It will be Linkx eSports.
Yeah, boy. Emotion Roger, Catro 69, as well as Black Cat will once again jump in to perform for you guys today. And of course, we saw a lot of areas for improvement in Linkx eSports in the previous match. Black Cat definitely needs to step it up for his squad in terms of that support, role. And, a few changes might come right round for Linkx eSports. No doubt about that whatsoever, because there's no way they want to tank 2 L's within one same day. And we definitely saw the improvement compared to game 1 in game 2. If they had a little bit more time, Contra, they could have taken something back.
I agree, and Eminence Raptors, they took quite a number of L in the past few weeks. Now they want to come back here with some big wins over on this Thursday evening, where I think, of course, everybody has already gotten dinner. They were pretty much having full energy to run the mile and, of course, hit the Nexus if they could. But it's definitely not going to be an easy task, especially when we saw Linkx eSports. They really do have very solid drafting. So it really boils down to who gets, the job done at the very end of the day. Now, we're preparing ourselves for our very first game, and drop in your comments down below who you think will be taking game number 1, whether it's Eminence Raptors or Linkx eSports.
Do you have a pick between the two, Contra?
Well, I'm pretty sure that Linkx will be going absolute 0 by the end of today. I guess that they will be able to at least take 1 game off for the side of Eminence Raptors, but it will definitely be a very, very close call. And Eminence Raptors, they started off with this Camille ban.
Okay, Akali being struck off for Linkx as well, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. So far, so good. Very basic bans coming through in here. Eminence Raptors, is there anything in specific they want to pull out of the power play of Linkx eSports? Yeah, they do not want to allow that Lee Sin to rampage in that jungle. And the response comes right back through. So the Scatter Arena pick does not come into play. And Eminence Raptors will say, okay, no problem. Fiora will do for us then.
Well, I really like the sort of the bold move coming in to pick Fiora first, as there was many more options out there on the table, like the Galio or, party picks like the Kaisa. So Linkx eSports, they start off on a strong footing as they pick those two champions up. Now, Xion will go back to the Wukong, as we mentioned early on. So Hila will be able to secure the problem before it goes back to the hands of Linkx eSports.
Okay, and Jarvan the bot, there you go, gets locked in for Linkx eSports to roam around their jungle, and Lux will be dropping in for that support play, ladies, German boys and girls. Linkx eSports has got one final pick in there, but the Ezreal is gonna look to do that damage from afar, being the ADC for Eminence Raptors, and a surprise pick maybe coming in here. I don't really see Zed roaming around the Rift a lot. Come on, lock it in, bro. There you go. Zed's gonna be roaming around. He's probably going to be sending that up top Baron lane, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. So where's this Fiora going to be dropping into? Mid?
Well, usually when you play a Zed, you want him to go in the mid lane to really get to roam around the map a lot more. So you got to keep an eye out for him, because that death mark, he will be looking to pop it on top of 69 or even Black Cat being the squishiest units available. And if Rojak doesn't build a tank, sort of the itemization, he might just be on that hit list as well. Now, mid lane matchup here, Galio versus Zed. It definitely is a little bit of a skill matchup. I believe that once level 6 hits, that's where Zed here will have the full potential to assassinate anybody as he wish. Of course, you don't want to be aiming on the tank, right? So it's really about how Linkx eSports wants to counter some of these maneuver that will be brought out to play by Eminence Raptors, as we now get ourselves ready for the C Icon Secrets MY Game 1 between Eminence Raptors versus Linkx eSports.
All right, a quick approach coming in here from Linkx eSports, ladies, German boys and girls. But Xion better be careful. Wukong dangerously close to him in here. That engage might just come through a little early, but no, they back away after a quick few wards get dropped. Gragas up top, up against that Fiora. Not going to go in for that engage as well. And for the time being, both teams respecting each other quite well, Contra.
That's right, and a little bit of a standard sort of the start, as both ends are playing it a little bit safer than to go in for invades, because those cheese strats not working out. Emotion now soaking a little more damage, but it's a Gragas. He can easily regenerate with his passive. Just chugging it down. Every single cast is bringing him up back online. Now Xion looking for a bottom gank. I don't think there's any wards being put down, so this might just be it. Oh wait, there is a ward.
Black Cat in 69 needs to watch out here. No support going to be coming through, but is that Galio up mid should be able to drop in real quick. Kids with a shot right back, but that Wukong's not going to help them engage much, because Kids needs to back away from the situation. Not going to be able to absorb much of those hits for Fluffy.
That's right, and now you do see there is a ward on towards the blue buff, and Xion's being a little bit late to the scene. That will be a little bit of a rude that snares them down, and well, we're able to actually juggle the pressure eventually. But over the top side, we are expecting a little bit more of a gank, but there's a ping coming from Steezy as he's already snuffed out the danger. But Kato doing a lot of good pokes back towards Hilla, but he needing to be a little bit more careful about this sort of moves. Xion's to level 3, meanwhile Rojak level 4.
Yeah, it's going to get down and dirty in a bit, ladies, German boys and girls. Why? Because the Infernal Drake is going to be objective number 1. And we all know how important the Infernal Drake is going to be for that attack buff. And both teams should be going in quite strongly for that. How did that kill even fall, Contra?
Well, level 5 Zeds. That's the only thing I would say, because he has already topped the death mark, having some twin... Well, I wouldn't really call it twin shadows, but just having enough of all these spells up available, they will be able to just put out the max amount of damage. And so long as you have 40% of health available, you got to run away from Zed, because his passive, he could easily just hit for even higher damage. And look at that.
So they managed to get or Hilla specifically manages to get the kill on Kato. Does not go in and immediately capitalize on the opening down mid. Why? It's just way too early, but here comes Roja, and Hilla needs to back away. Very smart move coming through, and then Wukong would have been on site to help out, but a clear, great move coming in from Zed, man. That was a very, very tough situation to get caught in.
Yeah, he managed to actually shadow step away all the way towards the back after landing the death mark, avoiding a lot of all these damage. Even though he dropped the Cataclysm, it didn't really matter all too much. Now, with that all off, there is a little bit more room for them to play. But bottom lane, you can see that they're not really exactly being punished, especially for Linkx eSports. But over top side, Steely gets a solo kill after successfully popping that grand challenge.
Let's see if or not the players of Linkx eSports will be able to kind of, get a little bit of momentum going their way in terms of those kills. As far as goal goes, they're not too concerned at all. The Infernal Drake is here. This is what they'll be concerned with. Getting killed a couple of times, not a problem. Losing the Infernal Drake, that's going to be a huge problem. Look at the site that they've got right in front of the Infernal Drake, though. And of course, Eminence Raptors not going in to deward the location first. A team fight is on the horizon, Contra.
That's right, and I don't think that it'll be started off just yet. Linkx eSports try to pull them right in. And from the side, we see Hilla getting prepared, and this is where the flash comes in. Cyclone on top, and the hero entrance will come into effect. Eminence Raptor, they still need Drake, and Roja will be the first to be able to fall, and they chase all the way towards the back line, leaving only Black Cat alive, and maybe not for long either ways. There is the turret, as they will be happy with these 4 kills.
GGWP for Eminence Raptors. They are up 6-0 on the kill stats. A little bit ahead in terms of those, the goal count as well. But the more important point here is being able to pick up main objective for the start of the game. The Infernal Drake falls into their hands, giving them that extra buff on the attack. Wukong needs to fall back unless he wants to get kicked out of this match early. This is that steal once again, Contra.
Yeah, and I think this is a perfect execution coming out of Eminence Raptors, as they just answered this one immediately when they have brought the Drake to like half health, and where you had the hero's entrance not exactly connecting to everybody, they were just hiding all the way back. Linkx eSports kind of overstepped, and of course, nobody from Eminence Raptors were, of course, extending their welcome. So just chase him right out, and whoa, just having a little bit more of a room. As you can see, the Braum hops over to Fluffy, but Steezy, one more solo kill to Emotions, just exerting dominance over the Baron laners. But over on the mid side, Hilla will be flushed away by Roja. And the next objective here being the Rift Herald will be having a little bit of a sniff out here coming from Roja.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? They don't just have a advantage in terms of these engagements. These guys are leading, powering everything, man. 7-0 on that kill stat so far. They go in there for the objective picks as well. Linkx might be able to pull Shelly into the bag here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, unless a steal comes through. Wukong is going in for the lurk. Xion might be able to flash in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Is he going to go in for the smite? But no, Jarvan takes it for himself, but it breaks down into a team fight.
Oh, here goes Hilla. He goes in all the way to his back line, looking for the kill on top of Kato. That Cat will be able to pop in the Zanyas, and here goes the grand challenge right under the turret. Not really the best place to be, but there will still be more kills for Eminence Raptors. And shot all the way to his turret. He's going to be looking for the second one as well, not having enough. That's going to be the explosive cast, only hitting him backwards here, so Fluffy survives.
Oh, Fluffy, not only does he survive with a beautiful takedown there as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Absolute perfection coming in from Eminence Raptors so far. 7K on lead for that goal and 10-0 on the kill stats. They are picking up those objectives. Shelly did not fall into the bag because Linkx were there first. They released that, losing a turret in exchange for all of these kills. I think that's a fair trade if you ask Eminence Raptors, and they will get involved in another tussle here, but it will break up as fast as it starts.
Oh boy, Hilla just flexing the Z real hard. But Rojak, he's going for a chase as well, not really leaving much room. And Rojak, wait, he's circling around this. He does get him knocked up in the air. Black and Wreck and Kid pretty much all alone, but the rest of Eminence Raptors, they have just arrived. True shot Mirage, and here comes the exchange. Rojak gets taken down as well. Grand challenge, chasing all the way back. He's trying to look for the final points, and he will miss it, but make no mistakes, he will dive all the way across. He doesn't care if he goes down. The rest of Eminence Raptors, they find those kills.
Oh, you might as well just ace them. Gragas is solo left in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but nothing that he can do whilst this Drake gets picked up by Eminence Raptors. Absolute perfection, absolute immense aggression being showed by Eminence Raptors. They don't really start a lot of these fights, but they sure as hell end it. Jarvan gonna drop in real quick to see if he can steal anything, but no, Wukong settles that, and it's gonna be Emotion going up against Hilla. Ah! And there, Gragas shuts that Zed out.
Wait, he's not supposed to be alive, and he dodges it. What a legend this guy is. Emotions. Well, he got his very first kill. That's a really good start. And did you even think that he'll be popping that explosive cast at the very final hour?
Yeah,
Not me.
no
Not
way,
me.
man. I definitely didn't see that coming, but what a call made there at the very end. It's going to be the Galio right now, moving straight up top at that Baron lane. Steezy going to come in and tease him just a little bit. This Galio is going to be in trouble if he doesn't get a little bit of a backup. And here comes Jarvan as well as the Lux. Guys are right behind them, preparing for yet another team fight in here, because in 2 seconds, Baron Nash is going to be popping out, but nobody's going to try for him just yet, though. And they will back away. Good move coming in from Eminence Raptors, Contra.
Yeah, and for the rest of Linkx eSports, they are trying to negate danger. Here comes Kid. He moves forward. Steezy already using his ultimate. And here comes Hero's entrance, dropping onto 2.
Oh!
Lucian still looking for the kill. They managed to actually find 69. And I guess this one pretty much is done and dusted. 17-5. And Emotion says, I got no business left.
Hey, that was a great move coming in from Linkx eSports, though. The Cataclysm got popped first, and then Kato came straight up with that Hero's entrance, but still, they get snuffed out. A little too strong Eminence Raptors is right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And after this, Emotion, is he going to be able to get this? But Hilla manages to push him away. But Black Cat in the situation right now. Baron Nash is still taken down. Trouble is coming, Contra.
Yeah, and I guess the only thing to match the Baron power play is that Rift Herald up top, which I don't think will last all too long. I don't even think that the Rift Herald will be able to reach the turret as the timer goes down. So this is a little bit of a waste if you ask me. But at least it pulls a little bit of a... Yeah, either that or it kind of expired in terms of activation. It will still be released. So... it just buys a little bit more time for Steezy to push, but overall, I think Linkx eSports, they got all these picks of champions which can actually start a fight, but they're not exactly the ones who pull the trigger. So it's quite a pity, if I really want to say. But here comes the minions already arriving, and there will be a good snare. But members of Eminence Raptors, they're just holding back.
Oh, this is a split push coming in from Eminence Raptors. It's a 2-on-1 on Kato, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Xion going in for the slay. Look at that Wukong just going round and round. Xion better back away. And the Wukong gets it. They take the turret out as well. And finally, Linkx eSports wants to come and challenge Xion for the spot that he stands on. but the inhibited turret will be the next point of engagement as Eminence Raptors make their approach. An amazing push after picking up that Baron Nashor buff Contra.
Yeah, and there's only so little left for them to do here, but to defend, and 69, he gets all the way backwards, and they still get to secure a kill. Here comes 59 turning golden, but oh my goodness, the final second did not really eliminate the death mark, as he will still go down. But I guess they buy a little bit more time just to defend a little longer. Like eSports still surviving.
The dragon has spawned.
Yeah, Eminence Raptors though, they committed cow in there for that fight. Not too much of an issue for them though. Look at how many turrets they have got left on their side. They don't really need to worry. 4-5 seconds in here, they still need to be a little patient. Once they come back through, they should be able to stock up on new items from that shop and head right back into the fray.
That's right, and looking at the items here, we've already got the Blade King, Trinity Force, Monomune, well, whatever you need for this Ezreal to pop off. But what I'm really impressed with is what Killa has been playing, which he's already been, just 30 minutes of the game. He's already secure. Yumu Ghostblade has his first item, moves on to get the Dustblade of Rakta, and here comes another fight. Great body slam. Everybody on deck, as it will be a crew top round. One here, fly down, Monster. As you can see, it's a total panic. Is it a panic kill? Is it a panic kill? I will find out. Oh no, it got stolen off by Xion. And yet again, it's
oh, they're just having fun. Panic almost, but they just get that quad. They're still teasing the Nexus from afar, waiting for that backup from the minion wave. All flushed out. A start of the game, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Linkx eSports, not so lucky against M9. Not so lucky against Eminence Raptors as well, Contra.
Victory.
Oh boy. This is where, you go into games and you were just tearing opponents apart and you were just hoping for the panel kill. And that moment came, but your teammate says, I'm a young kid away. So, okay, I guess MVP for Xion? Or is it MVP for Fluffy? Well,
I'm very surprised with the way Xion has really stepped his game up. When he first jumped into the fray together with Eminence Raptors, we didn't really see him shining that much. He took a while to kind of, I guess, acclimate himself to the team play. But this guy is on fire right now. 8 kills, 0 times. There's Wukong Falls as he went in there, spinning his Cyclone. 11 on that assist. Perfection from Xion Contra.
Yeah, and this is definitely a flawless one, and I guess he just wanted to add one more kill just to make sure MVP is being held by the jungler instead of Fluffy. And for the rest of Eminence Raptors, we saw Steezy successfully taking down Emotion time and time again. And this is where, Emotion, he was building mostly on AP items instead of a tank item build, which is why the Fuhrer could just punish her for multiple occasions. And just looking at the rest of the lineup, you don't exactly have anybody going tank on Linkx eSports. That is a little bit of downfall here, where Kato, he gets absolutely destroyed by Hilla, as well as Xion that has been camping his lane for quite a tad bit. So Eminence Raptors, we really give it to them. They really executed some of these team fights to a good standard, and I'm just hoping to see more. Like Eminence Raptors, which is why I said there is a chance where this game might just go 2-1.
Yeah, and Eminence Raptors obviously looking to not allow it to go that way. Based on performance from game number 1 in itself, it shows exactly how, desperate they are to shut this down and gate all 3 points. And, not drop any matches. Fluffy picking up the biggest damage in here, 24,000. And look at the damage absorbed by this Ezreal. Unreal, Contra.
Very much unreal. And, well, that's what you would optimally want to do, especially when you're an assassin in the Rift. So you just want to dodge every sort of all these pressure that people put on top. Like Rojak, he dropped the Cataclysm. He made sure that he saved the Shadow just to ensure his own escape. And
Yeah.
Killa has been shutting down 69 for quite some time, which is why you see the mass difference between Fluffy as well as 69, because 69 wasn't allowed to play the game.
And of course, when you don't allow the Kaiser to go in and ramp up, you don't allow the Kaiser to do basically anything. It's really just pretty much game over on the side of Linkx eSports. You know, the ADC is not going to be able to ramp up to do that crazy damage. And on the other end, Eminence Raptors, they just kept scaling and scaling in towards the very end, grabbing all of those objectives. Yes, they did lose Shelly, but even at the end, losing that Shelly didn't affect them at all. I mean, the Rift Rattle did 0 damage to the side of Eminence Raptors one run.
Yeah, probably tickled the Fiora a little bit over the top side. That's pretty much what it has done. But Eminence Raptors, this is definitely a very good start here. A solid 1-pointer, well, 3 pointers there with this one win. Let's see how they will hold up in round number 2 as we'll go on a short break and we'll be right back into action.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid.
bagaimana eksplosif Gas Becky terlampau tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport telah pun tiba Xion telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the C Icon Series Malaysia. My name's Contra. This is the Bustaccio AJ alongside me as we bring you more action here in Wild Rift. Of course, this is part of the ESL Mobile Open as well, where you guys, whether you guys are, of course, casual players, you can take a little bit of a time here to test your strength by signing up for more tournaments to come in the future, as we'll be having a lot of opportunities for all of you newcomers out there to step into the pro circuit. And anyways, all of this is brought to you by our official tournament partners, Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL.
Absolutely spicy, like a hot cup of Maggie curry. This match that we have just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Eminence Raptors going up against Linkx eSports. We thought that Linkx will be able to put up a tougher fight because we saw such a huge difference in their first 2 games of the day. Game number 2 looked so much more stronger, so much more composed, and then they came up into Eminence, the field of the Eminence Raptors, and their gameplay broke down once again. And who was the one asking the most questions in there? It was the Ezreal as well as that Wukong in Xion's sense. Now, I want to see Linkx ask this one question. What is Xion without that Wukong? Are we going to see this ban coming through? What do you think, Contra?
Well, I think it might just actually happen because I see that he's a little bit too comfortable on the Wukong. He knows when exactly to strike. And I guess the follow-up to it was also willfully done by most of the members out there, and that has also caused a lot of problems to them. So I wonder if they will be finding either a counter or to ban it away. So other than that, Linkx eSports, I felt that there's a few more things that they need to really work on as well. Rojak, today doesn't seem to be his best day overall, and they've been banning away his leasing, which forces him to really fall back to things like the Jarvan. But even so, like, he needs to play maybe on the consistent tempo. Like, what I'm talking about is here that sometimes he goes aggressive on the right reason and at times on the wrong foot. So it really is something that they need to work on.
Yeah, so let's see if or not, Linkx will ask these questions, ban these right champions who seem to be such a huge pain for them, right? Because there's a very consistent approach coming in from the side of Eminence Raptors, which obviously Linkx should be able to read by now. And this consistency is proving to be such a pain to deal with. And there's nothing much wrong in the composition for those, the drafts for Linkx. I think it's really, really strong. It's just those team fights breaks down in a very weird way. Earlier we saw the Cataclysm being popped up, and then we saw the hero's entrance come in there for a quick knock-up as well. But the problem was their own players were kind of stuck in there, which made it quite easy for the side of Eminence Raptors to tap out all of them. And they cannot afford such a situation once again. I'm looking forward to a stronger side. We might be able to see that Contra. They've already shown us. They go in there, they learn, they come back stronger. But is that stronger side going to be enough to take down Eminence Raptors, who are obviously pumped up from win number 1 in such a spectacular fashion? On top of that, they took it. Let's see, man, as we drop into the drafts.
That's right. Let's have a look here on what will be the first few picks. And you can immediately see that some of the assassins have already been taken off. Yes, you can argue Camille is a fighter. You can also say a fighter assassin because there's usually a subsidiary role that they do play. So no more Lee Sin, just like how it was back in game number 1. Nothing looks to change from Eminence Raptors' side, but Linkx eSports with one final ban, they take away the Katarina, negating all these aggressive mid lane options for Killa, and I guess they are still putting priority for Xion on this Wukong.
Yeah, they, they knew it might just get stolen away. The Janna being brought in by Linkx eSports. Let's see what Roja goes in and drags. They don't need to go and pull the Javan since, you know, a jungler's already in here. They should be stealing away at least, you know, one of these team fight monsters. They will go in for the Y instead to drop her into the jungle.
That's right, and currently we are looking at Xion here picking up the Kaisa. You can be paired up with the Braum at the same time. Or no pressure to actually grab the Braum because the support has already been picked up by Linkx eSports anyways. But might as well just go ahead with that. Well, Linkx eSports, they still need to secure their Baron laner or even their mid lane. And speaking of which, the question, Ari, is it Fox, is it a cat? You guys still have to answer it, but Kato will still get it in the bag.
All right, Ezreal being picked up this time around by Linkx eSports. Great pick, should be able to get those damages done. Whether the damage is going to be enough. Oh, very, you know, I really love Eminence Raptors. They really don't play according to the meta. And their picks are really interesting every single time they step in here. And they allow us to see these different sorts of combos. And that Malphite combo coming in together with Annie is going to be quite interesting. With Garen obviously being swooped up by Linkx eSports, it looks like Linkx is preparing to tank all of this damage that Eminence wants to send in.
And what I really like about Eminence Raptors side is a very clear-cut, simple answer to some of all these team fights, where you see Annie, whenever she has the stun up available, she'll just pop some tippers and blow everybody apart, and you can just easily chain it with Unstoppable Force as well as Wukong's Cyclone. So you have so many layers of crowd control. Meanwhile, if the likes of Linkx eSports, they don't go in aggressively from minute one, then I guess it will be a little bit harder for them heading in towards the later stages of the game. But the beauty about Ari is this, right? Like, she got the Spirit Rush, she can easily dash 3 times away from danger or go in to play aggressively. But at this point in time, you really want to put the pedal to the metal because you don't want to give any more games to Eminence Raptors Zia, or they'll be able to just chomp down any sort of a cable or link that there is in the Wild Rift itself. And Kits, he's looking for the pick.
Chasing Roja back, but spotting 69 in the vicinity, they will back away. Very smart move, Eminence Raptors. A very interesting way to take it as well. Hila, Kato. Is Hila going to be able to take this? Flashes in. Kato's going to be in trouble. This army is going to get wiped out so early in the game.
No! Just dodges it by a millimeter. And if he actually land one more spell right there, Hila would have actually gotten it. Oh boy. That's a mid lane fiesta.
And you know, you talked about needing to shut down Eminence Raptors early with aggression. Dude, I think the aggression is coming in from Eminence Raptors instead. Linkx eSports, they better step their game up here, Contra.
Oh man, my eyes, man. I gotta check my eyes. Like, did we really saw that? Like, it's a little bit odd to see both the Annie as well as Ari slapping each other. But over here, Xion dives into the roots of outside. Flashes away. 69 here has to play a little bit more safely. And all he can rely on is the Arcane Shift, but Roja is already trying to steal this blue buff right now, but Hila already knows that he's going to be around the block. And I think that this smite will still come true. And yep, Roja stole it away.
Okay, I was worried for Roja there because they were about to get tanked, but then of course the Garen dropping in to check on the situation as well. Malphite pulls out of that equation. There's no point going in for a full-on engage, and that's exactly what Eminence Raptors does not want to do early on, because they know they don't have a stronghold on the game just yet, and making these, you know, very aggressive moves and giving away a couple of kills, definitely not where they want to put themselves.
Exactly, and over on towards the Linkx eSports side, they are sending a little bit more pressure in. Roja coming in to cut off the back line. This is going to be Fluffy dashing away. Okay, he just uses his flash just in the nick of time to avoid any conflict.
And this is exactly why Eminence Raptors has been able to take these fights and win them as well. Every time Linkx comes in with the aggression, they back away. They want to have nothing to do with this. They've got that Braum down there. They've got that Kai'Sa to do the damage as well. But they know, they respect that Ezreal, and they don't want to go in for a full-on engage, especially when that backup drops in, right? Why with that reset? Hela still trying to go in for Kato this time around, not leaving the turret at all, not coming ever so closer. He's challenged Hela once, not in the mood to do it again.
Indeed. And over the top side here, Emotion does flash right in time. Xion ran out of mana anyways. Doesn't matter if you have the cycle or not, he's not going to be diving that turret. Rojak going for a little bit of attempt. Now, the only problem with Annie is that she don't really have mobility. So, if that's your power that she does have, though, it definitely does make up for it. Now, just a little bit of a push and pull. True Shot Barrage hitting nothing but air. And 69, he just wants to shove this wave and go back home, recall, and get some items up online.
Eminence Raptors are quite good at the start here, but the exact same can be said about Linkx eSports, who have been able to keep up with the pace of the game as well as the aggression, more importantly. I don't see Xion going in for these aggressive plays because even they are a little bit more careful. But at the presence of the Mountain Drake right now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be able to see exactly which side will have the upper hand from the get-go. And it will be Linkx eSports that starts things up first. Xion in the vicinity. He has got his smite available to him. He can drop in real quick. He jumps in and he steals it away, Contra!
Oh, here comes the Sobble Force, not really hitting out towards anybody just yet. Rojak just hanging by a thread. He will go down, but Emotion, he has the right to see, looking for Hela as well. Being stuck inside the pit, but that will be the Teddy Bear! Summon Timbers, but she will be all alone, left out to fight the dust. Emotion still looking for the kill as well. Fluffy, with one tick of health left. Linkx eSports, yes, they do win the trade.
Oh, beautiful coming in here from Linkx eSports, but they lost that Mountain Drake, and all because of Xion, all because of that Wukong that they didn't want to go in and ban. I really hope that this was the best idea for them during those drops, because they've picked a good, team in here, great composition, but not taking that Wukong away might just make them pay a very heavy price contra.
Yeah, but then again, there is a cap to the Wukong, just like how there is a cap on the Vi. As late game, you're just going to be a knockup machine. You do a little bit of damage here and there, but essentially that's the whole purpose of what the Wukong is on about. So it's going to reach the point where damage will be maxed out in a certain way where, Linkx eSports, they can actually have Rojak as well as Emotion getting much tankier. And maybe that will just be it. A little bit of a kiss of death being put in from Kato, not from Mikos. While kids just needing to actually fall back, and Kato playing a little bit more aggressively because they want to establish a little bit of control. And oh no! Things look bad, and he chases up front. Special Fisher being popped around as well. And Xion, he has to fall a little bit backwards here. Great unbreakable will, just unstoppable force as well to smack down on Black Cat. But how much can this Meltbite take? Killer has to do something about this. And Linkx eSports, too much of damage for the likes of Eminence Raptors to take.
Yeah, 2 plays should be more than enough to take Shelly out of the equation. Emotion as well as Roja. Emotion needs to be a little careful here, tanking those hits, but not too much to worry about. 69 still maintaining that defense up, down there at mid. Kid's gonna drop in to see what can he do. The answer is nothing much. Now, this time round, they need to be able to use Shelly slightly better. Will they get that done, Contra?
Well, I definitely think there's going to be a lot of opportunities, especially up in the mid lane right now, where Linkx eSports is actually taking control. Now, Annie is definitely a risky pick when it comes down to playing competitive scene because, like I said, lack of mobility is the bane of Annie's. But once you get those full items out there, you don't expect this Ezreal to survive. So I guess that's the main objective. But, 69. he just presses on from quite a range, and this is also going to be a problem for Annie, right? So usually what you want to do is to have the flash available. You flash tippers on top of any target that you want to, so that can hardly miss.
And are we going to see 69 put Hila out of action early so these Annie cannot continue scaling up, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, and doing that damage later on? I doubt it's going to be as easy as I release those words from my mouth. 69 as well as Black Cat still continuously trying to go in here for that push. The minion wave is going to be assisting them just a little bit, but Kids is just waiting, just hovering over there to see if or not this fight breaks out. Now they'll go in and drop down towards that dragon lane. Why? Because in a few seconds, there's going to be a Drake that says hello to everyone. And there you go. Once again, Shelly's going to time herself out, be released
Teleport?
up top on the Baron lane.
Oh, okay. A very early teleport coming from Steezy. And that actually negates all the pressure coming from inside of Linkx eSports, but they are still looking for another attempt because Emotion has already arrived and they will look to back away. Now, Roja actually commits, but he doesn't really hit on towards anybody just about yet. That's going to be a clone of the Wukong. While still a lot of high health, and it will be the unstoppable force on top of everybody. It is a train wreck, and the rest of Eminence Raptors, they will be able to actually chase him down. Roja stuck, caught up in between. And Emotion will be the next one on the chopping block. I don't see a reason why or how Linkx eSports could have secured that break. But here comes Shadow. Oh, man.
Oh, with the aggression, but Kato will get snuffed out as well. Xion should be able to take this Drake, ladies, German boys and girls. He is going to... Oh, I thought that little Cyclone was approaching a little too close to them.
Yeah, I guess so, but it was just a little bit of a fan blowing on their side. So now 7-8, I think that it is Linkx eSports here trying to pull it right back, but they still have the goal advantage for the moment. When we look into the itemization, we do have the GA up available for Rojak already. Sunfire Aegis for Garen, as he's possibly building into a Black Cleaver or even Trinity Force, if that's the case. Now, I do believe that that looks like a Force of Nature, so that will actually stop a little bit more magical damage, so that they can survive a little bit longer.
Wukong going in there, picking the blue buff up for himself. Wise right in front of him. Xion's not going to go in and engage. Roja just getting the place dewarded, preparing the takedown for Baron Nashor in a bit, but obviously it's not going to be as easy as that. They need to take out a couple of players from the Eminence Raptors side first. Linkx eSports, this is that comeback gameplay. They're going to be able to pull one back. It all depends on whether they can hold the push down mid. It's a 3-on-2 situation. But no aggression coming in from Linkx eSports. They are waiting for Eminence Raptors to make that first call, first contra.
Yeah, and they have to actually respond to the call over the top side as well because the minions are actually rushing right in. Rojak just waiting in place as well. A couple of taps coming through, and it will be able to pull Xion down to 50%. So far, every single time that these two giants meet over the Baron side, or now over the bottom, it will be pretty much a brick wall. It's about finding the right fights. So a 1-3-1 split here has been doing a little bit of favor for Linkx eSports, but if they were to regroup with the Wukong as well as the Malphite altogether, then it'll be harder for them to win some of the team fights here. So 69, he just needs to position very carefully not to be caught up by any of them.
Yeah, so
okay,
I really wonder. Really wonder what's the deal with this two?
There we go, Cyclone, as we get into action, while the rest of them has already been a little bit too slow. But Steezy teleports right in, and Steezy taking a little bit too much hits. They're being a little bit overzealous right now. So that piece of rock, he leaves the bottom lane, losing that turret, but not much in terms of exchange. Only one kill in for Eminence Raptors. Now, that's funny to watch because Sunfire Aegis as an item, it does burn your enemy's health, and they just stare at each other like, Let's see how much health can we burn each other out.
Emotion still going in for the push on Hilla, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Oh, gets stunned. Oh, he makes one mistake, but Kids comes right through to make him pay for it. Shion right behind as well. Kato dropping into that fray, making sure that his little compadre doesn't get taken out, and the Guardian's going to go in for a quick reset. So far, so good. Linkx eSports looking really, really strong. But when the Infernal Drake drops into the fray, if Eminence Raptors pick this Infernal Drake up, that catch-up gameplay is going to be a little too easy for the side of the Raptors.
Yeah, and not only that, Linkx eSports here definitely have been winning some sort of pickoffs, but not exactly team fights. So to really get those damage done to put Eminence Raptors out of the equation here is definitely going to be the thing that they've been looking for. And usually what you really want to do is to pull out the Drake so that nobody hops over and simply steals it away. Redemption being popped right in. Full health for the side of Eminence Raptors. Now, a little bit more push and poke and pull, and they're looking for the fight. Assault and battery not connecting just about yet. This new single out the Fluffy all the way into the back line, but Rojak is already down for the count, and this is where Eminence Raptors, they still have everything to blow out. And there's no entry point whatsoever. And here comes Denver. They saved the best for the last. Down to it's a 1 versus 2. 69. He doesn't really have that much mana, but Shion, he still wants to go for it. But then again, it is still 3 members available for Eminence Raptors. He should back away.
Oh, well played by both sides, and popping up those tippers at the very, very last moment may have just saved Eminence Raptors the trouble of losing the Infernal Drake, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And 69 popping off against Hilla once again, who has been quite a pain in his height thus far. Now 69 needs to be a little careful here, because the Wukong is in the vicinity, but they are not going to bother about going in for Eminence Raptors at all. They want to go in for the full-on pick on this Infernal Drake. Shion is at the site, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Let's see exactly how this team fight, round 2, kicks off Contra.
Well, first and foremost, they want to clear up the minion wave over bottom side because that tower is about to go down. 74 HP. Harmonic Echo being purchased by Black Cat, and Emotion now walks into a pit of Raptors. That actually sounds really scary in real life. Thank goodness they are extinct. But over on the mid lane, a little bit of a push, as well as a little bit of struggle for Eminence Raptors. As Emotion tickles the Drake for a tad longer, he says, "Is this part of your fossil, guys?" Now go ahead and snatch it. Steezy now being on the front line. There will be a little bit of the wind knocking them up in the air, and they immediately go in for the Drake. Glacial Fisher on top of the frontliners. Emotion as well as Rojak cannot do anything at all but to fall back. And the rest of Eminence Raptors, that pick. They are going to be rushing right in. Steezy still sitting on top, stopping them from proceeding any further, but 69 can only do so much. Drake number 3 for Eminence Raptors is in effect, but they're still calling for another fight. Oh my goodness, when is this about to end? Emotion is still being left alive, but not for long. Cattle being forced to flash away a couple more times, and this will be an ace.
What?
For Eminence
They
Raptors.
aced them out. Where is that minion wave when you need them? Where is that minion wave? Well, they don't care. They want to go in for Mr. Baron. Shion starts that engagement first off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Just like that, down on the 50% off that HP. Baron Nashor getting picked up. Roja can't do jack about what's going on the map right now. And they'll go in for that reset as well. Why? When they go in for the next push, Linkx eSports better watch out.
I like the fact that they are already picking over the mid lane turret. It's like, what about the turret? We could have got both the turret as well as the Baron. Now, let's have a look at the round 2 fight, because this one was a good connection coming from both Shion as well as Kids. And eventually, they were all being pushed all aside. And I felt like Linkx eSports, they shouldn't have overcommitted. It's just a Drake after all. Like, they already know that they're outnumbered. What are they thinking? Exactly.
And And this was something that we talked about. If Eminence Raptors goes in there and pulls away Drake number 3, the Infernal Drake on top of everything else, Linkx is going to be in real big trouble. Not because they're going to lose the game, because of the catch-up gameplay. And not only do they catch up, they now have taken over in terms of that goal collection. Their wallets are looking a little bit more fatter by the second. Malphite is going to go in here for a split push, taking down the Baron lane turret all on his own, clearing that minion wave. But here comes that Vi for that backup. Are we going to be able to see Kato go in for the slice on Steezy as well? Because it's a 2-on-1 right now. And then Vi will back away because in the mid, things are happening as well, Contra.
That's right, but Steezy, he is pretty much a rock! And a whole solid one. Cat'll be forced to pull, and it's Zanya's. Here comes a little bit of the monsoon, but it won't be. Cattle, what the heck are you doing? Go back in the fight. Get all the way to the fountain here, because this is where Eminence Raptors want to reign supreme. They're looking for a win. Can they do it, though? They're still in motion all the way up front. The Peanuts are going to be marching on the way. They need to buy a little bit more time. Here comes the redemption as well. And the middle waves are crushing from both directions. Break down the hit from mid side as well. And they have everything to work with here. Last hurrah! And Eminence Raptors, they close out 2 games in a row.
Way too tough, man. This defeat for Linkx would have been the most painful one throughout the whole day. Why? Because this was the round that was the most promising for them. And quite honestly, with the drafts of Eminence Raptors, they looked all right, but Linkx definitely was a little bit better. And I'm talking about just the drafts, and they clearly showed that at the start of the game. They were holding back the aggression that usually comes in from Eminence Raptors, and they did it so well, Contra. But they overcommitted in that one fight, and everything changed.
I really felt that they should just given that trick away, and then look to actually hold out the rest of the lane and then wait for members to regroup. Because of that very own commitment, they have lost the Baron and eventually lost out the game as well. Let's have a look at these stats here, because Eminence Raptors, oh boy, they're looking hella good, and Steezy definitely deserves this MVP title after some long haul battles across the weeks. Finally, we see him popping off, and this time he's not going to be going on those spiders. He'll be going straight up tank because he's got the Sunfire Aegis, which he tried to burn emotion with. He also purchased the Turn Mill as well as the Abyssal Mask along with the Iceborne Gauntlet. So it's a very in-your-face kind of build for the Malphite. And he didn't really have to worry when he goes in for turret dives or engagements, because he understands that he can survive no matter what.
Yeah, and survive he definitely did, right? Allowing him to go in for those solo pushes many a times, even on those team fights. This guy was an absolute tank, soaking up the damage and dealing as well, man. Getting those 8 kills as well as 9 assists. Absolute monster this Malphite was at that Rift. But so disappointed that Linkx could not pull this win away, because they were primed and ready from the get-go. 69, he had a bit of an issue dealing with that Hilla early on in the game, but recovered really well, and I really thought they were getting a great hold of the game. Emotion as well, that fight up top on that Baron lane was quite difficult, but they held their own for a bit, Contra.
Yeah, they definitely did, and the Emotions definitely was trying to stir things up, but there's only so much you can do with Eminence Raptors lineup here, which I mentioned. The key part about this composition, easy execution. Just drop every ult at the same time. You'll be able to win that team fight. Simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely. And with the Glacial Fissure connecting from kids on that pop-up, many a times we just saw them absolutely ravage the players from Linkx eSports. But kids, more than being able to pop his ulti, it was his ability to drop in there and provide that protection, soak up that damage for his team in those team fights. Fluffy obviously dealing the most, Steezy just nearing him ever so closely. Look at 69 with a 35k damage. This Ezreal obviously popped off, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, very unfortunate for him, because he had to face off against, 3 tanks? Well, just call it 2, because Sion's building semi-tank anyways. So, as much as the damage is impressive right here, he also soaks in quite a lot for himself. And of course, he doesn't really have too much HP bar as compared to, you know, Rajak or even Emotion. So Kids so far doing a lot of good protection alongside with Steezy as they take majority of the damage, leaving Fluffy a lot more room to work with alongside with Hilla. And what I also do like about the fact that Eminence Raptors, they don't just throw all their outs at one go. Like, yes, we do see Glacial Fissure, Unstoppable Force on top of the Cyclone, but Hilla holds back until he needs to really summon Tippers.
Yep. Yep. And obviously that was one of the moments and one of those, you know, crucial decisions that allowed them to get a Drake as well, because Hilla held back. Then again, like you mentioned, right, going in and popping all of these ultis at the same time could have gotten them those, you know, team fights, but knowing exactly when to pull the trigger is obviously what set Eminence Raptors apart from Linkx eSports. The team fight perfection that was brought forth in that game just got them that win. And of course, that beautiful 2-0 victory. What a way to take the 2-0 victory, and what a way to also make that comeback in this game, which I thought Linkx kind of, you know, had a stronghold on towards that start contra.
That's right. And first, that has actually concluded the entirety of the series. 2-0 victory. And wow, we congratulate Eminence Raptors because they finally get a clean, massive win. And that actually is absolutely astounding. So I've already got myself pretty much a lot of all these great plays, and I'm really, really happy to see them really rising up. So hopefully they can actually put a little bit more of an upset in the upcoming games. We're going to be looking at the post-analysis segment here to break down some of the key highlights of the team fights that we've witnessed throughout the raid.
Oh yeah, this was that initial pickup on the Infernal Drake, and then Wukong was the one that jumped in there for the quick steal, wasn't it? There you go.
Yeah, and eventually they were all pretty much clumped up over on the exit, and eventually got flushed out. And for the likes of Eminence Raptors, I think they all arrived just at the perfect timing. And over here, we see a 1v1 happening, and did we expect Emotion to win this? Because the Knight's been popped and everything else.
Yeah.
That body slam on top of that explosive cast has saved his life.
That was perfection, man. And Emotion played that really well, but was it enough? Unfortunately, it just wasn't, because as you know, they were going in there, this was the Cataclysm as well as the Hero's entrance that they popped up, but even that wasn't enough. It caught them in one spot, and it was just an open frenzy for the rest of the Eminence Raptors just come in there and feed Contra.
Yeah, and I definitely don't think they fancy their chances fighting in the choke point, and this was where the quadruple kill happened for Fluffy. He went in, Arcane Shift all the way in as all the health bars get lowered down, and Xion just have to steal the final one.
almost with the Penta, but we'll count that as a almost Penta, which was what it was. With the Rift Herald being picked up as well at this point, or shortly after this, this was once again the position where we really thought that Linkx had a great hold of the game, right? They were going in there, they were winning a couple of team fights early on in the game, and they were ahead in terms of the goal, as well as being able to slay. But they lost 2 Drakes and that one final Drake. If at all, we kind of talked about this, if they managed to pick up that managed to pick up the Infernal Drake, they should be
the biggest
able
play
to
right
make
here.
that was like the mega play, bro.
Yeah, and Motion just having a casual run-in with all these other players, and I felt that Kato here playing on that Ari, he wasn't really playing all too cautiously as well. Like that phase check has resulted in that team fight to break out, and this was the biggest one. And you gotta give credit to some of all these members, but it was actually the second engagement here that really resulted in all this massive casualty. There goes the Baron, and there goes the game as well. And, you know, what can I say? Linkx eSports, they are down 4 games for the entirety of the day. Definitely does hurt them for a little bit. But we'll be, of course, having a little bit of a session here with Eminence Raptors, because this is one of the biggest wins for themselves to really climb back on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, man. And obviously later on the series will bring Sem9 back into the fray. Are they going to be able to pick up another win here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? I don't know if or not that's going to be as easy as it was earlier on, because earlier they met Linkx eSports. Now they will meet Geek Fam, the champions of the preseason, who are dropping in here and who look as strong as they have ever been. Contra Sem9 definitely has their fight cut out for them. But when we saw Swak go in there for the interview session with the Basim Layu segment earlier, he mentioned this. He said the same Sem9 that drops into the Rift this time is not going to be the team that, Geek Fam has been watching so far. So do they have something up their sleeves?
I'm pretty sure that there's going to be some sort of cheese strats that we pull out eventually on the most, of course, lineup match. Well, what am I even saying? Like, the most heated matchup here that will come up shortly here is between Sem9 as well as Geek Fam. But I still want to give a little bit more credit to Eminence Raptors. This is the new dawn for the team because they've suffered so many defeats through the past weeks, and they said we're sick of it, and they answered back and they hit where Linkx eSports hurts the most. So
Sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
I don't want to put I don't want to put too much of emphasis on Shion, but if you take a look at his performance when we first kicked off, and he wasn't really performing in those matches where his team really tanked those losses. But when we see Shion coming back in here, all new and refreshed, and then Wukong just popping off left, right, center, he gives the whole of Eminence Raptors the kind of vibe, the kind of feeling that they are going to be able to go in there and clutch those W's, which they clearly have done in here so far. Are they going to be able to continue this run? I'm not going to say it's all dependent on Shion, but it is all dependent on their teamwork, because obviously they took a while to gel, and it seems like they have finally hit that sweet spot, Contra. So definitely looking for more action as far as Eminence Raptors is concerned.
That's right. So with that, I definitely believe that there is a little bit more of a shining hope. But if they were to meet up, against all the big guns like Berjaya Dragons as well as Geek Fam, they really have to prepare. But I believe that we've already seen some of these bouts already being wrapped up. So things can only get better from here onwards. And now, preparing ourselves for the upcoming ones. First, you guys need to answer a question. Is Ari really a fox or is she a cat? So
she's a six-tailed cat.
Have you got six-tailed cat? I kind of wish kittens actually do have six tails though. So, when they whack their tail, they basically mop your floor. I'm just being lame, don't mind me.
I know sure as hell Cloud would go, Sir Cloud would literally go and adopt 6 of those cats, man, and he would never have to mop his house ever again.
Okay, and anyways, mopping the floor will be our MVP that sweeps in our enemies, and it will be Steezy here, the player of the match, going in for that Malphite up the top lane with 4 kills, 1 death, as well as 6 assists. I guess it's 100% kill participation, and make it a perfect 10k on goal and 10k on damage as well. Perfect 10.
Yeah. This guy was definitely the MVP. This Malphite was a monster. Going in there for the solo takedown on those turrets, no problems at all. Taking a 2-on-1 situation, he'll be able to tank it until that backup arrives. When that backup arrived, well, whoever who wanted to go in on a 2-on-1, they regretted exactly what they came in here for. Steezy, an absolute monster, and your player of the match.
That's right. So we're going to be, of course, seeing a whole lot more of Steezy in upcoming match days, because this will be the final match for Eminence Raptors for this week. But, there's still more games to come, because next game is going to be very, very much spicy, because we're going to have great moments in that match. Hashtag Maggie Moments. So share your comments and pictures with us for a chance to be featured on stream. So you guys can be trollish as well. Take some pictures and just have fun. Post it on your Facebook and hashtag Maggie Moments will be featuring you by the end of the day if we can. Or just comments is also good enough. So just anything meme-ish, send it to the BM segment or so. Just
meme them out lah. Don't meme us. What hashtag what?
Ikuto beban. Because beban.
Hashtag Ikuto beban, ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't know if he was, but he didn't win the match, so that's all I'm concerned about. English casters 3, Bahasa casters. The Indians call it mutte. You know mutte? It is called an egg. Kosong, nothing.
Okay.
Monday, I hope they don't tapao me lah, bro.
I guess they will reply with just you wait. But anyways, you guys can also grab hold of some really, really cool gadgets out of JBL because we've got the Quantum Series to be given away, and you guys can definitely check out the Quantum Series here on your screen. All you have to do is simple. You guys could just pop in some comments and share the stream. While you're commenting, put in the tag JBL Malaysia as well as hashtag JBL People as well as SISMY to stand a chance to win. Make sure you share the stream with all these included for a chance to walk away with the Quantum 50 or Quantum 300.
Ooh, whoever who wins the Quantum 50 itself, I would say is lucky. But if you manage to pick up the Quantum 300, bro, oh, dude, that's already perfect for gaming, man. You want to hook it up to any, of your devices, be it a PS4 or PS5, your PC, even your mobile. You will be able to, plug in your 3.5mm jack, and that's your perfect headphones right there. I believe it's a 40, but yeah, just go in there. If you guys want more information, jbl.com.my. And of course, we've got your 5 gigabytes of data being dropped in here by UDO as well.
That's right. Just scan this QR code and walk away with that 5 GB worth of data, or just visit the website down below, bit.ly/UDOWR. And all this is, of course, UDO powered by Cellcom, because you do it better. So far, I think things have been pretty much beautiful, and these days it's been really cold because it's been rainy. I want to get my hands on that Maggie Hop Cup. I think my stash is already run low. So, I hope to get some break here just to run over to the convenience store and get myself one. So, AJ, what about you, man?
I tried your combination and your recommendation. Maggie with some cocoa powder in there, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just take my advice, okay? Maggie cheese, just end it right there. Maggie cheese, Maggie curry cheese, the biggest bomb in the world. But Maggie curry with cocoa powder, just don't take contrast cooking advice. That's all I can say.
Nah, that's not even an advice. Just don't try it, all right? So with that, we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you the most exciting match of this evening. Sam9 versus Geek.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, telah pun tiba. Xiang telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! Victory! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Slide back to the future, got my own time. It's sipping dope to feel right. Got my own high, don't need no lines. Sneaky bitches never ever acting so nice. Alright. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the volume up there. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me sign, hit it all the time. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. I'ma go get 'em. No time looking back, every day gotta do better. I'ma go get 'em. Blow the roof off for I really want to see now. Go tell 'em. About to touch the sky, no helmet. Preparing myself on top, no weapons. On my own, I stop caring. Cause they keep telling me. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah. You can tell me nothing. Come back when you got something to say. Just put the fire in my face. Take a seat in the back, yeah.
Leader, I got my team up. I've been a dreamer. I switched the scene up. I done got that green up. It don't make me feel up, but they know I'm being with the rats. Call me the fiend up. Heavy work, smoke up, no lean up in my.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan mereka ingin masuk sekarang teleport telah pun tiba Xian telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift, made possible by our awesome partners Maggie Hot Cup, Udo, as well as JBL. My name's AJ and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra to bring you all of the hottest actions. And speaking of the hottest of actions, we've got two spicy teams up for the fight here. Sem9, who has already taken 2 wins back-to-back in one series in here for themselves, going up against the Monsters Geek Fam Contra. How do you think the results are gonna fare tonight?
Okay, let me set the tempo straight, right? Like, other than us knowing that this is gonna be a big fight, Ozurveki used to be teammates with not only Swak, he's also teammates with our Hedge. So this makes this matchup here extremely important when it comes down to, you know, ex-members of Kuala Lumpur Hunters. Who is the stronger ones? Is this going to be that new era as well where Becky, he's already found his new best buddies? Will he just, you know, shove aside the old comrades right here?
Well, see, at the end of the day, when you get drafted onto a new team, you play for the brand. And friendships, unfortunately, they need to be shoved aside. Why? Because salary gets put on the table and you gotta play your heart out. Sem9 going up against Geek Fam. If Sem9 takes the win, it's gonna be one of the biggest wins for them as a team, as a brand. And this is an opportunity they will not let go of. They've already gone in and drawn blood a little bit from the Dragons. They've already gone in and fought some of these teams and put them in their place. Will they be able to do the same with Geek Fam? Obviously, the likes of Ozora, Veki, and team will be trying to prevent that. They do not want to drop anything. Geek boys and girls will take on Sem9. Monsters with those who have stolen many hearts, Contra.
That's right, and we start off with the Geek Fam's lineup popping up on your screen real soon. So I'm pretty sure that we'll have Ozora Veki up in the mid lane. Well, I guess it's just gonna take a little bit second here. Yep, we got the Shang for the Baron lane. Rumble into jungle. Veki over mid, Momo as well as Linkx to conclude the entirety of the lineup for Geek Fam. So far, other than Veki here being the superstar of Geek Fam themselves. I think Rumple here is going to be going in with the challenge because whoever gets to be on the blue side, if that Lee Sin's not banned away, I'm pretty sure that they're going to go in for the first pick Lee Sin.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. Rumple definitely trying to go in here and prove that he's the best Lee Sin user. And you know, whenever the Lee Sin does drop into his hands, he creates so much of havoc in there. But of course, Sem9, as they bring you the lineup of our hedge, Kazuo, Ravens, Wild Rabbit, as well as Swak, will be looking to put an end to the absolute dominance that Geek Fam has had in the group stages in here so far. And you know, that damage might just do Berjaya Dragons a lot of favor, Contra.
Yeah, and coming out hot from that past matchup here, Kazuo is also a very, very strong jungler out there that also wants to contest for that Lee Sin pick. So, Ravens versus Ozora Becky, this is where we want to settle the score. Who exactly is the current best mid laner of the Rift? So, man, I just am glad that I'm the one to be able to be casting alongside with you here for this match, because I've been waiting for quite a long time for an intensity at this level. So we know that sparks will fly inside of the Rift. So we'll get ourselves ready for this match with Maggie Hot Cups Champion Select real soon.
I'm gonna call it Contra. It's definitely gonna be a 2-1, no doubt about that. I doubt Geek Fam's gonna be able to take 2-0 over Sem9. But I want this 2-1 to be on the side of Sem9. I've said it many times before. I'm not, embarrassed to say it. I'm a Geek Fam fanboy, but I've just fallen in love with Sem9. I've just fallen in love with Sem9,
man. Anyways, well, I got no doubt about it. I'm pretty sure that they are definitely the fan favorites, other than being the meme lords that they are. Now, we're going to be going in towards the draft here as Sem9 takes on Geek Fam. Now, starting on the blue side is going to be Geek Fam here, and I mentioned about how important it is to actually start on blue, because that Lee Sin pick is up on the table here if neither side is banning it away, and Sem9 immediately aims for that Orianna, says, Veki, you ain't gonna get this one, and Braum being banned away, I think Geek Fam is definitely up to something, because with that, they also have to think, if they were to go in for first pick Lee Sin, there's also Camille on the table.
Yeah. Oh, Kaisa getting struck off together with that Orianna. So let's see. Shang, is he going to go and secure that Lee Sin? They better, because RH will pull that for his team member, ladies, German boys and girls. Kazuo will... they want to let them... I think Rumple just said, give him the Lee Sin. RH is definitely going to go in for that Camille. Kazuo, come on, bro. Lee Sin, my man. Lee Sin.
Well, let's see if this really happens, because it might just also be a setup here from the side of Geek Fam, but instead they're locking at the Gragas. So this leaves room for Rumple to get his Lee Sin back on track. So is he gonna get it though? Yes, he will. And well, comfort pick being activated, and Veki now is gonna be looking for something. He doesn't seem to have his mid lane just about yet, if he's not playing that Galio. Now, instead, Veki picks up the Xayah for Momo. And just a fun fact, this was also Veki's favorite champion back in the PC counterpart, where he was playing as a marksman instead. Well, he basically played multiple roles throughout his career, but here we have Ravens locking in the Jarvan for the jungle.
It's a very interesting composition coming in from Sem9. The fact that they didn't go in for that Lee Sin pick, they didn't want to walk into the game that Geek Fam sets up for them. They didn't want to walk into something that is expected of them. They want to play it a little differently. And so far, dude, the lineup for Sem9 is as solid as they come. The same can be said for Geek Fam as well. They're going to be able to get into those team fights. Gragas is going to be able to pop off his barrels. Rakan and Xayah combo dropping into the fray for Geek Fam. Oh, you gotta love that. And Swak's gonna wrap everything up with the Ziggs, who's gonna be delivering all of those bombs together with that Gragas in with his explosive cast, and Ezreal just popping off. We are in for some crazy team fights here, Contra.
That's right. That will mean that Swak here will be playing a Gragas support, which we haven't seen for quite a long time. It is definitely executable, especially having the body slam up available most of the time, and that will break wall the Rakan whenever he wants to go in, stopping him from going in with the Garrett entrance, except for the fact that you want to catch that Gragas in specific, so that Vastine couple over the bot side will have a little bit more of a flair to play around with. But mid lane matchup here is something that I didn't really see coming, because that is the power of getting that Gragas early for that first pick, because you want to confuse your enemies and say, okay, you know, go ahead, pick whatever you want. I can go in with my last pick, and that will be the Ziggs to fight off against Veki here up in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to RH as well as Swak, because they will be able to break up those team fights, right? I mean, Camille, she goes in there with a Hextech ultimatum, locking down one player and knocking all of the rest away. And Swak can just drop in his explosive cast, blasting them away if they attempt for that re-entry, just so they can make sure they take out their biggest pain point in terms of Geek Fam. And usually that will be a very, very good way to lock down a opponent as strong as the Fam, right? Then again, quite a number of them are a pain. So let's see how Sem9 takes this, as they start off quite aggressive with each other, but nothing too fancy.
Yeah, just a little bit of a back and forth trades between both ends. Linkx here soaking a little bit, tad more damage coming from Wild Rabbit, as he's looking to exert a little bit more pressure. Lots have already been placed by the likes of Sem9. Even if this Lee Sin wants to go bottom side, it can easily be scouted out. And he's going to be looking for a mid lane gank, as I'm looking at the mini-map, just waiting for the Ziggs to overextend for a tad bit. Now, Kazuo is going to be doing his blue buff, but Ravens has to be really, really careful about this, as he doesn't have a ward over on that side of the brush.
Yeah, Rumpel just playing the game of patience, but he will not go in and make that mistake, but instead he goes in for Kazuo because he doesn't want to let go of that scuttle. Kazuo gets away, Swak catches Rumpel instead. Ozora Veki back in here for that support, but it doesn't end well for either side, and neither one will drop any players.
Wow, just look at the amount of sheer skills that they are just showing between this scuttle contest. Like,
don't touch my scuttle, bro.
Yeah, and I guess a little bit of tickle doesn't really hurt, but over here, RH already getting over on towards Rumpel because they know how important this could be. Over the bottom side. Oh, great chunk of damage being excited as Momo as well as Linkx. They managed to secure the first blood for Geek Fam. But what's happening here over the river is will be another connection of a kick on top of Kazuo. But he cannot move further because there are a little bit of a charges of nades down on the ground. So they will be retreating.
Those Dragon Balls out.
Yeah, I guess that's what we can actually call it. It looks exactly like it as well.
I know, right? It's going to be that Lee Sin, who's already managed to cross all over to the left-hand side of his jungle. And this time is going to be that Garen who will be able to get that backup as the Camille makes that push forward, just forcing him away from the turret. Garen's going to go in for a quick reset and top up on his items, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Nothing much to be shouting about just yet, with the first blood being drawn by Geek Fam. Still, it really doesn't make much of a difference. It's just a bragging right at this point.
That's right, and over the bottom side here, it definitely will take a little bit more of a money for Swak to really get hold of majority of his items. That's why he's going with his boots first, building a little bit more tenacity to perhaps outlast some of all these traits. And over the top side, I guess the Shang doesn't seem to be phased about the existence of the Camille up top, because he could easily just go in for a little bit of challenge, stacking up more health on his Grasp of the Undying. But Veki, he's holding up just about fine. And I guess the difference maker here will be the trick that will pop up in 10 seconds from now.
And are we going to be able to see Geek Fam flush out Sem9 in the exact classic way that Geek Fam does to the rest of the players? Obviously, Sem9 will be looking out for that gameplay. I mean, you've repeated that so many a times. must be at least one team in here have found the counter for it. That Ezreal is going to be, backing away from this encounter just a little bit, allowing the rest of the Geek fam to drop in to say hello to the Drake first. That steal might come through, but Kazuo is still far away. He's got that true damage buff on him, which is going to be good enough to go in here for the steal. Are they going to be able to make this approach, though?
Yeah, Kazuo does spot them out, and they're trying to actually go in. Oh, quickness! And there's no entry point whatsoever. And with that, Kazuo just makes his way out. And I guess Sem9, they have lost too much of a pressure point, and the bottom lane couldn't seem to have joined in the fight by any chance. So consider this a little bit of a victory for Geek Fab for the moment.
Yeah, a great hold. And Sem9 just paying a little bit too much of respect for Geek Fam there. They could have just gone in for the push towards the jungle and then flank around, but they just didn't have the manpower, respecting the fact that they didn't have the numbers to take on a squad like Geek Fam at that point. Galio's not going to go in for that reset, just teasing Ravens to come in here for the push. The question is, will he be able to do so? Ravens has been playing this very carefully so far, and it doesn't look like he's going to get caught off guard at all, Contra.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a stagnant mid lane as opposed to what we saw earlier when Sem9 was taking on other teams. So over the top side here, we are going to be looking at a lane swap. Both minds really think very much alike. And I think this actually favors the likes of Sem9. The reason why they do this lane swap is to get a little bit more priority on that Rift Herald, as they can make sure to secure it much faster so long as they have this wave priority on their side. And if not, Kazuo can also go in for the gank, as he's already taking down all these wards. But remember this, Rumble is also being very close by.
Oh, absolutely, man. And you know how dangerous this guy is. Rumpel just goes in for a quick round of de-warding whilst they prepare to say hello to Shelly. There's just one more ward right there in front of him, which he hasn't gone in and spotted out. So, but then again, it doesn't really matter, right? Because look at the way Geek Fam goes in for it. Oh, but Ziggs can come in here for the steal. You've got the Jarvan approaching as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. But are they going to take that risk for Shelly? We will see in a bit. Nah. He said too easy for that guy.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why the camera doesn't even turn over onto the pit, because none of the members of Sem9 has that same amount of pressure. Rumble was very confident that he will be able to secure it because he's already cleared out many of the vision, and it's definitely a risk for Sem9 to take on the unknown. Well, this is a little bit more slow moving than we thought, because both sides are actually playing with very much caution. Kazuo just needing to actually clear out the wave. Here comes a little bit of Sonic Wave. They do knock our Hedge up in the air, but they knew that it's still a little bit too risky because Hextech Ultimatum is up available.
And if anything, this is the way Wild Rift is played to perfection, right? A very clean laning phase coming in here. Respect being paid by both teams as they go in here to farm up for themselves. Now the pressure will come through down at the Dragon lane. Sem9 should be able to secure one turret and do so much of damage up top on that Baron lane as well. Amazing coming through from Sem9, but is that enough?
Well, maybe it might just be Kazuo can actually look into force something upon Veki, but he knows that there's not enough amount of damage that can actually pop Ozarveki from 100 to 0, so he's going to be looking for the Shang. Even so, Geek Fam replies, dropping down the Rift Herald over the bottom side, forcing a response, and Rift Herald's not going to be damaged just about yet, but it will be an exchange over the top side here. But I feel Geek Fam, they're going to rush right through, because this is not going to be much of a good news. They have to back away.
Yeah.
And here comes Inferno Bomb dropping right low. Raven can only do so much, just hopping a little bit on Shelly. And 2 turrets for 2. I guess it's honestly not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all, but it was an amazing reset coming back in for Sem9 to go in for the defense, expecting the push up to the inhibitor, but Geek Fam a little too smart for that. What a play, man. They make the rest of Sem9 drop back onto their base towards the Nexus and make that push up from there. And the pressure down at the Dragon lane and that reset that comes through allows them such a easy take on that Mountain Drake. This is Geek Fam at their best.
Exactly, and you should expect nothing less than that. A little bit of contest for the blue buff, and it seems like they won't be able to steal this one away from the hands of Sem9. Wait a minute. Yeah. Yep. Galu has managed to actually secure it in the back. So you see this methodical macro play across the map, which is a masterclass from not only Geek Fam, but also from Sem9. Like, to not respawn is also a way of respawning. Like, you saw they were to look for the mid lane turret while they were forcing a Drake right down below. But, of course, unfortunately, they don't really have enough of that winning wave. So they were just giving it up towards the side of Geek Fam. But they shouldn't give any more because they've already secured 2 Drakes.
Yeah, they need to have a little bit more vision on the river as well, because Baron Nash is definitely an objective Geek Fam wants to play, but not as early though. And down at the Dragon lane, Shang and RH just going up toe to toe with each other. RH not phased at all, and Shang will be pulling away from that battle. Up top at the Baron lane, which we've just switched over, by the way. You know, the pressure just keeps coming through from Sem9. But here's the problem. Geek Fam has always been able to settle the Baron. Not once have I actually seen Geek Fam lose Baron when they go in for the take. But is this going to be the first time?
This might just be the first time. Like, just look at how cleanly they play. It's already 11 minutes and there's only 1 kill that's happened across. Not even the kills happening on this solo laner. And the reason being is this. They understand the importance of resources. This is like how Koreans like to play League of Legends. A very methodical game where it's all about numbers overall. And from the micros perspective all the way down to the bigger objectives of the game. So now, with all these macro plays, Geek Fam, you see them actually getting 4,000 goal lead in total.
And is that going to be a lot based on the way they have been playing this thus far? Definitely, right? Because it's going to take a while for Sem9 to scale up on their own as well on the current pace. Rumple, that fight for the scuttle just continuously breaks out between the two. But I think, it was Rumple that got it at the end.
Yeah, because he does have the smite overall, so I'm not too surprised by that. But over here, Becky taking too much damage. In terms of itemization, you can see majority of all these players have already secured 2 big ones. Here comes the TP, and a fight breaks loose. Heroic answers to actually drop right into Sem9 because he's so little help. He locks everyone in with the castle, including his own teammates. Becky runs out with a sliver of help, but the rest of Geek Fam, they crash right in as they look for those kills, and they get it. Finally, swapping it off. You're trying to look for another one in the form of RH. But this is just a brick wall that RH is facing with.
And this is the flush that we were talking about, right? And Geek Fam now has gotten it done, but not too much of HP left here. And Nyx needs to come in here from the backup as well. Look at the push down mid as Sem9 will lose that turret. Shang can't do much about that. Now, the vision as far as the river is concerned, Sem9 has got a lot of eyes in here towards that Baron. So if at all Geek Fam does make that play, Sem9 should be able to use their usual strategy up against them to go in for that good take back. But right now, with the Cloud Drake dropping in to say hello, are we going to be able to see them go in for a split objective? Maybe Sem9 drops in for the Drake and Geek Fam uses that opportunity for the Baron. It doesn't look like it. They won the exact same and a team fight is on the horizon, Contra.
Yeah, speaking of which, now that will be pretty much the blue buff in for Ravens, as he can lob a little bit more grenades over on top side as well as bottom. They do have waves pushing in, so they cannot afford to lose this fight. Sem9, it's either they have to choose, drop this Drake, or of course, go in for a full-on fight, which they are already a little bit too late to the scene. So understanding that all these waves are not really well handled, they will have to actually send members up top as well as bottom. Great play coming from Geek Fam overall, just to make sure that they keep Sem9 busy.
this is gonna be a problem because Geek Fam has started to pull away in this matchup. 7k lead on that goal right now. No small joke. Make that 6. No small joke at all. Geek Fam, as the match drags on, their hold on it gets stronger, Contrast.
Indeed. Now, just looking back the items here, as we have yet to cover it. So we got Rod of Ages, as well as Rabble Dap Cap on the Galio, working on the Lichbin, which he just purchased, which is a big buy, which we hardly see from most Galios. But over on our Garen here, we've got like what, Dead Man's Plate, Torn Mill being set up, and same goes for Force of Nature. This Garen is rich, I tell you that. He's already going in for 4 items. Well, I believe that's not the full Torn Mill that has been purchased. It was the Bramble Vest that actually is a lot more feasible than.
Uh-oh. Geek Fam has already set the precursor for the Baron takedown. Cleared out those wards, and they've put in some sights right into the jungle of Sem9 as well. Zora, Becky, and Rumpel. This is that engage to push the likes of Sem9 back, and they are gonna go in to engage Baron Nashor. This is classic Geek Fam as they go in for the attempt on Baron. Nothing Sem9 can do. Swag, Shang just keeping them company, making sure they can't go into Jack. Lee Sin takes that Baron Nashor into their hands. And what can Sem9 do now?
Clean as a whistle, Geek Fam. They immediately saw Kazuo and they'd say, okay, let's bring this guy less than 10% health, force him to back away, and Wild Rabbit has to pop that heal to keep him alive. Even if he's alive, he has to go in for a reset, like just recall. By then, Geek Fam understands they have enough damage to take down Baron in time, and they absolutely zone out Swag, taking him down as well. Now Kazuo in danger, and the entirety of Geek Fam is here. And with that, back and drag. While our Hitch looks to open up a little bit more room, but over the top side here, yes. Well, okay. That just happened. A little bit of a dive, and they will need Wild Rabbit in this mid lane because this is going to be a hard shove. But yet again, over the top side, they will be giving one turret up. Oh my goodness, one punch to the turret and half HP. Are you kidding me, Becky? That's the power of the Lich Bane.
Yeah, this is crazy, man. They're gonna lose the inhibitor down at the Dragon Lane as well. And the setup has already come through. I don't think Geek Fam wants to go in for the Nexus straight up. They might just lose this fight, but they've already set up the Infernal Drake takeover down at the bottom. Their reset comes through, Cataclysm will drop them in, but it doesn't hurt Geek Fam at all.
Not at all, not a tad bit. As they're only doing this shit damage towards the Shang. Now they have problem clearing all this wave. That's going to be crashing over the top side as well. Here comes Rumpel. He's going to be looking for a kick. He knocks Tree in towards the air. Heroic enters as well. And this might just be it. Geek Fam have one of the cleanest plays that we've seen in a long while. But yet again, there's still many members of Sem9 here going in for an absolute defense. Needing to buy time for this Baron power play to be over. Here comes
trapped in there, pulled back, and Shang just goes in for the slice. Nah. Geek Fam's just going to go in here for the reset, man. They want to take the Infernal Drake on.
Oh, no. Oh my goodness. Geek Fam now going for a retake. I don't like what I'm seeing, but they are disciplined enough to actually fall right back. And what they do have right now, Elder Drake in the form of Inferno. This is definitely the juiciest Drake of all. And of course, a fitting one for Geek Fam to secure, but they don't have health. So, gotta wait for it.
Yeah, but it's already set up, bro. They've got so much of, side wards in there. They go in for that reset. They've got that HP as well. Once they go in for that push, Elder Drake's not going to be an issue to pick up at all. The best chance M9 has on this is that Jarvan going in for that last-minute smite. Maybe Swak. Oh, goodness me. I was just about to say maybe Swak can drop in there with his explosive cast, blast all of them away from that spot, and allow Kazuo to just drop in for a quick steal. But no, it's game over. Well played by Geek Fam. This is the strength of one of the best in Malaysia.
Oh boy, this guy already has the Elder Drake as well. Look at how much he's dishing just to Ravens. And Cataclysm already being popped. He has to sacrifice his Guardian Angels and Tarhead. He gets knocked up with the red entrance. And Geek Fam, they want to secure those kills and before they shut down the rest of Sam 9.
Nothing. Sam 9 had nothing up against Geek Fam throughout that whole game. It looks so equal only because Geek Fam allowed it to look equal at the very start. So much of respect being paid to each other. And Geek Fam says, thank you so much for the respect. We'll take the W as well. And they went all out, man. Objectives played to the T. They went in there for great setups. This was a perfect game of chess where Geek Fam just read and played their moves way in advance. Sam 9 did not stand a chance, unfortunately. Let's bring on those match stats and see exactly what sort of damage was brought forth by the team of Geek Fam. 9-on-1 on those kills, not too much to shout about at all because of the amount of respect played in here, but it was all about the objectives as Shang picks up the MVP contra.
Well, I kind of agree with you more. It's more about a lot of enemy movement reading in the entirety of the game and just knowing what exactly to do. You see this game, it comes in a very low ratio of kills because both sides are having masterminds plotting out what to do on each and every move, including the next step forward. So Sam 9, maybe they were moving those chess pieces around and they kind of got stumbled upon the point where, oh boy, I guess it's 10 moves to checkmate right now because I made one wrong step. And the thing is, you can't really pinpoint where that one wrong step is, whether or not, is it lack of regression? Is it lack of an initiative? I kid you not, it's definitely not one of the above. And with that, Becky, Rumple, they walked with no kills. They managed to get Momo online, but it was the Shankier that was the grand MVP. And who would have thought Garrett, out of all these other picks, to be able to secure the most amount of kills, and for Sam 9 to only walk away with one.
And it was just the way it was played, right? It looked like Rumple didn't really do a lot of damage in this game. It's because he didn't really bother going in for this usual engage as well as those ganks that we have seen in the past games. Rumple just mainly focused in on his jungle. He wanted to get those objectives, and that's exactly what he got. How many Drakes he managed to go in there and settle. Kazuo, on the other hand, look at the amount of damage that this jungler has brought in. Not because he didn't go in for these engages. He played the exact same gameplay and respect that Rumple played. He wanted to go in for his objectives, but he just kept getting stonewalled. He couldn't get any entry in to even smell that Drake.
Yeah, and look at Ravens. He did 33k, another massive run coming in for a Ziggs, but only so much that he can do. He didn't even walk away with a single kill, the only one being Wild Rabbit that secures one for himself. But I felt maybe if you were to actually highlight Kazuo, yes, he does play a role because he has been tanking majority of the damage and he needs to initiate first. But what he does, it comes at a cost because Becky, he can be, of course, safeguarded in a certain way or just hop over with the hero's entrance to another teammate to escape. Momo, you don't want to dive on top of him as well because once he opens up the Firestorm, it's intargetable. And even for the likes of the Rakan, everybody, it will be covered by the side of Soraveki. And that makes it a lot harder for this Jarvan to really go in for a forced engagement in that sort of way. So it was actually very well thought out for the likes of Geek Fam for this entirety of the draft.
Yeah, it was just perfection from start to end. And the only way for, Sam 9 to take this game against Geek Fam is to read their moves, to read their thoughts way in advance. Basically play Geek Fam's game up against them. But dude, that's easier said than done, right? We saw exactly how they go in there for the Baron gameplay. But that is a move that is so easily read. But reading it is one thing. Doing anything about it is a totally other thing, right? Because their gameplay is to flush you out and then settle Baron off. How do you stop Geek Fam from flushing you out? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's see if Sam 9 has the answer when we come back from a short break.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan serangan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Xian telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
They say that we're too young, I hate it. They say we're being dumb, so let them talk. We're living on the run, we'll make it, you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. They tell us that we're wrong, we might be. This life, it isn't long enough to feel. My love for you is strong, I'm fighting you and I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes. Ooh. We're 17 and we're not afraid. They say that we're too young. Can we go back? Can we go back? Won't fall apart, don't let my heart break. Can we go back? Can we go back? Like we're 17 and we're not afraid. I know that we're not sober, but shut up and pull me closer, yeah. Holding me still too far away. Even when we're older, I promise that I'll still hold you like we're 17 and we're not afraid of making mistakes.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tetapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky menjatuhkan serangan mereka ingin masuk secara cepat telah pun tiba Xian telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that happens.
What's up, guys, and welcome back to the Wild Rift. And of course, this is the Sea Icon Series Malaysia. My name's Contra. This is the Mustachio AJ here as we are already in round number 2 between Geek Fam versus Sem9. And wow, I feel like I was watching two geniuses going on a chess match, like you said. And I guess Geek Fam, they definitely set a few traps right in and eventually pulled through to checkmate the likes of Sem9 for game 1. But this is a best of 3, so we'll see whether if the chessboards will be flipped around. Where, of Of course, over here is the blue side as well as the red side. And AJ, we got a lot to thank for because we are seeing some of the very best of Malaysia.
Oh, absolutely, man. I mean, you know I'm a baby in the Rift Contra. Thank you so much for all of your guidance and helping me catch up with the game, you know. But I have to thank the likes of Sem9 as well as Geek because they show me perfection within the Rift to allow me to catch up even faster, right? And these sort of gameplays just, they really, really get your heart racing. I'm super duper sad that Sem9 could not take game number 1 because I know Geek will be doing their very best, everything in their power to get the W today. I want to see Sem9 at least draw a little bit of blood. This is the time for them to rise up. We heard Swak say in that interview earlier on that BM site that they've got something different to bring in. We saw that something different. It's not enough. They need more of whatever they've got up their sleeves. It needs to come out right now.
That's right. And judging from the fact that they went in with some really interesting bans as well, I thought everything was going well, but there's this big giant bully in the Rift in the form of a Garen up of the Baron lane that they can't really seem to get over with, and the Shang was the one to really serve them justice here, all the way from Demacia, of course. So I'm wondering whether or not, you know, I don't think Garen's supposed to be banned in any matches in particular because there's so many other top tier picks over on the Baron lane, like the Akali. And do correct me if I'm wrong, did we see an Akali ban coming in from the first game?
I do not recall, but I think if I'm not mistaken, they did go in there for the Akali ban as well. And maybe, I'm just thinking, right, maybe this is a gentleman's agreement between Sem9's Kazuo as well as Geek Fam's Rumple. Maybe Rumple said, hey, I'll take him first, then you take him. We'll see exactly who can run this Lee Sin a little better in here. Hopefully Kazuo is able to show us that he can step into those jungles and get those objective steals, man, because Rumple was just doing it to perfection, Contra.
That's right, and speaking of which, here, we're going in for very similar bans. The Braum being taken away and not having that in the hands of Swak, he can still rely back on his Lux. While there's not going to be a Galio to be seen here from Geek Fam, so Veki will have to go for other options. They are willing to risk facing off against Veki's Orianna. Now, the Shang goes in to pick up this Gragas, which we have mentioned it before. It can go on the Baron lane, you can go on the support, you can go on the mid lane, you can go on towards the jungle. He's the most flexible pick at RH. Once I mentioned about the Akali, this guy knows how to rock it real well. I've played a couple of games with him, and yeah, he has been really popping out on that. Now, Kazuo also locks in the Lee Sin, meaning to say, Geek Fam, they have to go in for option number 2. Now, Rumple usually do like to play Evelyn. Recent patch does see a little bit of nerf on the ultimate itself, so it's really hard to actually land the last caress. It's not about landing it, but the cooldown is so much higher as compared to what it used to be. And over the bottom side, Rumple as well as Veki, they pick up the Ezreal and Janna for Momo as well as Linkx.
Yeah, it definitely looks like a gentleman's agreement here with at least in pick on Kazuo, but the Orianna being picked up by Ravens should mean that, you know, there's going to be quite a crazy fight down mid. Wild Rabbit gets the next pick as well before Momo and Nyx will set off 2 on their own, and Asher being brought in by Wild Rabbit. Very, very interesting approach coming in here from 7-9 Contra.
I really do like a little bit of a different pacing here because I'm looking at Akali as well as Lee Sin being the early game fire starters, and Ashe is the guarantor for the late game hyper carry mode. Now, Vi will be picked up, and this will be a little bit of a problem for the Ashe. And, well, Swak, oh my goodness me. I talk about T-straps, right? It's an Annie support, or is it going to be an Orianna support? It could be either one, but they're not making a budge for it. They are locking their own respective roles, and they say, you know what? Play whatever we want, so long as we play our hearts out. So once the Monsoon is dropped, you can see that Swak will prepare a little bit of the passive stun that she has. Drop that Timbers on top. Not much that you can actually do about that. But that will be very, very vital because this Janna right now needs to really rock it well. Nyx has got a lot of duty to do in these team fights. Here we are round 2, Geek Fam versus M9.
Well, let's see if or not this time round, Sem9 will be able to pull one back to their side. Akali's making a quick approach in here. That Gragas has already got that ward set out in the river. Spots that Akali in this situation will back away towards that brush, waiting for RH to come in here. But no invades coming through. They want to play this safe as well. A lot of respect as usual being shown at the start of the game. Early pickups, and they are going in to help their jungler, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to settle those buffs first. Why? Because we know exactly how much that jungler just helps control some aspects of this game. And without that Lee Sin being bumped up real quick, getting those objectives are going to be slightly harder for Sem9.
Yeah, and after Becky pops the Squires Bloom, just to scout out over the red buff and checks out that, oh, Lee Sin hasn't taken the red buff, it means that they're definitely going on a parallel jungling. So Kazo will still take his sweet time to clear off the wolves. Just a little bit slower than Divide, but RH playing with fire right here. He's moving all across, but he should be able to get an easy escape just to, of course, throw some shurikens out and pick up a little bit of honey fruit. Oh, he did pick up the rune as well to be able to get a little bit of money out of honey fruit.
Let's just see if or not Momo as well as Wild Rabbit will pop off against each other. The scrim down there at the Dragon Lane, very, very slow and easy. The Scuttle's going to be taken out by Annie, I believe, as she drops in here to the river real quick, dropping in to see what she can do in mid. The support coming through. Ozora Becky might get caught out. Annie does not go in for the damage and backs away.
Yeah, it's a little too far, but they are going to be shoving this Scuttle back towards the hands of Kazo at the very least. So even if you're Janna, you don't want to be anywhere near this river. Now, Wild Rabbit definitely needs to take quite a long time to skill as compared to an Ezreal. She's heavily item dependent. Now, Kazo going in position, trying to look for something right here over the top side. Rumble is looking for the assault and battery, and RH, he doesn't really have too much health. The waves will eventually crash right in. And Kazo, he's having pretty much the crux getting stolen by Rumple.
And this Lee Sin right now needs to... Well, actually, you know what? The Lee Sin doesn't really need to worry about much at all. He should be able to drop back across in the jungle if Geek Fam allows him to, right? Yeah, but that's going to be quite difficult.
Yeah, and I just witnessed a little bit of the thing that not many actually do. And hold it, that's a perfect execution coming from RH. And I talk about his Akali. He's playing it to perfection, as we always say. So, we get the items here. I think that she's going for a very early line race. And here comes Body Slam as well as the explosive cast. But Shang should not have enough damage to follow up with that. So, RH, he walks away without losing too much.
What a perfect execution pulled off there by that Akali. And could that be a precursor to what we are about to witness in here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls? Sem9 assassinating Geek Fam, as Rumple will go and continue his process of jungling. It is going to be a mid meetup between that Orianna as well as Ozora Veki. Nothing much to shout about, but as this Lee Sin drops in, that backup, Soraveki will back away from this situation. 11 seconds more, and the first Drake is going to be the Infernal Drake, which is going to be a very, very important task for both of them to pick up. Objective in here, Lee Sin's first on side. Kazuo, can he get the damage done? The Scuttle needs to be taken out first. Raven starts it off, and Kazuo will go in to finish it. Picks up a little bit of gold for himself as well. Yes, what's that 0-4 Contra?
Yeah, and immediately he drops that ward in towards the Tri-Brush, spots out Vi over the corner, so Rumple has to give way. And with that, Sem9 goes in for their first attempt on towards the Drake, I do believe. There's still no wards over on here, but Rumple has already spotted things out. And here comes Summon Timbers, and here comes the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, landing perfectly on top of Rumple, all the way from the bottom end. And Becky now has to further return, flashes away. Sem9 playing a much better game to nail.
Ooh, Oh, beauty, but they cannot get too excited about this at all. Why? Infernal Drake on for the taking right now as they go in for that reset, but the engage not coming in from Geek Fam. Great in there. The site placed by Sem9. They should be able to know if or not Geek Fam gets a little cheeky with the Infernal Drake. Momo clears out the minion wave down there at that Dragon Lane, as Wild Rabbit will drop back in together with Swak on that support. Let's see if or not Infernal gets taken down right now, as Kazuo very, very slyly approaches the situation. Can he flash in for a quick steal, for a quick smite? Kazuo! Oh! He goes! Oh! Kicked out of there by Kazuo! He manages to get it done at the end though, Contra.
Wow, he gave Rumple a run for his money. And of course, a taste of his own medicine as well, as he has done it to others too many a times, and now receiving it on a short end mistake. Oh boy, definitely a little bit of a low blow right there from Kazuo. But hey, you gotta get the job done, and that's the cleanest way, not needing to actually force a team fight. So I guess Geek Fam, they aren't really two-faced. Now let's take a look at that kick once again, because Linkx as well as Momo, they weren't looking all too quick, and by the time that he has already been kicked out, you know it's a done deal for Sem9.
Yeah, they're gonna go in here for Shelly as well. Kazuo in there with the Slay. Rift Herald picked up for Sem9 as well. Bring the fight on, Geek Fam, says Sem9 as they go in for the push. Shang just trying to take down the turret all on his own. He will get the damage done, but up top, it is gonna be the pressure that comes in for Nyx. Let's go, boy!
Oh my goodness, that perfect arrow lands on top of Momo, and there's just no escape. Like, Wild Rabbit, he made the choice to go on this Ashe where pro players really, really hate to play because she's pretty darn slow in the early game. But it is for a very good reason. Like, how do you actually run away from not only the Lee Sin, but that enchanted crystal arrow?
Answer, you don't. You get slain. Sem9 with the 2k lead on the go. Not too shabby, not too much at all. There's nothing to shout about, but it is a great start in this game. They just need to keep that momentum up. Don't forget, there's also one turret taken, but of course they've lost one as well. So yet again, it seems like Sem9 has got a slight edge, but it's Geek Fam. At the moment, it's still all equal here, Contra.
Yeah, well, you know why they do have a slight edge? Because they have our hedge.
Good one, man.
Okay, just doing what I need to from time. Anyways,
don't explain it, Contra. Just flow with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna flow away with it right now. All right, so Rift Arrow being popped over the mid side, and to be done. Oh, another enchanted crystal arrow landing. But this time was a little bit shorter in terms of distance, only clipped on top of Rumple. But it's just sending message that he can land this at 100% ratio. He has not missed a single one. And mind you, the further it travels, the longer the stun. And let's take a quick look at the arrow that was set up. And he curved it not to hit Nyx, but he curved it perfectly to hit Momo. And that's the most impressive part of that fight that we saw.
Yeah, the perfect execution coming through as well. RS just absolute perfect form in this game. Quite honestly, the whole of Sem9 on perfect form in this game. Could the game changer be the Lee Sin that was traded? Because this was it looked like a gentleman's agreement. You take him first and then I'll take him next. Let's see exactly who plays that Lee Sin better. Both of them look quite equal if you ask me, Contra.
Very much so, but well, I guess by the end of that, there won't be any more equal if it goes to game 3. Somebody has to settle score or just say, you know what, let's ban the Lee Sin away. So
yeah, exactly.
Just look at the items, right? We do have Landry's being picked up by both the Ahri as well as the Gragas, while just the Trinity Force for the Vi. So Geek Fam now. They need to answer to this strike, but they're really far away. I guess they are looking to give this one away and hope to actually catch our hedge off guard. Wait, a little reset? What? Okay. that actually buys a little bit more time for Geek Fam here to react.
Yeah, thanks for dropping down the HP of the Drake as well, they say, as Lee Sin takes the Mountain Dragon
Okay.
479.
Oh.
Two main
Oh.
objectives picked up so far, and Akali just getting it done. Rumple, bye-bye.
Who's next?
Wow, Swak as well with the Tibbers drop right in. Do you expect the Annie to be up there? Not really if you are Rumple, but I guess this is where Swak has unleashed that secret weapon, that secret sauce that he's been boasting about. And speaking of that, the support is getting 2 kills and 2 assists, so I guess that Wall Rabbit is the support right now.
But I love the warding game coming in here from Sem9 as well, right? They definitely have got so much more control over the map, over the river as well, which means the next objective coming in here for Baron Nashor. Yeah, fat chance if you think it's going to be easy for Sem9, right? It is Azora Veki that goes in, places the quick side ward in there, but that one is not going to be too much of an issue for Sem9 to deal with. We always see that Lee Sin de-warding starting off. Usually Rumple takes on that job. You might see Casual go in and pick that role up for himself as well. The engagement for Baron Nashor is just way too risky now. Let's see how Sem9 pulls this off.
Yeah, I guess there is a little bit more room, especially when you can actually have Wall Rabbit starting off the fight as he lands that
That's how.
arrow once again. And this is what we were talking about. Like, every arrow you hit is going to be a confirmed kill. And they will have to get this mid laner away to the likes of Sem9. Like, what can you contest with? Like, Becky, yes, he gets his already picked up here, but then again, he needs to really play a little bit more aggressively. But he doesn't seem to have enough of items to really land those blows. And RH, he makes his way out, but he will be rejoining once again because they are just teasing the Baron. And they're not going to be connecting just about yet. And RH, he still has the perfect execution intact. And here comes more pings. Because this time, this might just be for real that Sem9 wants it in the back.
Yeah, I mean, Sem9 just playing the Geek Fam tactic in here, going in for the quick engage on Baron, dropping back out to flush those plays away.
Oh.
But obviously the gauge not coming in from Geek Fam, and here we go!
My goodness. Swak just goes in for the body block. He risks himself, goes out for the count. But RH is looking for the perfect execution, but they will be shut down by Becky. Re-engage coming right in with little HP left on Ravens. So consider this a 2-for-2 exchange.
2-for-2 exchange, but the reset when it goes back in here for Sem9, no doubt they are going to try to play Baron yet again. Side ward being thrown out by Kazuo just before he goes in here for that reset. A quick D-ward when they come back through, and Sem9 will go in for attempt number 2.
Right now, Momo is going to be pressuring over the top side turret, which is very much brittle. So I don't think that Sem9 will be going after him all too much, but then again, there is Wall Rabbit there that's going to be in position, so it's too tempting not to do so. So far, many of the players of Sem9 still having clean sheet of score, except for, of course, Swak as well as RH. But RH already boasting 4 kills and looking to be the MVP if we continue with streak. So while Rabbit, now he's going to be sending an arrow looking for the Ari Captain Becky! And they are going to be hunting down for him, but he spirit rushed away. They couldn't really catch this Ari, so I guess this is the only target they couldn't kill off after hitting the arrow.
There's a super wild rabbit on the loose, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. They're going to be able to pick up the Ocean Drake really easy now. But here's what I'm afraid of, right? Contra. When the Elder Drake steps in, Geek Fam should be able to turn things around very fast. At that point, we will see Geek Fam show absolute non-stop aggression, because that is a objective they cannot lose. They cannot afford to lose in here. And right after the Elder Drake, they might just go in for Baron Nashor straight up if they manage an ace on Sem9. And we've seen Geek Fam do this before. It's classic Geek Fam gameplay. Let's see what happens.
That's right. Now, they do have a little bit of an exchange here as they were securing a top lane tier 2. And now, over the bottom, they finally get the Eminence doing all the dirty work. And once again, the challenge is on for the Baron dude. This works inside, but are they really looking to start this without RH being all too close by as well as Veki? I guess the answer is going to be pretty much true. While over here, the rest of Geek Fam, they're marching forward. While Geek Fam spots out the danger, and they will be threatening the mid lane turret as well. So look at Geek Fam playing very methodically, and they're going to be looking for advantages, and it does hit. Here comes RH going in for perfect execution as well, immediately getting a kill on top of Linkx, as they will go in for a chase once more. But it was pretty much over and done with. There is still a split push in effect where Ozar Veki is not looking to join the fight. They're looking for the turrets after turrets.
This might just turn the other way around because Sem9 has just pulled a Geek Fam on Geek Fam. And there comes a quick blast on from the corner, but it's not going to be enough. Getting chased away by Tippers. But Momo's just going in here for that solo. And here comes that backup as well now, Contra.
Oh my goodness, it all breaks out all across the fronts. Control now turning golden. What? Elysian turning golden? Are you kidding me? But you're playing it very, very safely, and they managed to pull in members of Geek Fam, pick one down, but they will give Swak in exchange. Well, I guess it's a tank Annie at the very end of the day instead of just a typical one. RH now going up close and personal, getting a couple of shots being fired up, and he still managed to make it escape. Wow, swift moves, and here comes Trishop Barrage.
Yeah, Sem9 is running out of time, Contra. I'm telling you, man, they need to go in for Baron now. They need to take Baron out of the equation because if the Elder Drake drops in, Geek Fam is not going to let it go, and things can turn around really quickly if the Elder Drake falls into the hands of Geek Fam. And we've seen them just pop off right after, man. If Sem9 takes Baron Nashor, though, the story can end so differently for them.
Yeah, and mind you, there is a cap in terms of the scalability of Elysian as well as Akali. Like, they will hit this brick wall where you just don't dish as much, but understanding that there's still 3 slots that they are working on, I guess that you can say that he can still build more damage items, but at this point, we're looking at survivability here being the key focus. Now Ravens will be challenged by Rumple, but Rumple somehow doesn't have his name appearing for some reason. Don't worry, we got you covered. Now, Momo,
endgame,
he will actually scale very hard. Now, speaking of which, here comes the Timber. Everybody get out of the way as Sem9 is looking to rush right through. Becky now playing a solo push over the top side here, trying to buy the attention of Sem9, but they're not buying it at all. Like, what is this? 5 ringgit pa sa malam DVDs? Like, we're going in for a 1v1 up top.
Yeah, Elder Cloud Drake will drop in here to say hello to everyone. Super duper big objective has been dropped into the rift. Who's gonna go in and say hello to Mr. Elder Drake? Momo is going in for the approach in here. We have got Rumple in together as well. Kazuo.
Oh, TP coming in right in. Oh, perfect execution. And they drop it right on top of Momo. This is looking very bad, but there will be a flash coming in across. Now chasing on towards Ozarek Becky as well. Over on the mid side, we have the Shag taken out of the equation. And Wild Rabbit chasing right in. And the Geeks are running rampant and all over the place. Now, Sem9 will rush through mid lane and break down those turrets.
Oh, do you want the turret or do you want the Elder Drake? Go get the Elder Drake. Oh, Lee Sin getting it done. Kazu, whoa! Pick it up, Sem9. Let's go. Geek Fam is about to drop this one, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. I don't think they expected it, but it is the side of Sem9 that's gonna go in and give it to them. RH goes through real quick with one final hit, and they will take the Elder Cloud Dragon. And here we go. It's all out battle right after this. Geek Fam, can they at least take Baron Nashor as Sem9 goes in here for that reset?
Look at these two big brain plays, and Talon Crystal Arrow lands on top of Becky once again. And this time, instead of buying that Zhonya's, it's forcing Becky here to buy the Quicksilver Sash because he doesn't want to be stunned, so he can clear off the stun. Lands a kiss on top of Kazuo, and he's gonna connect with the Sonic Wave, but he will not be flying right in. And, well, I guess Sem9 will still be able to actually hold on towards this momentum here. Now they can actually force this Baron for themselves. But now, Geek Fam, do or die, they need to find an opening, and it has to be quick. Oh, speaking of which, over mid side, Swap gets caught out. Same goes to our heads. This is not looking all too good. They have to actually retreat. And Sem9, they've kind of butchered their attempt already, as they will have to give away all this pressure because of what happened over the mid side. And Geek Fam, they get a clean Baron take.
Oh, thank goodness Kazuo as well as Ravens pulled out of that menace. While Rabbit gets taken down as well, they get ace. That's game over. Geek Fam can just go right through that inhibitor up top on Baron lane, and the Nexus gets snuffed out as well. Are we going to be able to see with the pickup of just one main objective in here, Mr. Baron Nashor for Geek Fam? What are the Geeks going to be able to pull off in here, Contra?
You can see that Kazuo is just looking to shove out the wave, knowing for the fact that the Baron power play will come into effect. But Geek Fam, they cannot really press on the engagements as well, as much as they do have the Baron buff on top. Like, you can see, it's not a usual 1-3-1 formation that they're looking at, because they want to make sure that, okay, if it's going to be the bottom side, we will send a few members. It's not going to be an all-in, because Sem9, just look at the itemization, look at the goal. It's pretty much even up at first, but Geek Fam, after the Baron, you see them coming up ahead in goal. And look at this. No team with a 6-kill deficit has been able to equalize in such a way.
Yeah, and that is the beauty of Geek Fam, right? There's no point in this game where they already had it lost. Even at their Elder Drake getting lost as well, they still stand up tall in here. And here comes that push all the way down that Dragon Lane. Wild Rabbit trying to hold them back, slowing down their movements. Kazuo in with that push as well. Can Sem9 hold the forces of Geek Fam back? They are using Baron Nashor's buff to the extent of maximum right now, Contra.
That's right. Now they're just looking to actually juggle in. They do secure 2 turrets already, looking for turret 1 over the inhibitor. And this is going to cause a lot of problems for Sem9 in the long run. And are they actually going to give a lot more? Because over the mid side, it's not looking all too great. So it's really calling on for Sem9 to really pull the trigger eventually, or really lose out. Now they need to get into danger and buy a little bit more time. So the bot side has to be cleared out initially. And looking at the mid side, this is going to be one heck of a push that will come out of the side. Okay, Fam! Oh my goodness, and their connection on top of Becky with the Shadow Crystal Arrow. Here comes the Monsoon trying to actually hold on, and our hit, she turns golden for a little bit, and he will go in with a perfect execution, still chasing on top of them, but with the GA still up in the middle. The rest of Sem9, they're on hot pursuit, they're pushing them off, and there it goes. One member down, going on a revival. Sem9 now goes in with the pressure, but look at the waves though. Is there any TP that actually comes in for the side of Geek Fam? Because the bottom side is looking to be clear. This is all in coming out of Sem9 as they do send back our hedge, just in hopes that there's no TP on the way.
Oh, but they couldn't go in for that final push, for that full-on absolute pressure. They take the scuttle out of the equation, ladies, German boys and girls, preparing themselves, because the next time Mr. Baron says hello, they want to tapao cow cow. But Geek Fam clearly showing them that you can take every single Drake in the game, including the Elder Drake, and we will still give you a run for your money, homeboys. And Sem9, oh, dude, how are they going to be able to pull this away now? 20 seconds. Mr. Baron drops in here. Reset. Are we going to be able to see Geek Fam make a crazy comeback?
This is a big pickup if they can actually get the check. Yes, they do. And with that, it really calls out a 5 versus 4. And Swap, he received a little bit too much of damage because he flashed right in at first. Now, from the side of Geek Fam, a smart play coming in because they are forcing their way over the mid side.
Nice one, and that forces Sem9 to go in for a quick reset, which opens up Baron Nashor. No, but it's way too risky. They will gonna tapao cow without Shank's backup in there. And RH gonna go in there for that reset as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. How will Geek Fam play with such little pieces on the board right now?
Shang does actually get the TP on board as well. So if RH actually drops in this 1-versus-1 fight, this game can be over as well. Tibros actually misses, but over on towards this Baron buff, it will be secured by Sem9 eventually as they go into the fight. The rest of Geek Fam, they're going on a retreat. They will have to give one life up, and that's going to be Rumble right there. TP coming in available for the side of the Shang as he is hoping to push, but there's no more pushes whatsoever. This is the most incredible game of Wild Rift that I've ever casted. And if you guys are watching, just look at both sides of the goal. It's only 1K difference between the two teams.
Amen, brother. It is Wild Rift played to its best by two titans within Malaysia. Geek Fam, the Giants, and Sem9, the up-and-coming Heart Stealers. Are they going to be able to tapao the Kings? Are they going to be able to tapao the champs? Geek Fam themselves. Swak, they come in here for the push down at the inhibitor. Shang with the defense. Gets the beautiful stun on Linkx, and they will continue to go in. Inhibitor taken down mid as well, Contra.
For the bottom side of the turrets as well. This will be a very, very clean play. Geek Fam now being forced to really answer or not just leave this turret be. And it's even more vicious when you have this Baron on the hands of Sem9. And that kiss actually lands. That pulls him Ravens all the way backwards. And Tulsa Cast is to deny them entry furthermore. But Geek Fam, they're trying to hope for a little bit of an entry here and pull off quite a heist because Swap, he drops the bear, he drops everything alongside with the enchanted crystal arrow, and that's gonna be the dragon range on top of Momo as well as Linkx. They do pop out Momo. He does have the guardian angel, but they are looking to bring this to game 3.
What a freaking play by Sem9.
Wow. This is what we are talking about. I don't care who takes the last game, but this has to be the best one we've ever seen coming out of Sem9, and that deserves a round of applause.
They
boy.
take it back, man. They draw blood from the two giants. Sem9 definitely once with everything that it takes to build up a strong legacy for them in the Wild Rift scene in Malaysia. And dude, you give them one season. In season 2, Sem9 is going to be a formidable force, man. Let's take a quick look at the match stats, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to this chess game that was played to perfection as our hedge with their perfect execution coming through time and time again gets those 8 kills and 3 assists, falls twice, but Ravens and Wild Rabbit on the other hand not dropping a single time, continuously in there for the push, even almost getting aced a couple of times. They back away, and Wild Rabbit, man, with those stunts, oh goodness me, this guy was such a game changer in there.
He is, and just playing nearly 30 minutes of the match and not dropping a single kill to the enemy side. You gotta say that Sem9 is really putting on their best coming out of Kazuo, Ravens as well as Wild Rabbit. Early game, it was where RH really shined the brightest, and he definitely deserved the MVP title here with a total of 8 kills because he was the one responsible to really take down Momo as well as Ozorveki in important occasions, and to also shut off Rumble from coming anywhere close by. So I want to look at the damage output as well as the damage soak, because I believe that RH, he actually puts himself out there just to buy a lot. And you can see 26k of damage being soaked in by RH himself, and yet he only died twice. This is remarkable. This is RH on a different tier.
You know, Sem9, they promised to bring in something totally different. They promised to bring in something Geek Fam has not seen thus far, and they lived up to that promise. Not in game number 1, but in game number 2 to perfection. Can they make that final play and pull the W over Geek fam? Holy crap, Contra. I might just shite myself, bro.
Oh man, like if RH gets to play this Akali again, well, I guess it's over, guys. It might just be over. So Momo did quite a lot, but you saw even in the very last fight, while Rabbit dropped the enchanted crystal arrow. Same goes to Swag. He just flashed and timbers his way across, and this is how you play any as support or even any of a mid lane. Like, you need to actually exert so much pressure on your enemy side just to force them to retreat, and to pair up these two in the lane, you know they won't be dazzled and set on flame.
But here's the thing though, the biggest question as we go into match number 3 later on is, are we going to be able to see the gentleman agreement come to an end? Because it now opens up the bar for Geek Fam to pick that Lee Sin first, if it does not get banned by the likes of Sam9 early on during the picks and bans, right? So hopefully that play comes true with Lee Sin out, and then you want to drop in for your Vi and Javin. That'll be a good fight for the two. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, when we come back from this short break, the craziest battle is about to unleash.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky terlampau tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk secara teleport, terlampau tiba. Xiang terlampau sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike, tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Nice. Alright, go. Down, first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
It's just the way we live. We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. 'Cause up we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids. Introduce me. I'm the renegade. Every single night, I crave the taste. It's the adrenaline running through my gait. It gets me high. Got no time to waste. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. Look into my eyes. I'm not afraid. Take over my mind till it fades. Like a medicine, it keeps me safe. This neon lights lead the way. Ain't got time for small talk. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you. I'ma tell you the truth. Not in it to lose, just fascinated you. I tell you the truth. I'm fascinated you.
lagi kesempatan untuk seketika, tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas. Becky telah pun tiba. Becky menjatuhkan serangan. Mereka ingin masuk sekarang, teleport telah pun tiba. Xian telah pun sampai. Dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that have to sing.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the summer edition of the Sea Icon series for League of Legends Wild Rift. And this is made possible by our partners, Maggie, Hot Cup, Yudu, as well as JBL. My name's AJ, and I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only Contra. And we are currently witnessing perfection, Contra.
That's right, and not only that, it was also a masterclass that has been displayed by not only Geek Fam, but Sem9 as they have finally find that opening and, of course, ruptured a little bit of wound on the Geek Fam side. So, I'm pretty sure the Dragons who are watching in the form of Berjaya Dragons is going to be looking at this game here as a case study because Sem9, well, they definitely has brought a lot of different perspective on how you should draft heading in towards the match. And speaking of the draft, here comes Maggie Hot Cup Champs Lad.
Okay, walk me through, my man. Walk me through, please. Do just ban the Lee Sin off.
Okay, no Akali. That's the most important thing for Geek Fam right now because RH is way too good on Akali. Now, Geek Fam now teasing for them to ban off that Lee Sin or live it up for Rumble, and yet again they ban out the Galio. So this will mean that the Shang here won't be having options out there. Either you take the Camille or you take the Lee Sin. You cannot have both. So I guess that's definitely a wise call. And Geek Fam here, will this be a little bit too hard to pass? Because you see, they take a lot longer, and yes, they want the Camille, and they really want to do it real quick. And yep, that will be pretty much the lock-in coming from the Shang. So, that means Kazuo, decent.
Yeah, hopefully he goes that way, right? Unless M9 chooses, there you go. Lee Sin being locked in. Let's go, my man. But then again, the Camille is going to be quite a pain to deal with as well because Geek Fam should be able to go in and single out a certain target to focus in all of their damage on, and that could just be that Lee Sin early on whenever she drops in or whenever he drops in for those fights. Orianna possibly locked in by Kazuo right now for the mid fight. Let's see exactly how Rumple goes in for his pick here, Contra.
And I guess this is very similar to what we saw earlier on, and Rumple will be able to get them by. And in this sort of case, Becky will be looking to lock in that Xayah just to provide a little bit more room for cover if in the case that they were to go in. Okay, a Pantheon? Okay, I want to see if this actually goes to the bottom lane as a support or the top side because Pantheon gives a little bit more of a global presence, especially with the man drop heading in from the stars all the way crashing in. Well, Momo here locks in a Karina. You know what? Put the tier crafting aside because it's out the window already. And here comes Swak locking in Leona. We haven't seen Leona in a fair bit. So this is to actually lock down party targets just like Becky's Katarina.
Oh, Pantheon's going to be taking the fight up against the Shang's Camille, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Ozora, Veki, Orianna on Katarina, Corki in there for the push. Oh, I'm excited already to see exactly what sort of crazy gameplay Sem9 is going to come up with this time because you know for a fact there's going to be no mercy on the side of Geek Fam.
Yeah, and I really want to see how this works out for RH because he'll be playing on that Pantheon. Now, Pantheon is a little bit unique, right? Where you can actually proc that sort of passive to empower any one of your spells other than the ultimate. So it can actually shield off some of these attacks just like how a Brahms shield would actually work in certain occasions. And of course, negate the little damage. And also to buff out certain other output coming from the first as well as the second shield comes in with an innate stun. So there is quite a number of stuns available, but the problem here is Sem9. They're running on the ticking clock. And that's where Wild Rabbit as well as Ravens really have to hard carry this in the late game.
Okay, as we start things up in here, Most of what I'm most interested in to see exactly how they spot the push coming in from each other side. No deep wards being placed, which is very surprising from the side of Geek Fam. They're playing this really carefully. And that engage coming in from the Pantheon really early, but nothing too much to shout about. Nothing the Shang as well as the Camille cannot handle. Contra.
Right, and currently, over on the bottom side, you see a little bit more aggressiveness coming from Momo as well as Linkx. But they can't really press on too much because you're facing off against a Leona after all. So once you hit level 3, that's where you will see her really ramp up to play a lot more up front as compared to what we're currently seeing over the bottom side. Now, mid lane, Veki trying to dodge a lot of all these three ball of the command attack coming from Orianna. But here comes the invade inside the jungle because this Lee Sin was hoping to land a steal. And oh, is it a smite? Oh, he does not really get it, but they're still going for it. A little bit of engagement. Hook shot connects. Flash available as he will be able to pop it, but the Shang, he has to flash away as well. Now they're looking for the scuttle. And Ruffle wants it for himself, and he gets the first one. Knocks him right off his feet. KO. Geek Fam lands the first blow.
Really, Kazuo? Really? Was that little scuttle so important, my friend? Goodness me. Talk about putting your priorities in the wrong place, man. I mean, he could have gotten away there. But I guess he really wanted that scuttle.
Yeah, and nobody expect Rumple to come in with so little HP as well. I guess give him that for the benefit of the doubt. But, yeah, usual case, I'll just let my teammates have it anyways. Because that scenario didn't look to be the best to actually contest. Now, over the mid lane, I wonder how would Veki pull out this Katarina, because to land that Death Lotus in those team fights is going to be a little bit harder when you have Swak on this Leona. And also RH, who is going to be having a point-and-click stun available.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to see exactly how Swak, uses his stuns to keep those enemies in place. And who's going to go in there for that finishing blow? We know Wild Rabbit can pop off. We know Kazuo can get that damage done. But RH... seeing this guy drop in with his Pantheon, I cannot wait for that Pantheon to kick into action, Contra.
Yep, and for the moment, it seems to be pretty much of a slow starter here, but the Pantheon is going to be getting into place because he can definitely go in with ult to drop across the map. And speaking of which, this is going to be a little bit of a setup already. The ward has already spotted out the Pantheon. And here it comes! Everything lands on top! This is clip will be pure! And that pull-up flare is absolutely beautiful. Now RH needs to make a run for his life, only have a tick of health left. And they will be able to secure the very first kill, but leaving the top side absolutely open is not what we expected RH to do.
And look at the Camille go in and get that dirty job done. The turret under attack. But the backup from Lee Sin should arrive with that minion wave as well. And Camille needs to back away from the situation. Kazuo with that aggression. But has the damage been done? Yep, hell yeah, it has.
Yeah, and not only that, they are going to be matching up the aggro here as the Shang will be eventually kicked off. I guess he could have actually used his Dragon's Rage to knock him off, but Geek Fam, priorities on the Drake. They'll be able to actually secure this one, while RH eventually has to hold up the Dragon Lane turret. But for now, I guess Geek Fam actually celebrating small victories across, while mid-side, you're going to be looking at a good secure river for Sam9.
And see, here's the thing though, those small victories really do snowball up. But walk me through the items though, Contra.
Yeah, speaking of the items, we're going to look at the Severus Embrace here for Orianna, while Trinity Force has been purchased by the Corki, so it's really a good start. And on the side of Geek Fam, there's 2 Trinity Force being purchased, while over on towards the Braum, he's going to be able to actually hold on to the Aegis. because he will be able to shield his teammates. So everybody's just on the first item, while it just takes a lot more from the Leona as she builds the Gargoyle Stone Plate first, an item that you don't really see too much being bought out from. But judging for the fact that Leona usually is just a crowd control machine, so it makes sense for her to buy that item. Here comes the stun. Shang now getting flustered aside, but just a little bit of damage being done, nothing too much. And here comes a big package being picked up by Wild Rabbit.
The Rift Herald has spawned.
Rift Herald now coming into the game. Same, both of them are going to come in for the engage. Oh, there's going to be trouble. And Nyx needs to back away from the situation, but a good stun coming through. But still, Nyx not taken down. What a crazy defensive play coming in here from Nyx to flash away at that very last moment. Split-second decision, Contra.
Yeah, and he just barely made it out alive, especially with a perfect solar flare coming out of Swak, as well as the connection of the Zenith Blade. So Kazo did what he had to and at least burned the flash off of Nyx for the moment. Now River, we'll see Harold still sitting still until Rumble actually lands a little bit of a touch, but not too much, you know. While over Bob's side, there is a battle going on. And, oh, the Shang! Wait a minute, he dove so deep and he walks out alive? Okay, that's
what
new,
in the
but
world,
here comes
man?
Dragon Rage.
Kazuo with a good take back there. I believe he locked in that Hextech ultimatum and then went in there for the slay. Very good play, RH. I doubt he saw that coming through.
Yeah, and nobody expects this Camille to be able to dive so deep and still managing a kill, but I guess a good recovery coming from Kazuo as well. Now it's 3-2. While over the mid side, there will be a little bit of a shove coming out of the Orianna. It's already 2 kills in for the Shang. Well, not the Shang, but Rumble. And he's still looking to do a little bit more. Now, the Drake will maybe come up maybe in the next minute. While a lot of items have already been purchased by Veki here as he goes in for the Tenacity Boots instead. So I'm just thinking that Sim 9, they really have to come up with something special here over at the first straight. Oh no.
Yep, RH needs to back away from the situation, but gets stunned. A beautiful play coming in from Momo as well as Nyx, but no capitalization on the attack, and RH will still be able to hold them away from this turret, waiting for Swak and Kazuo to drop in here for that support, and that's exactly what they do, but just enough to scare Nyx away.
Oh, that's the best skin that the Wild Rabbit is having right there with the Corky. He managed to avoid death by just flying away to safety, but Becky now looking for the kill as well. I think he knows what's up as he's looking to exit right now, and Geek Fab to secure their first turret over the bottom side.
See how they take this now, Contra, because things are getting a little stickier by the second for Sem 9, and second Drake secured by Geek Fam only means trouble for the side of Sem 9. And of course, Shirley is going to be dropped down mid as well. Say hello to my little friend, they say. Hozora Veki with the pressure. Bye-bye turret halfway down on that HP. Shelly will get sacrificed in that fight as well, but Momo with those tanks, and that turret is, well, not going to get taken down because of that pressure by Wild Rabbit as well as Swak. But the damage has already been done, though.
Yeah, I gotta say that they're actually playing a really good map pressure game. Now there's going to be a dive coming from Rumble, trying to slam down on RH. He tries to walk away, he won't flash up. But here comes Kazo, though. 2 versus 1 all of a sudden, and the Hextech element comes right across, and it's still buying time. He does have the GA up available, but that won't be RH taken out. And I'm telling you this, RH struggling a whole lot. Is this Pantheon, he's scaling up already in the mid game.
Yeah.
And he just bought a Black Cleaver, his very, very first item, I do believe. And he's 0-2-3 at the moment.
I don't know what sort of a gameplay RH wanted to go in with the Pantheon. It's clearly not cutting out, not working at the very moment. Things better start changing around for them. Now, Sem9 making their approach towards Baron Nashor. No way in hell they'll be able to pick up Mr. Baron. But the pressure, can they just lure Geek Fam in and shut them down? And then go in for this Juggernaut. Let's see. Ozora Veki will need to back away from this situation. Momo as well as Linkx placing that pressure up top on that Baron lane, clearing up the wave because they want to set up a situation here to bait Sem9 in. Both teams trying to do the exact same thing. Geek Fam usually will come away with the victory here. Let's see what happens.
Wow, what a quick move. Well, over on the top side here, we're looking at Sem9 needing to defend this pretty much ruptured tower in no time, but I guess with enough members they will be able to actually hold on for now. Geek Fam, they're just playing the better map game at the moment after breaking down the bottom side of the turret and also securing 2 Drakes already. Well, I guess eventually Wild Rabbit has to give way to Geek Fam because they are a little bit too persistent and there's not going to be too much of help coming in as well. Now, Geek Fam knows that they got all the time in the world to play around with their food. And once they do get those items in, and speaking of which, Veki now getting himself the Rapidon Death Cap. He's definitely going to hurt a lot. And Force of Nature being the second purchase of the buy. And Rumple will be able to actually soak in a lot more damage coming from Raven.
Yeah, the Wild Rabbit as well is going to be dishing out quite an amount of damage onto those players. And that's exactly what this little Corgi is going to look to do. They protect their mid turret. The fight for Mr. Baron hasn't kicked off just yet because both teams just don't want to get suckered in and taken down. But a good hole coming through. In about another minute, we will see the Ocean Drake appear. Geek Fam going to go in for that objective as well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We will have to wait and see.
It's a little bit of a stalemate situation going on, but
yeah,
Geek Fam is currently controlling the jungles while the Shang is forcing this RH to stay right where he needs to be. But whenever a team fight falls right through, that's where he can actually drop right into place. And Geek Fam, they're setting up a trap. They don't really have vision up available. They cannot afford to make mistakes. And speaking of which, they will commit to 1 assault and battery on top of Glacial Fissure. Gazol, he makes his way out with the Soul Bird being popped right in as well. Great call. Flashes just in time to save his own life, but they will have to give away either mid lane turret or even, on top of that, a Drake that has to spawn. And Geek Fam, they only rush in for that, and RH, he can't even contest this one. So Sem9 is really dropping the ball here.
Yeah, this is classic Geek Fam. Go in, flush your opponents out, create that space, slay the objective. Oh, it's gonna be the Hextech Ultimatum blocking in that Pantheon. Bye-bye, Mr. R-Hedge. Once again, says the Shang. But the Shang, of course, gets taken out in the equation as well. And they will lose that mid turret, Sem9. By the second, it looks uglier by the second for Sem9 Contra.
Yeah. And out of nowhere, you see this big 9K bomb being dropped off, and Geek Fam is just stacking money. But over on the corners of the map, you can see SWAT getting into position, making sure that they're not exactly doing the Baron for the moment. And I'm just really surprised, you know, Sem9, they don't even seem to secure a single turret thus far. It's already 14 minutes of the game. They really need to exert a little bit more pressure on the map, but they can't afford to lose their life at it, which is why that they're playing very safely.
Yeah, and you know, by the running second, it just looks more and more impossible, right? They are not even going to be able to go in for the attempt on Baron now. They are setting up a surprise, but there's no way in hell Geek Fam is going to fall for that. Wild Rabbit fires off, Rumple in the situation as well. A quick D-ward coming through just to make them or put them into a situation where they have no eyes. But is that going to be possible? Because look at that Corgi is dropping in a quick ward in that Baron pit and then backs away. They need eyes to see exactly when Geek Fam pulls this off. Oh, but and that time is right now.
They're doing them dirty, you know, pulling attention from the Shang. And now, rest of Sem9, they're getting much ready for this. Now 50% of health, while they do lose one more turret over to the tier 2 bottom side. Geek Fam now having Shang here that can actually move right across and lock somebody down with the Hextech Ultimatum.
There you go.
Flashes immediately just to negate the danger. A wise move coming from Swap, although it is a little bit more preemptive.
Yeah.
While Shang continues to do the split push. Oh,
See,
man
this is the
drop.
problem. Oh, beauty with that stun.
Whoa, boy, and that's a good glacial fissure. Everybody's sitting on top of it, while Ruffle's going to be coming in from behind, and while Rabbit goes down as well, Geek Fam will be able to flush them out. Down the drain they go. Sem 9. 4 members off, and I guess Geek Fam, they can just march through mid lane. They don't need the Baron in particular, while they should be able to actually take this turret for their own, and Kazuo can only watch by. Make that turret number 2 underway as well from the top side. And perhaps a turret 1 as they will break open the inhib a bit.
Oh no.
What?
Oh no, look at
Oh.
that boy. And
What?
Rumple, he goes in there with an engage, and the Nexus will fall, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as Geek Fam goes in for that one final flush, pulls out that Hextech Ultimatum just for that flashy finish at the end as well. It's game over as Geek Fam continue to dominate the group stages.
Wow. Another great game coming out of Geek Fam and Sem 9. They played it very cautiously, and of course, the pressure was on them. You could see the nerves. They're not really giving that much priority on some of these objectives, and they start to lose control of the map slowly and steadily. And of course, now falling off because of that one fight that ruptured across that pit, and it was pretty much over with Geek Fam now securing a total of 6 points. But Sem 9, they did what they can to dent them a little bit, and now let's check out the match stats.
I just want to see how much of damage this Pantheon brought into this game, man. I mean, our Edge, he managed to go in there for the 1 kill, taken down 4 times with the 3 assists. Not super duper effective. Of course, Shang pulling off that MVP. Most of that slay came off of our Edge.
Yeah, and I gotta say that, you know, the Kali was definitely a very different mechanism to work on a Pantheon as well. Like, Pantheon can only take very calculated plays. Yes, you can harass your enemies for quite some time, but when you're facing off the Shang here, whose objective is not only to assassinate, but to also split push, it really is a bummer to be playing on a Pantheon, which honestly, once you commit, you have no way out as compared to the Kali. And Rumple here has been doing so much, as he's been able to secure 3 kills in the back as well for the team, alongside with the Force of Nature and Guardian Angel that he purchased. And he himself have also built in the Goggle Stone Plate, just to beef things up when it comes down to the middle of the fight, giving him a big fat shield or even some HP to work with. So Shang definitely deserving of the MVP, as he's been able to really stretch Sem 9 a little bit too thin.
And there was really nothing much that Sem 9 could do in that matchup. They were crippled from the very start. Kazuo just couldn't go in and get that damage done. His jungling, it was all right, it was great, but when you just have a stone wall between you as well as the objectives, not being able to go in there and touch the Drake, not even being able to access that pit, just really put them in such a tough position. Ravens this time for that Orianna getting the bulk load of the damage done for the team as well as our Edge. But of course, at the end, it was not about the damage, it was not about the kills, it was all about those objectives with Geek Fam settled to perfection contract.
Yeah, it was mostly about execution. Yes, RH did tank a lot of damage out there, but it didn't really mean that, oh, he is the tank for the team.
Yeah.
It's just that he's taking too much of all these shots, whether it's necessary or unnecessarily, as they have been targeting him, because there's only so much that the Pantheon can run away with. So that really hurts a little bit for the likes of Sem 9. So with that, Ravens as well as Wild Rabbit, they needed a little bit more time to activate. If it pushes another 5 minutes or so, yes, you'll see them pop off the radar. But Kazuo, he's been doing absolutely fine. Just that the priorities for the objectives here needs to be set straight, and they didn't even seem to be able to capture an initial early tower to really convert it to even more things to come, especially with the Pantheon heading towards the bottom side, actually leaving the top lane open for the Chang.
Yeah, Swak, we have seen him drop in with the Seraphine and do absolutely crazy on the support. His Lux has been crazy in the past as well. But bring in the Leona against, a team like Geek Fam. Obviously, this was not them just testing out a new strat. They really thought that this would work out. They found out that it really does not against the likes of Geek Fam. Let's bring in the post-analysis and see exactly what broke down in these 3 matches, Contra.
All right, let's also get back into some of the highlights here, because this first game was definitely quite a piece of redemption, as well as the hero's entrance into the fight. And you see Sem9, they're slowly falling back, but still doing a lot of damage towards Becky, where he definitely needed a little bit more spacing. But Geek Fam, they march all the way up top, and the Shang was going to be brick walling them. And, well, end of the day, the Shang was the MVP for game number 1, and I think the final game here was also him being the MVP, as they've already secured the Elder Dragon, and yep, Geek Fam marches in for the victory.
Yeah, you capture 4 Drakes in there. I mean, good on Sem9 to pull, Geek Fam all the way out down to close to the 20-minute mark in for game number 1. But in game number 2, this is where we saw perfection from Sem9, Contra.
Yeah, and that was a beautiful Enchanted Crystal Arrow as well. So, Sem9, they dropped everything on top of Geek Fam while they were just chasing across, and this was a little bit of reset. Now, the real Dragon takedown was here, where it comes in, Kazuo goes in to connect that Dragon's Rage just to land that perfect smite without Vi challenging out there. So, a little bit of taste of the old Madison for Rumpel.
Yeah, but, as they went, and those Enchanted Crystal Arrows are absolutely crazy, might I say. It really set up multiple of these team engages, and it just locked down Geek Fam into one location for an easy wipe. And as they went in there for the push with that Baron buff, it really looked like Geek Fam was about to take it, but the defense from Sem9 was perfection as well, Contra.
Yeah, and you gotta really give credit to RH, because he went in to initiate many of these fights, and he was taking majority of the damage as well, and eventually building into a Garden Angel on a late game. This was a little bit of push and pull, but right down here, once they already secured that Baron buff, this is where they call the shots, flash in, Timbers, as well as Enchanted Crystal Arrow being dropped right in, Dragon's Rage on top of the bot laners, and this was what really sent Geek Fam onto this array, and this was the first pointer in for Sem9 to put it to game number 3.
Yeah, and it did look, there were glimpses that, Geek Fam might have ended this in game number 2 as well, but Sem9 clearly did not let that go. The Glacial Fissure just catches them off guard, and RH, Wild Rabbit and Swak, all they could do from then on was just back away from that fight, man.
Yeah, and I definitely think that 1-for-1 trade was actually okay, but what's not okay is to leave the top side all open, and this fight itself was favoring the likes of Geek Fam for a tap hit, because that Glacial Fissure was popped into the right direction, and Becky coming in from the back assassinated them with the perfect Death Lotus, and Ravens eventually will be clipped out as well, and this was the only fight that they needed to actually close out the game.
Yeah, and of course, from then on, it was all the way a push right in for the inhibitor, and there was nothing much that they could do in here, right? As they went in for the Nexus as well, it was all just game over. And of course, it was, I think, Kazuo that came back alive just to do the damage, but nothing much against that Camille, man.
Yeah, and still, it was some really, really beautiful games that has been played out in this best of 3. And we definitely admire the effort that was being put through from the draft all the way to the execution out there. Of course, kudos to Geek Fam to be able to hold on to a clean victory. Well, can't really say all too clean, because Sem9 did take a game. But Berjaya Dragons, they're watching their every move, meaning to say this isn't Geek Fam here getting themselves into a comfortable position just about yet.
Mm-hmm. Not yet, not yet. And obviously, to think that even at this point, Geek Fam still has got some cards or aces up their sleeves is just nothing short of shocking, right? And the way Sem9 took the game number 3 against them, I like them being adventurous with the drafts. But, that Pantheon, man, I'm just so salty about the Pantheon pick by RH. But obviously nothing much that he could have done. He obviously wanted that Akali. That one got banned off a little early. But we've seen RH go in a little stronger as well in the past. He has taken the Camille. But when you've lost the Camille to your opponents as well, then what is he left with? I think in game number 3, in the drafts itself, Geek Fam kind of crushed Sem9's hopes right there and then. And they did try to come in here with some sort of a surprise gameplay that just unfortunately didn't come out well for themselves, Contra.
Mm-hmm. Well, of course, those were moments of, I can't really say disappointment, but sadness for the fans of Sem9, where, there was that hope, but, it's just a little bit frail. But you know what? We can definitely celebrate happier moments here with the Maggie Hot Cup. So what you guys can do is to share your comments and pictures with us for a chance to be featured on stream. So with that, this is pretty much the last few moments out there, but we still have more days. So make sure you guys do so every time you guys pop by this stream. And we definitely welcome you guys to join us to have some fun, have some A-Rank matches with us, the casters, or even watch how the pros of Malaysia does it. So remember, today we had a little bit of quiz, and I believe that we have the answer already. So what is the answer? Is Ari a fox or a cat?
A 9-tailed fox. I think so. I'm just playing the guessing game there. Here you go.
That's right. No need to guess. I'm pretty sure it's real. So yeah, let's see what we're saying.
Yeah, I wonder if anybody got that wrong, like the 2 to 3 times that I got it wrong, man. A 6-tailed cat, a 7-tailed cat. I was butchering Ari up, down, center. But, as the day broke through, today has just been so crazy. But there is a person who got so much of happiness out of this crazy day, and that is Aiman Tak Bersalah. Because he is the winner of our Quantum 300. And this was his comment, right? His favorite champ is Alistar. The reason? The cow looks like a walking Wagyu. Sorry, admin, tengah lapar berpuasa.
Okay, that's actually a really good one. And not only that, Ayman Tabasala, I believe he's the same dude that played with me in ARAM, in NXL. Amen. So shout out to you for not only dropping the best comment out there. You walk away with a Quantum 300, and also bragging rights that you joined Team Contra and you actually won the game. Thank you for carrying us here in the English caster section here. Now, you are the MVP, and you are deserving of, all the free stuff that's given to you. And make sure you thank JBL, tag them, say thank you at JBL Malaysia. Put in the hashtag as well. Of course, SISMY, and also hashtag JBL people.
Absolutely. And yes, there is the giveaway for the Quantum 50 as well. A lot of you have joined in for the giveaway. Make sure you tune in. Make sure you follow, turn on all notifications for the ESL Malaysia page, because that's where the announcement will come on. And if you want to find out more information about the JBL Quantum series, jump over to jbl.com.my.
That's right. And speaking of which, it's been a long day of talking, but then again, if you're going to be using a phone to talk this long, you might run out of credit or your phone bill is going to go up high. Guess what? The best plan is in town. UDO, powered by Cellcom, and not only for calls, you can scan this QR code for free, and you will be able to get a 5 GB worth of data, all by just scanning this QR code. No complaints, right? Just go ahead, visit the website as well if you guys want to check it out. If you guys don't have the SIM card, it can be delivered to your doorstep by just simply downloading the app. UDO, powered by Cellcom, because you do it better.
Contra, it's been such a crazy day, so much of action. We've expanded so much of energy in here. I just can't wait to go grab myself a Maggie hot cup, man. Probably a Maggie curry cheese. Never ever attempting the Maggie curry cocoa powder ever again.
That's right. And not only you deserve a Maggie hot cup, I believe our MVP does too, because the player of the match has to be the Shang. This guy, he is definitely one force to be reckoned with. Just look at the amount of damage being dealt. I think this is the highest damage we've seen coming from a single game for a Baron laner thus far. Well, actually, there were a few, but it's not really just the damage, but the amount of pressure that he puts across the map and have still 100% kill participation across the game.
Yeah, absolute craziness the Shang showed in the Rift, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Geek fam, absolute monsters, man. Each and every single one of those players. But to even top those guys and get the title of player of the match, nothing short of impressive for the Shang Contra.
That's right. And this guy could still really prove to be one of the best Baron leaders out there in Malaysia other than Orhich. There was a couple of all these sort of the strats being pulled in, but we all are still waiting for the Shang to face off against either Karuto or Shisune over on the battle lane.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, now we've got the leaderboards coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, up top, Berjaya Dragons and Geek Fam, they will sit up strong. The reason why Berjaya Dragons has got a 1-up is because of that score difference that we have walked you through in the past. Sem9 sitting down strongly in that third position, and Eminence Raptors with their well-deserved fourth spot with the 6 points Contra.
Yeah, and I gotta say, this is so vital for the likes of Sem9 because of that one victory. Now, Sem9, they're on third placing there with an 8-5 record, and Eminence Raptor today, they secure a 2-0 victory, and this puts them ahead as compared to RTZ UndeRank, who has been dropping games for today as well. And it's all about who gets to the upper brackets, right? So RTZ UndeRank, they really have to work really hard for the next week. So Linkx eSports as well as Spatzo and Sonics, they have yet to secure any 2-0 victory, but Linkx at the very least has taken one game out of their 7 matches. So, well, it's just a little bit more work to do for the likes of the players out there. And I just really hope to see a lot more effort being put in display, because heading in towards the playoffs, there's only going to be one lifeline that the bottom bracket will be holding on to.
Yeah, so 2 more days at the group stages, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And of course, on day 7, we will have the qualifiers of who manages to pick up the 5th entry spot into the playoffs. So non-stop action at the Rift will be continuously coming in here back to back. And whatever that we saw today, it's not perfection just yet. It's not top tier just yet. The top tier gameplays will come through as these teams start getting a little bit more and more aggressive. But I really cannot wait for the showdown of the 2 biggest monsters in here, Contra.
That's right. And I just want to see what the schedule is going to be like for the upcoming week itself, because we still have so many more matches to go in the group stage. And I just can't wait for playoffs to happen. That's where, no jokes, no silly mistakes, and of course, maybe some special strats to be pulled up in the final Uhura throughout the entirety of the CI Icon Series Malaysia. So, of course, we thank you guys for tuning in for the entirety of the show. We're coming to a closure right now already, and of course, we really appreciate all the support that you guys have given to us, and we'll still be here for even more matches in the rest of the days of group stage. So make sure you follow ESL Malaysia or ESL Asia as well, because this is where we actually bring it to you live on Facebook. If you guys are watching on Twitch as well as YouTube, you guys can also check out their site as well. So AJ, anything else that you want to add on top?
Well, today has been an extremely stressful day on my mind as well as my stomach because of all of the energy that we have expanded in here. I cannot wait to go and boil some water for that Maggie hot cup. All of you guys, make sure you all grab one for yourselves as well. Contra and I will catch you next time at the Rift. Take care, good night, goodbye.
In the right place, and so is my soul, yeah. I won't take no, and no excuses for it. Love it, need it, live it. I feel like something's missing when I do not have it. I feel it in my bones, gotta find my space. These emotions on my face, taking a toll, I gotta pay it forward. I'll give it all that I can. No matter what, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take no for an answer. If it don't hurt me, it makes me stronger. Yeah, I won't let up. It's in my soul, it's in my blood, and I won't take it no more. I won't be there. Just leave it to me. I know what I need. You'll find if you see. And if you believe, you live and you breathe. You'll find the key. Lifting me, lifting you. Can't go alone, let's do by two. Doing this together, it's me by.
Nice. Alright, go. Down first. Can. Alright, down already. Nexus. Alright, okay. Nice! I'll see you in the game. Alright guys, let's go on board. Okay.
Masih lagi bersama untuk seketika tapi lihat bagaimana eksplosif gas Becky telah pun tiba Becky dan bukan mereka ingin masuk secara teleport telah pun tiba Xiang telah pun sampai dia perlu menggunakan strike tapi terlewat.
Blood, sweat, and tears written in the blacks of kings. 1 in a million, the billions that had to sing.
Now I'm trying to rewind, 'cause lately I've been feeling kinda hazy, like I'm stuck in a daydream, and you're not here to save me. Down and out, I hit the floor, all is fair in love and war, but I can't do this anymore, no. So, take me to a place I know, somewhere I can feel my soul. Lately I'm skin and bone, so hollow. I've never felt so alone. I need you more than you know. 'Cause baby, I feel like home.